Su Miaojuan, due to recent events at her workplace, briefly questioned whether it was right to let Su Huayu shine on stage. Because she appeared more often, the potential dangers also increased. However, when she saw her daughter dressed in red armor, holding a long sword, shining brightly on stage, she pushed her earlier thoughts aside. Her daughter was born to be the center of attention, naturally radiant. She shouldn't hide her daughter's light. Instead, she should keep climbing higher and become her daughter's strong supporter. Once she understood this, Su Miaojuan happily recorded her daughter's performance. Su Huayu's performance was so wonderful that she received a radio ticket as a reward. Originally, she could choose between a bicycle ticket or a radio ticket, but their family already had 2 bicycles, so another one would be too obvious. She chose the radio ticket instead. Later, she planned to buy a radio to put in her room. Although everyone in the courtyard ate together on New Year's Eve, after Su Huayu and her family returned home, they prepared a lot of delicious food. They had the essential snacks like sunflower seeds and dried fruits, as well as various candies, and Su Miaojuan had already prepared rice cake strips, shrimp crisps, sesame cakes, date flour pastries, and canned fruit. At first, the 5 of them chatted happily. Eventually, Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang couldn't stay awake and went to their rooms to sleep. Soon after midnight, Su Huayu also went to her room. Only Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan remained by the fireplace, reminiscing about the past year and sharing hopes for the year ahead. Su Huayu felt she had dozed off for a short while before being awakened by firecrackers. She slightly pulled back the curtain and saw that it was still dark outside. She pulled the blanket over herself again, then was soon awakened by Wu Lichuan and his brother arguing. When she heard her mother's voice, Su Huayu sat up, wrapped in her quilt. Su Miaojuan came in and asked, "Which outfit do you want to wear today?" They only had 1 set of new clothes each. It was already a big deal to buy a new outfit every year. But because Su Huayu received packages from Lu Zhongbai and Bai Hui, her wardrobe was the largest among them. Su Miaojuan sometimes even used the names of Bai Hui or Lu Zhongbai to buy clothes for Su Huayu. Su Huayu looked at the doll in her arms and said to Su Miaojuan, "Mom, I want to wear clothes like the doll." Su Huayu was wearing a small red sweater and black wool pants. To share everything fairly, she wore the short boots given by Lu Zhongbai and a navy blue cotton coat bought by Su Miaojuan. Except for Wu Lichuan, who wore old shoes, all 3 children wore new clothes. Every New Year's Day, Su Huayu's family visited relatives, including Ji Huayang. After visiting several families, the rest came to their house. The new year was always happy, with better and fuller meals than usual. Su Huayu, who was always busy, stopped going to the youth palace and the singing and dancing troupe. She spent her days eating, drinking, playing, and quickly finishing her homework. Even if she worked hard after the new year, she finished earlier than Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang. On the 12th day of the first lunar month, when Su Huayu went to the youth palace, Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang hadn't finished their homework. They weren't in a hurry to finish, and after sending Su Huayu to the youth palace, they went out to play. Today, Su Huayu was there for piano and calligraphy classes. After practicing the piano and going to the calligraphy classroom, she saw Zheng Xiaojie lying on the table. He looked up only after hearing her call his name. Su Huayu looked at Zheng Xiaojie's sunken cheeks and couldn't help but frown and ask, "Teacher, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Other students gradually arrived in the classroom, so Su Huayu didn't ask further. Today, Su Huayu was drawing a wheat field about to be harvested in autumn. When she noticed Zheng Xiaojie coming over, the first thing she saw was his torn shoe. But she didn't ask about it in front of so many people. She simply held her brush and, under Zheng Xiaojie's guidance, continued to add details to her drawing. Zheng Xiaojie's class was the last of the day. When all the students left, Su Huayu looked at Zheng Xiaojie, who still looked empty even though he was wearing a thick cotton coat, and asked, "Teacher?" "Yes," Zheng Xiaojie replied with a kind look on his face. Although Su Huayu is not the most talented in the class, he is the most patient person. Plus, since Su Huayu once saved him, Zheng Xiaojie has a very good impression of him. "Your complexion doesn't look very good." "Not just bad," Zheng Xiaojie looks so thin now that he almost resembles a stick. To be honest, Su Huayu even doubts whether Zheng Xiaojie can survive the year if he keeps losing weight. It's nothing, just need to rest. Although he said this, when Zheng Xiaojie stood up from the chair, he might have moved too quickly. His vision went black, and if Su Huayu hadn't caught him in time, he could have fallen. Zheng Xiaojie sat back down, and Su Huayu handed him a large white rabbit candy, saying, "Teacher, have some candy." Zheng Xiaojie clenched his hand tightly. After the dizziness passed, he slowly sighed while holding the candy. "Thank you, Huayu." He unwrapped the white rabbit candy and put it in his mouth. "Actually, I sold 2 paintings to exchange for 50 jin of grain," Zheng Xiaojie said with a bitter smile. "The paintings that were once very valuable can now only buy 25 jin of grain. Hopefully, I can get the grain tonight." Whether it was the sweetness of the candy or the fact that he hadn't spoken his worries to anyone in a long time, Zheng Xiaojie opened up to Su Huayu. "Selling paintings isn't a big deal. My old friends have started selling their antiques and jewelry. These things, no matter how precious, are useless. They can't eat or drink, so just being able to survive is good enough. I can't take all 50 jin of grain home. If I do, your wife will take it to her son's house. I need to give 30 jin to my old friend's house, just enough for my monthly food. Can you trust your friends?" Zheng Xiaojie looked at Su Huayu and asked. "Yes, I can trust them. Thanks to their help, I've managed to hold on. But their family is also struggling now." Hearing this, Zheng Xiaojie sighed deeply. He didn't want to go to the black market trembling, exchanging his treasured items for grain, only to get very little. But there was nothing he could do. His wife at home was always worried about their son and grandson going hungry. She kept trying to give them their share of food, even as they were about to run out of supplies. Seeing them both close to starving, Zheng Xiaojie was truly desperate. Now, he only hoped that the paintings he sold would reach people who valued them. Maybe then, he could ease some of his regrets. When Su Huayu parted ways with Zheng Xiaojie, she slipped a note into his bag. Zheng Xiaojie was secretly helping his old friend move 100 pounds of grain into his house at night. Afterward, he took 20 pounds of grain back home to his wife. He was so tired that he lay on the kong, a traditional bed, to rest. Just as he was about to write in his diary, he found the note in his bag. The writing on the note was a bit ugly, but the message was clear. It mentioned a location and the words grain or food. Zheng Xiaojie knew this place. It was an abandoned, haunted house where people believed spirits lingered. Because it was so unlucky, no one, adults or children, dared to go there. When he saw the note, his first suspicion was the person who sold them the grain at the black market earlier that day. Besides that person, Zheng Xiaojie couldn't think of anyone else who might have grain to sell. Even the 100 pounds of grain they had was hard to get, stolen with great effort from his friend. But he knew that this amount wasn't enough for them to survive long. So, after seeing the note, Zheng Xiaojie felt a little hopeful. That hope grew stronger when he heard his wife's voice outside, and he was completely moved. "Old Zheng, it's the new year. I want to bring some grain to the kids." "Bang, Yin is growing up fast now. We're old and can eat less, but the children can't," she said. Zheng Xiaojie clenched the note in his hand and looked at the bag that Chao Mishue was about to take away. He said, "If you take all the grain, what will we eat?" She replied, "We still have some potatoes and radishes at home. There's about 2 or 3 jin of millet flour. We can manage for a while. Once next month's wages and grain coupons come, we'll be fine." Hearing this, Zheng Xiaojie couldn't help but laugh bitterly. When your wages and grain coupons come, you'll just go and give more to your son. He exhaled deeply and said to Chao Mishue, "Don't just take the grain. Take your luggage too. From now on, you should go and stay with your son." Zheng Xiaojie finished speaking and immediately turned around, blocking Chao Mishue's view. He then shoved the note into the stove, watching it turn to ash and feeling relieved. "Old Zheng, what are you saying? Is that just my son? He's also your son." Chao Mishue lowered her food and spoke tremblingly to Zheng Xiaojie. "I've taken care of you for so many years, feeding you, clothing you, now I'm being blamed for that?" Zheng Xiaojie took a deep breath, turned to face Chao Mishue and said, "I'm afraid if you keep taking care of me like this, you'll end up losing me. As for the son, Zheng Xiaojie and Chao Mishue have a daughter and a son. Their daughter married in Hangzhou before the founding of the country. They exchange letters sometimes, but they haven't seen each other in years. Their son has always been with them. He now works at a printing factory. 5 years ago, he married a girl from the factory and had a son. Since they moved out after getting married, they only come back once a year for the new year. When they visit, they eat everything at home and leave without taking anything back. Zheng Xiaojie feels that whether the son is there or not, it makes no difference. Moreover, are you sure Hongyi is my son? When Zheng Xiaojie said this, Chao Mishue's face turned pale. Zheng Xiaojie, what do you mean by that? Zheng Xiaojie took a deep breath and said, I've only heard that nephews look like their uncles. I've never seen a nephew who looks like his aunt's husband. In the past, Zheng Xiaojie didn't notice anything, especially since Zheng Hongyi rarely appeared in front of him after he was about 15 or 16. But last year, he accidentally saw Zheng Hongyi walking with his brother-in-law, and they looked almost identical. At that moment, Zheng Xiaojie was stunned and didn't react. Someone nearby said, Yes, these father and son really do look alike. From that moment, Zheng Xiaojie finally understood some strange things over the years. He understood why Zheng Hongyi was distant from him, why Chao Mishue kept giving money to support Zheng Hongyi, yet he didn't see Zheng Hongyi showing filial piety to them. He realized why Chao Mishue was always so hungry. Perhaps, if he had no value, he would have died long ago. Zheng Xiaojie looked at Chao Mishue, who had collapsed to the ground, and said, I'm tired, really. I give you 2 choices, he continued. First, we get a divorce, and you move out to live with your son. Second, we don't divorce for now, but you still move out to be with your son. In that case, I will give you 15 jin of grain each month. You choose. 15 jin of grain is not enough, Chao Mishue said angrily. I can't even eat that much myself. How can I support my son and others? That's your problem, Zheng Xiaojie replied. I think we should just get a divorce. It's the easiest solution. When Chao Mishue heard the word divorce, she quickly got up and said, I won't divorce. Nowadays, divorce always seems to cause trouble. She definitely didn't want to go through that. And without the 15 jin of grain, she thought. She quickly hugged her 20 jin of grain and said, This grain is mine for this month. I want to take it with me. After saying that, Chao Mishue, worried Zheng Xiaojie might change his mind, hurriedly carried her grain into the bedroom. Not long after packing her bag, she walked to the door and told Zheng Xiaojie, who looked completely unrepentant, Zheng Xiaojie, without me, you'll definitely regret it. Although she had made mistakes in the past, she had at least given birth to a son who called him Dad all these years. In a way, she had gained something. If he had not exposed the truth, Zheng Hongyi could have continued to be her son, even keeping his surname. But he didn't appreciate what he had. Now that everything was revealed, she wanted to see where this old man would go to have another son. Zheng Xiaojie didn't regret anything. After Chao Mishue left, he shut the door and felt much lighter. The next moment, he took the remaining few jin of millet flour and made some ugly-looking steamed cornbread. He ate 6 of them along with fried potato slices before stopping. It had been a long time since he felt full. But at the same time, the household's food was completely gone. Zheng Xiaojie looked at the stove, thinking about the paper that had turned to ashes earlier. After taking a sip of water, he looked out at the dark night, grabbed his backpack, took out 2 treasured paintings from his bookshelf, packed them carefully, locked the door, and stepped out into the night. Even though I am now an old man, I still have the right to keep trying to live. Zheng Xiaojie arrived at the haunted house around 9 at night. The haunted house was completely dark around it, with only the moonlight shining faintly from above. When Zheng Xiaojie reached the house, he almost tripped over a stone on the ground. Luckily, he steadied himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just lost the food. He might have also hurt himself and had to pay medical bills. This house used to be a wine shop. It was shut down after 2 bodies were found in the wine vats. Finding bodies in the vats was very unlucky. Later, the son of the wine shop went crazy and hanged himself from a pole in the shop. After that, strange ghostly things kept happening, making people in Beijing stay far away. So much so that not only the haunted house, but also the 2 or 3 nearby families, all moved away. After the founding of the country, some people moved here, but perhaps because of the house's reputation, everyone who moved in got sick for no reason and had to go to the hospital. But once they were in the hospital, they recovered on their own. Some things don't make sense, but it's always good to have respect and caution. After those few cases of sudden illness, no one dared to live nearby anymore. So, in the haunted house, Zheng Xiaojie only heard the cold wind howling and strange bird calls. He didn't see a single person. He was a little scared inside. When the house's history was revealed, the fear doubled. But Zheng Xiaojie thought about the empty bowl at home, and with a trembling breath, he took a step inside the house. Honestly, when he saw a red string floating among the wine jars in the yard, his heart skipped a beat. The haunted house and the red string always made people think of bad things, but Zheng Xiaojie still tremblingly walked toward the wine jar tied with the red string. Carefully lifting the wooden lid of the jar, he saw 2 bags inside. He untied the bags and revealed rice and flour inside. Seeing the food, Zheng Xiaojie's tense heart finally relaxed. What haunted house? This is clearly his lucky house. Zheng Xiaojie calmed his excited heart and took out the food. Then, reluctantly, he placed 2 paintings wrapped in his bag into the wine jar. Along with them, he also put in a note. After placing the paintings and the note inside, he covered the jar with a wooden lid again. Su Huayu arrived at the haunted house early the next morning. She wanted to see if her teacher had taken the food she had left there. When she saw the 2 paintings and the note inside the jar, she used the jar to hide herself and quietly stored the paintings away. She only held the note in her hand as she secretly left the haunted house. When Su Huayu returned home, her mother had just come back from the cafeteria with breakfast. Su Miaojuan was surprised to see her daughter back early and asked, Where did you go so early in the morning? Usually, Su Huayu only woke up when her mother bought breakfast, but today she was already awake. I went to get something, she replied. Hearing her daughter's meaningful words, Su Miaojuan didn't ask further. After placing the breakfast on the table, she asked Wu Haifeng to tidy up and then followed her daughter to her bedroom. In her room, Su Huayu opened the note Zheng Xiaojie had given her. The message was simple. Thank you, comrade. Could we trade once on the 1st and 15th days of each month? After reading it, Su Huayu handed the note to Su Miaojuan and said, It's from my calligraphy and painting teacher. Su Miaojuan looked at the note, then returned it to Su Huayu. Su Huayu immediately stored it in her space. I want to help him, she said. Zheng Xiaojie was a master of calligraphy and painting, her teacher, and a good person. Su Huayu didn't want to see him die in front of her. Are you sure he's trustworthy? Her mother asked. Su Huayu looked at her mother and said, He won't know who I am. Su Miaojuan looked at her daughter's determined eyes and sighed softly. If anything seems wrong, stop immediately. If you need help, just ask me. Su Huayu shook her head and smiled. Kids are less likely to be suspected. Adults tend to overthink. Right now, Su Huayu just wanted to help Zheng Xiaojie. She had plenty of food in her space, enough for her family of 5 to eat for a long time. Moreover, they didn't need to rely entirely on the food in her space. Su Huayu believed she could help Zheng Xiaojie. That day, after finishing her dance practice at the youth center, Su Huayu threw a slip of paper with the word yes written on it into a wine jar. The next morning, when she arrived at the so-called haunted house, she fell silent as she looked at the jars in the yard, each covered with wooden lids painted red, blue, and green. She first opened the red-covered jar and found 3 calligraphy scrolls placed inside a porcelain vase. These must have belonged to Zheng Xiaojie. Based on what she saw, Su Huayu added 50 pounds of flour, 40 pounds of cornmeal, 5 pounds of millet, and 10 pounds of cured meat. In the blue jar, there was also a porcelain vase, but its narrow mouth couldn't hold much. On the thick straw beside it, however, sat a box containing a jeweled butterfly hairpin. The hairpin was so beautiful that Su Huayu held it in awe for a few seconds before carefully putting it away. Into the blue jar, she placed 50 pounds of flour, 10 pounds of rice, a cleaned chicken, and a pound of brown sugar. Inside the green-covered jar was only a wooden box. When she opened it, she found 2 small yellow croakers. For these, she added 10 pounds of rice and nothing else. That evening, Zheng Xiaojie came to the haunted house with 2 old friends. One of them muttered, "Why choose such a creepy place? Even in this thick coat, I feel chilled to the bone." Che Dihai, once the son of a well-known bookseller in the capital and a longtime friend of Zheng Xiaojie, had heard that Zheng had a way to get food. To test it, he brought 2 small yellow croakers. The other man, silent and wrapped tightly in his long coat, was Chu Jia, a square-faced man whose family had once dealt in antiques. He, too, was a close friend of Zheng Xiaojie. "Other places are too crowded. Do you want the food or not?" Zheng asked firmly. Che Dihai frowned and said, "I just worry that we'll hand things over and get nothing in return." That was why he had only placed 2 small fish in the jar. If they were lost, it didn't matter. His family was wealthy, and this was just a trial. As he spoke, Chu Jia had already lifted the blue lid. When he saw what was inside, the corners of his mouth curved slightly. He turned to Zheng Xiaojie and said, "Old Zheng, thank you this time." Chu Jia's family has many members, and because of their background, even buying food each month is difficult. Living under such conditions is already hard enough. Things keep getting worse. On top of the struggle to survive, there are now 2 pregnant women in the family. Even the better food is reserved for the pregnant women, but they still can't gain weight. Chu Jia's even doubts whether the babies will be born safely. However, when he sees what's inside the wine jar, his gloom lifts significantly. Zheng Xiaojie, seeing what's in his own wine jar, smiles and asks Chu Jia's, "Do you have millet?" Chu Jia's checks and replies happily, "No millet, but I have rice, brown sugar, and a hen." His voice becomes more cheerful as he says this. The old hen will be cooked for the 2 pregnant women at home, helping them regain strength. "I have 5 gene of millet here. All for you." Hearing this, Chu Jia's eyes fill with warmth, but he doesn't refuse Zheng Xiaojie. His family really needs these fine grains. "Old Zheng, I can't thank you enough." Listening to their conversation, Che Dihai looks at his own 10 gene of rice and falls into thought. Although 10 gene isn't a small amount, seeing what Zheng Xiaojie and Chu Jia's have in their jars makes him regret only putting in 2 small yellow fish. If I had known that person was so reliable, I would have put in more stuff. Che Dihai's family also has many members. Taking home these 10 gene of rice, they'll finish it in just a few days. Next time, maybe the 15th, Zheng Xiaojie says with a smile. "Old Zheng, can I contact a few more people?" After Chu Jia's finishes speaking, Che Dihai also looks at Zheng Xiaojie. Zheng Xiaojie thinks for a moment and replies, "Each of you can bring 1 person. Too many people can cause trouble. If you want to help, you can have them bring things and we can exchange for other supplies. But this place must be kept secret. If it gets out, only we will suffer from being targeted and going hungry." Chu Jia's nods seriously, "Don't worry. It's hard enough to get some food these days. I won't ruin my own reputation." "Exactly," Che Dihai vows. "If I leak this secret, I swear I won't have a good death." Bah, bah, bah. What kind of place do you think this is? Zheng Xiaojie felt that after Che Dihai made this deadly vow, he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he sensed that the evil aura in the haunted house had grown stronger. Che Dihai silently tightened his collar and said, "Anyway, I won't break my vow." Chu Jia, who had received the supplies, was less nervous than before and advised, "Dihai, you really need to stop making such reckless vows. Besides, we're not doubting you, but you must keep your words secret. If someone is watching us here, we might not only lose the supplies but also get caught," Zheng Xiaojie warned. "Don't worry," Chu Jia and Che Dihai said together. Because of this foundation, on the morning of the 15th, Su Huayu came to the haunted house. Seeing the 3 ropes in red, blue, and green, plus 2 more in yellow and white, she wasn't too surprised. But when she lifted the wooden lid and saw the jars filled with antiques, jewelry, gold, and silver, She silently judged their value in her mind. She put the items from the jars into her space and added rice, flour, sugar, meat, salt, and other supplies in equal amounts. She didn't care whether these supplies were what they needed. They could exchange them if necessary. Since Su Huayu had traded supplies with her teacher, Zheng Xiaojie visibly became healthier and looked better. However, she had heard that Zheng Xiaojie and his wife seemed to be living apart, but she didn't know why. That was Zheng Xiaojie's family matter, and Su Huayu wasn't interested. Recently, she was worried about something. In 1966, around her 14th birthday, college classes would be greatly reduced. Should she skip a grade and go to college early? Su Huayu, who always shared everything with her mother, didn't tell her about her worries because Su Miaojuan didn't know she had also been reborn. Su Huayu didn't plan to tell her either. Fortunately, she still had enough time to worry about her future plans. On Friday afternoon after school, Su Huayu and Wu Lichuan and a few others were walking home when they met Wu Chuiying, who was also carrying a school bag. Wu Lichuan, who looked like he was already studying in the capital, happily waved at her. Wu Chuiying looked at Wu Lichuan and the others, who were neatly dressed, but she didn't approach them. Instead, she covered her worn-out school bag and pulled it behind her. Wu Lichuan did not notice Wu Chuiying's small action. He took the initiative to walk forward and ask, "Chuiying, where do you go to school now? What grade are you in?" Wu Chuiying looked at Wu Lichuan, who was enthusiastic and friendly, and whispered, "I go to Yucai School in first grade." Wu Chuiying was sent to school by her stepfather only after the new year. Because she had never attended school before, she didn't recognize even the simplest characters, which caused many jokes. Yucai is a good school. Study hard, and you'll get better and better. Wu Chuiying looked at Wu Lichuan, who dressed and spoke very differently from her, and asked softly, "Brother, I don't recognize many characters. Can you teach me?" "Of course. My grades at school are pretty good." Wu Lichuan wanted to look around at Zhou Wei and the others, but he realized that when he rushed in front of Wu Chuiying, Wu Lijiang and the others were standing still and didn't come with him. Wu Lichuan told Su Huayu and Wu Lijiang, who were clearly waiting for him behind, "You guys go home first. I'll be back in a while." Wu Lijiang pouted and directly grabbed Su Huayu's hand, saying, "Got it." As the four of them headed home, Zhong Jiao said to Su Huayu and Wu Lijiang, "Dachuan seems to really like his sister." "Bah," Wu Lijiang said. "Just pity. It's so annoying." For Wu Lijiang, they should stay far away from Kai Meiwan and her daughter. Wu Lichuan also knew that if Kai Meiwan found out he was in contact with Wu Chuiying, she would definitely use that relationship to ask for favors. So annoying, so annoying. Ji Huayang looked at Wu Lijiang's irritable expression and said, "Dachuan is just soft-hearted. Besides, she's his real sister. If he doesn't care about her, that would be strange. I don't care whether she's my real sister or not. My real sister is only Xiaoyu," Wu Lijiang said. After saying this, Ji Huayang silently looked at Xiaoyu, then quietly slapped his own mouth. "You're right. Xiaoyu is really our sister. Deep down, Big River, you must think you're more important than that later girl, Chuiying." Su Huayu looked helplessly at Ji Huayang. "It's because she's not really a young girl." Otherwise, hearing Ji Huayang's innocent but slightly provocative words, she would have argued with Wu Lichuan or even fought for superiority with Wu Chuiying. "I'm not angry. I won't compare myself to Wu Chuiying. No matter what, I am his sister and he treats me very well." Su Huayu speaks honestly. Besides being easily soft-hearted, Wu Lichuan has no other faults in her eyes. He is kind to both her and her mother. Because he is good-hearted, Wu Chuiying's kindness to him is expected. As long as Wu Lichuan doesn't cross her bottom line or principles, Su Huayu won't get angry with him. Wu Lichang looked at his sister and said clearly, "I only recognize you as my sister. I only have one mother. Let's go, let's go." Wu Lichang looked at Ji Huayang, who was close to his sister, and said, "Don't ask my sister such silly questions in the future. Be careful or I'll hit you." Ji Huayang said helplessly, "I'm just worried about little you getting upset." "Upset? Our little you is busy every day and has no time to be upset," Wu Lichang said pointedly. "You fell 5 places in your exam this time. I think you must be pretty sore. Wu Lichang. You're crossing the line, Ji Huayong said, clutching his chest. I'll stay at your house tonight. If my parents find out I missed half of my exam paper, they'll definitely beat me, but I want to see you get punished. Wu Lichang. Are we still brothers? Su Huayu watched Wu Lichang and Ji Huayong chase and play without a care, smiling helplessly. She continued talking with Zhong Jiao about the upcoming performance at the Youth Palace. Meanwhile, Wu Lichuan took Chueying, who had just finished school, to a pavilion. He asked her to take out her school bag and started teaching her. Chueying looked at Wu Lichuan's army green school bag on the stone table, placed her own bag on her lap, and then took out a crumpled newspaper. Where are your books? Wu Lichuan asked, noticing she only had a newspaper and a small pencil that was shorter than her pinky finger. I don't have any, Chueying said, tightly clutching her half-used pencil. I don't have anything. Wu Lichuan looked at Wu Chueying, who was hanging her head, and sighed. All right, I still have my books here. Wait for me, and I will give you my old books. Use my books to study. Thank you, brother. No need to thank me. As long as you study hard, that's enough. My mother said that only by studying seriously can you understand things clearly. Reading is very important, so you must keep at it. Wu Chueying looked up at Wu Lichuan. She knew that the mother he mentioned was not their real mother. Brother, do you like your stepmother? Wu Lichuan didn't like hearing others say that Su Miaojuan was his stepmother, even if it was true. My mother treats me very well. Without her, I wouldn't be who I am now. Wu Lichuan looked at Wu Chueying and said, I know we are born from the same mother, but my real mother raised me. Oh, Wu Chueying lowered her head. That's good. She never had a good mother. Tomorrow is Saturday. Do you have any plans? Wu Chueying fumbled with a half-used pencil and said, I will stay at home making matchstick boxes to earn money. Wu Lichuan was surprised and asked, will you do that for a long time? Yes, after making matchstick boxes, I also have to cook, chop firewood, and do laundry. Wu Chueying looked up at Wu Lichuan. Brother, you probably never do these things at home. Wu Lichuan looked at Wu Chueying and didn't know what to say for a moment. Well, my brother's father and new stepmother are very capable. You have everything you need. No, Wu Lichuan said, feeling a bit self-pitying. Even though we don't need to earn money, we still have chores. We wash our own clothes too. Why? Wu Chueying asked, confused. Doesn't your stepmother and your sister do chores? Don't they help you wash clothes? Why should they help us? Because they are women. Household chores should be done by women. Wu Lichuan listened to Wu Chueying's natural words and scratched his head. He thought about how things were in the village and organized his words to her. Gender equality. Besides, my mother has a job. She's very capable. Our family chores are shared equally among the three of us siblings. Xiaoyu is busy in the kitchen, and we handle the other chores around the house. When Wu Chueying heard this, she was so surprised that she widened her eyes and asked, do boys also have to work? Yes, everyone should work equally, Wu Lichuan emphasized again. Perhaps because Wu Chueying's shock didn't fade, Wu Lichuan said, what you said are old-fashioned ideas from the countryside. Times have changed. Men and women are equal. If men can do certain jobs, women can do them too. Women do work, men should do it as well. Wu Chueying looked at Wu Lichuan, who was speaking seriously, and wanted to argue that it wasn't like that. Since she married into the Wang family with her own mother, all the chores at home had become her responsibility. For example, washing clothes. She not only had to wash her own and Kai Meijuan's clothes, but also her stepfather's and stepbrother's. Wu Chueying looked at her swollen hands and silently placed them on her lap. I wish my mother could marry your father. She thought she was the one who could have a good life in the Wu family, not that pretty girl Su Huayu, who couldn't do any work at all. Huh, Wu Lichuan didn't hear Wu Chueying clearly. Thinking about her own mother's constant nagging at home, Wu Chueying gathered her courage and asked Wu Lichuan, Brother, can't your dad divorce your stepmother and marry our mother? Wu Lichuan looked at Wu Chueying with hopeful eyes and said seriously, No. Chueying, now our mother is married and is someone else's wife. My parents love each other very much. They won't separate, he said carefully. And I don't want my parents to divorce. Our family is happy now. Don't say things like that again. If you do, I will get angry. Wu Lichuan warned sternly. Wu Chuiying felt a little wronged by Wu Lichuan's sudden seriousness. But isn't our mother our real mother? She asked softly. Yes, Wu Lichuan didn't deny it. He had never denied it. But my real father doesn't have to be with our mother, Wu Lichuan said, taking his school bag from the table and looking at Wu Chuiying, who seemed upset. You're too young to understand. Back then your mother left me and Xiao Jiang when my father was missing and presumed dead. She is my real mother, but she will never be my father's wife. Wu Chuiying nervously looked at her older brother and asked, Big brother, are you angry? He replied, Yes, a little. But it's okay. You might not have known before, but now you do. Wu Lichuan stood up, carried his school bag, and said to Wu Chuiying, I'll go home and get your books. Wait here for me. Can I go back with you? She asked. She had never been to her brother's house before. No, you can't. I'll come back as soon as I can. After saying that, Wu Lichuan turned and left. Wu Chuiying was left standing there, feeling unsure of what to do. Finally, she sat quietly and looked at the newspaper in front of her. When Su Miaojuan and Wang Fingji were walking down the street pushing their bikes, Wang Fingji suddenly pointed at Wu Lichuan, who was walking alone with his backpack, and said, Isn't that your big brother, Dechuan? Usually Wu Lichuan and Wu Huaiyu were almost inseparable when going to and from school. Today, it was strange to see him alone. When Su Miaojuan called out to Wu Lichuan, she saw his eyes were red and asked, Why are you alone? Where are Xiao Yu and Xiao Jiang? I just had something to do, so I told them to go home first. Wang Fingji noticed that Wu Lichuan seemed upset and said directly to Su Miaojuan, It's getting late. I need to go home now. You should also take Dechuan home early. After saying goodbye, Su Miaojuan turned to Wu Lichuan and said, Come on, Mom will take you home. When Wu Lichuan sat on the back seat of the bike, he said, Mom, today after school, I met Wu Chuiying. Her stepfather seems to treat her well and lets her go to school, but she doesn't have any books. I promised to give her my old books. Hearing his mother's calm voice, Wu Lichuan hesitated for a moment and asked, Mom, do you think I'm a selfish person? Su Miaojuan sighed softly and replied, You're so kind-hearted. You can't be a selfish person. I just hope you can always tell right from wrong and stick to your principles and not be led around by others. Su Miaojuan didn't care what others thought. All she could do was do her best at her own tasks. If one day Wu Lichuan really let her down, she would step back, again and again. I will, Mom. I won't let you down. After that, they talked and laughed as they headed home. While Su Huaiyu and Wu Lijiang were writing homework in the pavilion, Wu Lichuan came back with Su Miaojuan. Wu Lijiang suddenly stood up from the stone bench. Su Miaojuan looked at her daughter and Zhong Ziao sitting on a grass mat and said, Why are you doing homework outside? It's so cold. It's just a little cold. I finished it already, Su Huaiyu replied. His homework was mostly done at school. Zhong Ziao packed her bag and said, Xiaoyu, I'll come find you tomorrow. Goodbye, Auntie. Su Miaojuan smiled and said, Goodbye. Su Huaiyu and Wu Lijiang packed their bags to go home. Ji Huayang struggled and asked, Xiao Jiang, are you really not going to take me in tonight? Wu Lijiang coldly pushed Ji Huayang's hand away and said, Stay away from me. Goodbye. Wu Lijiang was preoccupied with the thought of Wu Lichuan meeting Wu Chuiying and being caught by his mother. He had no time to care about Ji Huayang being beaten or not. If he got beaten, he deserved it. After all, he wasn't careful with his homework. Mom, how did you meet my brother? Su Huaiyu looked at Wu Lijiang, who was leaning close to his mother, feeling a bit helpless. Although Wu Lijiang didn't like Kai Meiwan and didn't want much contact with Wu Chuiying, he cared deeply about Wu Lichuan. He was worried that Wu Lichuan might have a strained relationship with Su Miaojuan because of their mother. We met on the way. Your brother said he wanted to find books for Wu Chuiying. You can go with him to look for them. Hearing this, Wu Lijiang immediately changed his expression and said, I won't go. It's okay. I'll find them myself, Wu Lichuan said, rolling his eyes at his younger brother. He explained, Wu Chuiying doesn't even have books for school. I thought I had some extras, so I lent her some. Do as you like. They're your books anyway. Seeing Wu Lijiang's impatient look, Wu Lichuan told Su Miaojuan, Mom, I'll go get the books. Go ahead. I'm going to the cafeteria. When Su Miaojuan turned to leave the main room, Wu Lijiang went straight to his room. Su Huayu watched Wu Lijiang with a fierce look and quietly returned to his own room. But even though their room was walled off, the soundproofing wasn't great. Wu Lijiang saw Wu Lichuan searching for books on their bookshelf and suddenly pulled the book he was holding and threw it on the ground. Wu Lichuan looked at Wu Lijiang, who was throwing a tantrum, and frowned, asking, "What are you doing?" "What am I doing? I want to ask you what you are doing." Wu Lijiang pushed Wu Lichuan, who was about to pick up a book, and said, "Just find Wu Chuiing yourself." "Why do you have to tell Mom? I don't want to hide it from Mom, and I haven't done anything shameful." "Why can't she know?" "Because you're an ingrate." After Wu Lijiang said this, Su Huayu thought to herself, "Oh no, I'm not." "You're not? Everyone else doesn't want you, and they threw you away. You just go and flatter her with a face full of shame. I think you're just being stupid." Wu Lijiang, when she heard the sound of a fight, Su Huayu knew she couldn't just sit and watch anymore. She rushed to Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang's room. Seeing them fighting like stacked blocks, she quickly said, "Stop fighting. Let's talk nicely. I have nothing to say to this ingrate. I'm not an ingrate. You are an ingrate. I'm not." Su Huayu. This is how elementary school kids argue. "Stop fighting. If you keep going, when Mom and Dad come back, we might as well hold a family meeting." After Su Huayu said this, Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang reluctantly let go of each other. Wu Lijiang looked at Wu Lichuan's black eye and said, "You're older than me. I thought you would remember what happened better." They remembered how much suffering they endured because of their biological mother who abandoned them, how many hardships they faced. Wu Lichuan looked at the books scattered on the ground without saying a word. Wu Lijiang, with red eyes, glared at Wu Lichuan and said, "You forgot, but I haven't. Things haven't been good for many years, and now you want to go back to the past." Wu Lijiang's voice already carried a crying tone. Since Kai Meiwan appeared, Wu Lijiang started having nightmares. He dreamed he returned to Wu's village, dreamed he was so hungry he couldn't sleep, curled up in a doghouse wanting to gnaw on a bone, dreamed he and Wu Lichuan secretly watched Kai Meiwan, dreamed they were pushed down by her. "Do you want me to continue?" Wu Lijiang looked at Wu Lichuan, who was standing in front of him, silent and with his head bowed. He choked and continued, "Right now, looking at you feels like seeing a fly in my porridge bowl. I'm really afraid that because of this fly, there will be no more porridge left." After saying this, Wu Lijiang suddenly turned around and said to Su Huayu standing beside him, "Is my comparison appropriate?" Su Huayu. It's all your fault. If I used this in an essay, I'd definitely get a perfect score." Wu Lijiang shouted angrily at Wu Lichuan. "Su Huayu. Isn't this just a quarrel? Anyway, you either cut all ties with Kai Meiwan like I did or..." Wu Lijiang took a deep, trembling breath, clenched his fists, and looked at Wu Lichuan. "You might as well just go live with Kai Meiwan." After saying this, tears suddenly fell from Wu Lichuan's eyes onto the ground. "Mom and Dad don't want to talk to you, but that doesn't mean they don't care inside," Wu Lijiang said, feeling much lighter inside. "I think Mom and Dad have done enough, but that doesn't mean their temper is good enough to let you treat them so badly." Su Huayu looked at Wu Lijiang, whose nails were digging into his palms, and reached out to hold his fist. Wu Lijiang looked at Su Huayu, his eyes turning red, and said, "Do you know what Ji Huayang said to Xiaoyu? He said you care more about Wu Chuiing than Xiaoyu. In your heart, Wu Chuiing must be more important than Xiaoyu." Wu Lichuan suddenly raised his head when he heard this. "I didn't. I just think she's pitiful. What about us? Are we not pitiful?" Wu Lijiang asked Wu Lichuan, "Who do you think made us not pitiful now?" "It's Mom and Dad. Without Mom and Dad, we are nothing. Have you forgotten? If it weren't for Mom saving us twice, we might have been kidnapped by human traffickers long ago. Do you think you could still live such a good life in the capital? We might not even be alive." Su Huayu looked at Wu Lijiang in surprise. She always thought Wu Lijiang was carefree and not as delicate as Wu Lichuan. He didn't seem as smart as Wu Lichuan either. But in fact, Wu Lijiang knew everything and understood everything. He was much more perceptive and straightforward than Wu Lichuan. "Who Kai Meiwan is, you, being older than me, should know better. You said you haven't been in contact with Kai Meiwan. but your interactions with Wu Chuiying seem to be an attempt to give her a chance to bother you. It's your own choice how you want to deal with Kai Meiwan. Please don't involve me, Dad, Mom, or little you in this. Do you think she's pitiful? There are many people in the world who are pitiful. If you really feel sorry for her, just carry your burden and go be pitiful with her. Just wait until you lose your parents' support and see how Kai Meiwan treats you then. After Wu Lijiang finished speaking, Su Huayu silently gave him a big thumbs up. Wu Lichuan hasn't done much lately, but his clingy and nagging attitude towards Wu Chuiying really makes people uncomfortable. After Wu Lijiang finished speaking and saw Wu Lichuan not saying anything, he turned around and took Su Huayu's hand and left the room. When they came out, Su Huayu thoughtfully closed the door behind Wu Lichuan. He needs to calm down now. Seeing Wu Lijiang crying heavily after leaving, Su Huayu took his hand and led him into his own room. Wu Lijiang sat heavily on the chair by Su Huayu's desk and asked, "Do you think I can wake him up by scolding him?" "Probably," Su Huayu praised him. "Little brother, I didn't expect you to be so quick with your words." Wu Lijiang looked at Su Huayu, who rarely called him brother, and smiled, saying, "Do you think I look super handsome just now?" Wu Lijiang just wanted to show off a little, but Su Huayu looked at him and said, "Yes, very handsome." "Wow, I didn't expect my little brother to be so smart and eloquent. You shouldn't have just ranked third." Wu Lijiang was quite happy to hear Su Huayu's earlier words, but when he heard the latter, he collapsed and said, "Did I want to rank third? It's because you and Tang Qihua did so well." Su Huayu scored full marks, and Wu Lijiang was used to it. Tang Qihua always lost only 1 or 2 points, and he was about to surpass his sister. How could he compare himself to him? "It's okay, little brother. I'll help you study so you can aim for second place next time." Wu Lijiang immediately waved his hand and said, "I think third is good enough. Not everyone wants to be first." "Indeed, third place is pretty good." Su Huayu finished speaking and took the medicine box from the main room to apply medicine to Wu Lijiang. "Later, you take the box and help Dakian with his ointment." "I won't go," Wu Lijiang stubbornly said. "Then just push the box into his room and let him do it himself." Wu Lijiang felt satisfied at first, but then felt a bit embarrassed as he calmed down. Su Miaojuan came back with Wu Haifeng. As soon as they entered the house, they saw Wu Lijiang's injured face. Wu Lijiang wanted to hide his injury so his parents wouldn't see, but it was too obvious. He was ready for questions from his parents, but they only glanced and then continued as usual. "Where's Dakian? Call him to eat together." Wu Lijiang awkwardly said nothing, while Su Huayu smiled and said, "I'll go call him." "Brother, bring me the medicine box." Wu Lijiang reluctantly carried the box and followed Su Huayu. Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng exchanged glances and shrugged helplessly. Su Huayu knocked on Wu Lichuan's door and called, "Big brother, dinner time." She called twice but got no response. Just as she was about to knock a third time, Wu Lijiang suddenly pushed the door open. The room was empty, no sign of Wu Lichuan. Not only was Wu Lichuan missing, but even the books that had fallen on the ground were gone. Thinking of what Wu Lijiang had said earlier, Su Huayu hurriedly looked through Wu Lichuan's wardrobe. Su Huayu was worried that Wu Lichuan might be upset after hearing Wu Lijiang's words and might really leave to join Kai Meiwan. Wu Lijiang also seemed to have thought of this, so they both rushed to Wu Lichuan's wardrobe. Seeing that all the clothes inside were still there, Su Huayu and Wu Lijiang looked at each other and both relaxed. It was good that he didn't leave in anger with his belongings. As for the books on the ground, they sighed together again. Wu Lichuan carried the books in a bag and hurried to the pavilion he had arranged with Wu Chuiying. However, Wu Chuiying was already gone. He hadn't taken long, and he had come as quickly as he could, but Wu Chuiying was nowhere to be seen. Wu Lichuan looked at the books in his bag and the small change he had saved, standing still to leave, when suddenly Wu Chuiying appeared. "Brother." Wu Lichuan watched as Wu Chuiying, who had just put down her school bag, reappeared and handed him her bag. "Inside are my textbooks from 1st and 2nd grade, along with some notebooks, pencils, and erasers I don't need. You can keep them." Wu Chuiying took the bag from Wu Lichuan and smiled widely when she saw the books, pencils, and erasers inside. But when she saw the dark bruise on Wu Lichuan's face, she clenched her bag and asked, Brother, did your stepmother hit you? No. Wu Lichuan wanted to touch his eye but felt too much pain, so he withdrew his hand. Did your dad hit you? No, I fell down by myself. Wu Chuanying looked at Wu Lichuan, who was clearly lying, and pursed her lips. She didn't believe he fell on his own. Wu Lichuan took 5 yuan, 73 cents from his pocket, and handed it to Wu Chuanying. She looked at the money in front of her, excitedly staring at Wu Lichuan. Brother, is this for me? Her brother was so rich. Wu Chuanying had never seen so much money before, not even a dime, but it seemed like over 5 yuan. Yes, it's for you. Wu Lichuan looked at Wu Chuanying, who was clutching the money tightly, and said, Don't come to see me anymore. We shouldn't contact each other. Wu Chuanying's happy smile froze on her face when she heard this. She looked up in disbelief, her face full of worry, confusion, and panic as she asked, Why? Brother, did I do something wrong? Wu Chuanying swallowed hard and asked, clutching the money tightly. You didn't do anything wrong. I just think it's better if we keep some distance. Wu Chuanying cried and said, Brother, maybe your stepmother found out you saw me, so she hit you and told you not to see me. Boo-hoo, don't cry. That's not how it is. It must be like that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have suddenly been hit. I knew stepmothers aren't good people. Boo-hoo. My mom is a good mom. I wasn't hurt by my mom, Wu Lichuan said loudly to emphasize. Then he continued, Can you stop crying now? Maybe Wu Lichuan's voice sounded a little impatient, so Wu Chuanying quickly stopped crying and looked at her brother with tears in her eyes. You said, Wu Lichuan looked at Wu Chuanying with tears in her eyes and asked, Should I live with you and your mother? Wu Lichuan said this because of Wu Lijung. Maybe he had unknowingly become a burden to his parents. When he saw Wu Chuanying, he suddenly blurted out the sentence without thinking. Huh. Wu Chuanying was so shocked by Wu Lichuan's words that her tears disappeared from her eyes. I want to move out of the house and live with you and your mother to be with you. No. Wu Chuanying saw that Wu Lichuan was serious, so she quickly said, Brother, no. Now, there isn't enough food at home. The men in the family get the best, and if Wu Lichuan comes, he is a boy too. That means there will be even less for her to eat. Our family. We don't have much grain. If you come, you might go hungry. It's better for you to stay at home and eat well. Wu Chuanying truly envied Wu Lichuan's current life. She couldn't understand why he would give up a good life to come suffer with them. They often went hungry, didn't have warm clothes, and had many chores to do every day. They also worried about whether her mother and stepbrother's relationship would be discovered by their stepfather. Yes, the man who was secretly with her mother in the room was her stepbrother, who was in his early 20s and still unmarried. After finding out this, Wu Chuanying was afraid every day. She worried that if her stepfather found out, he would kick her and her mother out. Brother, we don't have extra grain at home. Mother said your family has plenty. We are always hungry. Can you bring some grain from your home? Wu Chuanying was still young and didn't know how to speak politely. Even if she felt she was being very humble, Wu Lichuan's face changed when he heard her words. Wu Chuanying didn't notice Wu Lichuan's unusual mood. She pointed to her bag and said, Brother, you can put the grain in this bag. Any kind of grain is fine. Our family is about to run out of food. Today, I only ate a piece of sweet potato. I haven't eaten anything else. I'm really hungry. Brother, please have mercy on me. As Wu Chuanying held her bag and tears welled up in her eyes, Wu Lichuan took a step back. Our family doesn't have much grain left. Surely, you have more than us. Wu Chuanying clenched the money that Wu Lichuan gave her and said, Look, you have pocket money. With so much money, your family must be very rich. Please be kind to me and mom, brother. Wu Lichuan looked at Wu Chuanying begging and shook his head. This money isn't. Did you steal it? Wu Chuanying quickly interrupted, sensing Wu Lichuan's reluctance. Even if you stole it, it's okay. Kid stealing doesn't get noticed. Brother, can you steal a few more grain coupons for me? Without coupons, we have no food. Or maybe you could secretly steal some grain from home. This money is mine. I didn't steal it. I saved it, Wu Lichuan said sadly, looking at Wu Chuanying. Kids shouldn't steal. Stealing is wrong. I don't want to steal either, but if I don't, I will starve, brother. If you can help us, I promise I won't steal anymore. Wu Lichuan looked at Wu Chuiying, who was revealing everything about herself, standing there speechless. Besides, Mom said I am just a kid. I won't go to jail or get beaten for stealing. But here, the rules are strict. I am so hungry I have no strength left. Please, brother, save me. I am your sister. Wu Lichuan looked at the money in Wu Chuiying's hand and said, I can't save you. Our family is about to run out of food too. How is that possible? Mom said your dad is a high official with endless money and grain. Wu Chuiying didn't believe Wu Lichuan. She thought he was just being stingy and didn't want to help her. Nonsense. Wu Lichuan was a little angry when he heard her. My dad is just an ordinary government worker. He has a fixed salary and gets regular grain every month. He never embezzles or takes bribes. There's no endless money or grain as you say. Spit can drown people, and Wu Lichuan definitely couldn't let the accusation of corruption stick to his father. My dad, me, and little Jiang eat a lot. My mom worries every day. There's no grain left to share with you. Wu Lichuan looked coldly at Wu Chuiying, who showed no gratitude and was even a bit greedy, and said, because the food I give you comes from my own ration. During the time I delivered food to you, I never ate enough. If it weren't for Xiaoyu and Xiaojing sharing some of their food with me, I would be hungry every day. Hearing this, Wu Chuiying immediately said, now it's okay, since they share their food with you. Can you share your food with me? Wu Lichuan's eyes turned completely cold when he heard her words. Brother, please have mercy on me. I am your real sister, born from the same mother. Wu Chuiying cried as she said to Wu Lichuan, that girl named Xiaoyu in your family isn't your real sister, nor is she your father's daughter. She can dress so well and eat so well, but look at me. I wear torn clothes, use old things, and can't even eat enough. Don't you think that's unfair? Don't you think you owe me? When Wu Lichuan heard her say this, he almost wanted to laugh out loud. Because that sentence was a catchphrase of Kai Meiwan. I have nothing to feel sorry for you about, Wu Lichuan said, looking at Wu Chuiying. My sister is doing well because our mother works hard and is diligent. My sister works hard and strives to improve herself. It's also because we are a family. I feel sorry for you and pity you if you're not doing well, but this is not my fault, nor my sister's. Wu Lichuan took a step back, looking disappointed at Wu Chuiying, who was almost soaked in her mother's twisted logic and nonsense, and said coldly, today I came to tell you that we should not meet again in the future. Even if we see each other on the street, I won't greet you willingly. Brother, don't do this, you. Wu Chuiying wanted to step forward and grab Wu Lichuan's arm, but after he finished saying what he wanted to say, he turned around and ran away. Wu Chuiying cried as she wanted to chase after him, but the money she clutched and the bag she carried made her stop after a few steps. She was too hungry, with no strength at all, and could only cry as she watched Wu Lichuan leave. Watching her brother's back as he ran away, Wu Chuiying suddenly felt that her mother was right. Her two brothers were just ungrateful. Wu Lichuan ran back to the police station and slowed down only when he reached home. By the time he got there, dinner was already finished, and everyone was chatting by the stove. Wu Lichuan stood at the door for about a minute. Just as he was about to keep standing, the door to the main room opened from inside. Su Huayu looked helplessly at Wu Lichuan, who seemed to be punished at the door, and said, there's bone soup on the stove for you. Mom is waiting for you to come and eat the little dumplings. Wu Lichuan looked at Su Miaojuan, who was smiling and waving at him inside the main room, and his nose felt sour. Then he was pulled inside by Su Huayu. Wu Lijiang had a lot to say to Wu Lichuan, but seeing his distracted and lost look, he silently picked up his honey water and said nothing. He had already said everything he needed to tonight. If Wu Lichuan continued to be stubborn, Wu Lijiang felt he had no other choice. Wu Lichuan sat on his stool and told Su Miaojuan and the others around him, after school today, I promised Wu Chuiying I would lend her my old books, so I went to give them to her. Wu Lijiang guessed what was happening, but after hearing Wu Lichuan, he said annoyed, did we ask you to do that? I said I won't see her anymore. From now on, we will each live our own lives and not bother each other, Wu Lichuan told Su Miaojuan, who was giving him the little dumplings. After hearing this, Wu Lijiang's previous dissatisfaction finally eased a bit. That's better. We shouldn't be so clingy and keep in touch with her. Neither Wu Haifeng nor Su Miaojuan expressed their opinions about Wu Lichuan's actions. He said he just wanted to hear about it, but mainly, it depended on what he would do in the future. This time, Wu Lichuan was truly determined. He realized that his biological mother and his half-sister only saw him as a tool to get benefits. Apart from that, he was nothing. From that day on, Su Huayu saw Wu Chuiying a few more times on the way home from school. At first, Wu Chuiying just watched from a distance, seemingly hoping that Wu Lichuan would come over and talk to her when he saw her. But after 3 times of Wu Lichuan ignoring her, Wu Chuiying finally couldn't help but run up and stop them on their way home. "What do you want to do?" Wu Lijiang looked impatiently at Wu Chuiying, who was blocking their way. Wu Lichuan stood nearby, looking at Wu Chuiying with indifference and not saying a word. "Brother, I just want to say that there are many words in the book you gave me that I don't understand. Can I ask you about them?" Wu Chuiying didn't expect Wu Lichuan to be so cold-hearted. She thought he would ignore her completely, but he really turned his back on her. However, Wu Chuiying couldn't really stay away from Wu Lichuan. Not only because he was one of her few relatives and acquaintances in the capital, but also because she believed her biological mother was right. Her brother's family was rich, and if he showed her even a little kindness, she could live a good life. Like the books and pencils Wu Lichuan gave her that day, or the 5 yuan she had. So Wu Chuiying couldn't let her relationship with Wu Lichuan become distant. To live well in the capital, she had to hold on tightly to him. Seeing Wu Chuiying's face now, Wu Lichuan thought of what she had said to him that day. He was just soft-hearted, not stupid. He could see why Wu Chuiying was clinging to him so desperately. "Let's go home," Wu Lichuan said directly, bypassing Wu Chuiying and continuing to walk forward. Wu Chuiying looked at Wu Lichuan's cold expression, then cried and ran ahead, kneeling in front of him in front of everyone. "Brother, I was wrong. You can hit me or scold me, but please don't abandon me." Wu Chuiying's cry was heart-wrenching. She was small and thin, dressed in tattered clothes, kneeling on the cold ground, which made the people around look at Wu Lichuan and his group with unkind eyes. Even though Wu Lichuan and Su Huayu were dressed plainly, there was a big difference compared to Wu Chuiying, who looked like a little beggar on the ground. Wu Lijiang saw Wu Chuiying's behavior and frowned tightly. Wu Lichuan, on the other hand, saw the shadow of Kai Meiwan in Wu Chuiying. What does it matter if she kneels? Are we related to her? Wu Lijiang pulled Wu Lichuan to the side. She was willing to kneel, but not in front of them. Zhong Jiao also frowned and pulled Su Huayu aside. She admitted Wu Chuiying was pitiful, but sometimes her actions made her very uncomfortable. "You are my biological brothers," sob. The nearby onlookers, feeling outraged, stepped forward and said, "What's going on? Are you bullying the little girl? You're really her older brothers? Is your family abusing girls? I'm telling you, siblings should support each other. How can you make your sister kneel? That's just bullying." Su Huayu glanced at Wu Lichuan beside her. She could step in to stop this, but she wanted to see how Wu Lichuan would handle it. "We didn't bully anyone. She suddenly knelt in front of us on her own," Wu Lichuan said, feeling that they were unfairly accused. Seeing Wu Chuiying crying and kowtowing to them, Wu Lichuan felt speechless. Wu Lichuan thought Wu Chuiying looked pitiful, just like many times before. But this time, Wu Lichuan not only didn't feel sorry for her, but also found her completely lacking dignity to be quite frightening. "Hey, how did you force that girl to do this?" An older person couldn't stand it anymore and tried to pull Wu Chuiying up. Wu Chuiying dodged and cried, "If brother doesn't forgive me, I won't get up." Boo-hoo. Su Huayu had no particular feelings for Wu Chuiying before, but now she really disliked her. Wu Chuiying seemed to think this method could help her, so she started to use it more and more to get what she wanted. "Then just kneel there," Wu Lichuan said loudly to Wu Chuiying. "No matter how much you beg, I won't steal food or money from the family for you. I've told you many times, stealing is wrong. Stealing from your own family is even worse, not to mention we're not even related." After Wu Lichuan finished speaking, Wu Chuiying's crying stopped abruptly, and everyone around looked at her in disbelief. What's going on? Now, no family's food is just blown here by the wind. Don't come begging me. It's useless. Brother, Wu Chuiying looked at Wu Lichuan, who was accusing her of stealing in front of so many people, and froze. How could he say that in front of so many? I didn't steal anything. Say whatever you want. When my father went to war, we didn't know if he was alive or dead. My mother abandoned us and remarried. Now that your father has died and your mother remarried again, no matter how many times she remarried, it doesn't change the fact that we are not family and we have no obligation to share our food with you. If you keep causing trouble, I will go talk to your school teacher. Wu Lichuan didn't say he was going to find Kai Meiwan because he suspected that everything Wu Chuiying was doing now was ordered by Kai Meiwan. Otherwise, how could Wu Chuiying, a young girl, have become like this? Wu Lichuan looked at Wu Chuiying, who was kneeling on the ground with a pale face, staring blankly. He said coldly, I told you, don't come to me. After speaking, Wu Lichuan directly pulled away with Wu Lijiang and Su Huayu and left. Wu Lijiang watched Wu Lichuan, who was quick and decisive, and after they had walked a long way, he couldn't help but reach out and place his hand on Wu Lichuan's forehead, asking, Are you really my older brother? Wu Lichuan looked at Wu Lijiang's action with a speechless expression. You're not running a fever. How come you're suddenly so clear-minded? Ji Huayang saw Wu Lijiang's doubtful gesture and laughed loudly. De Chuan isn't stupid. Even I can tell that Wu Chuiying isn't easy to get along with. Your older brother can see that too. After Ji Huayang said this, Su Huayu and the others looked at him helplessly and speechlessly. Yeah, even you can see that, Wu Lijiang said with a double meaning. Are you calling me stupid? Ji Huayang asked suspiciously, hugging Wu Lijiang's shoulder. Wu Lijiang almost laughed out of anger. Am I calling you stupid? Isn't he actually insulting himself? They chatted, joked, and played as they ran home, leaving Wu Chuiying kneeling on the ground, crying as she watched their backs. When Su Huayu and the others returned to the courtyard, the person at the guardhouse saw Su Huayu and quickly called out to her, Xiaoyu, you're just in time. Su Huayu stopped and looked at the woman at the guardhouse. It's a call from Shin City. As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Huayang said, I guessed it was my little uncle's call. My little uncle has been gone for so long. One call a week. Everyone in the police compound knows that Xiao Yu and my little uncle are close. Wu Lijiang looked at Ji Huayang and said, It's not like you just found out. Ever since your brother-in-law came to our police station, Xiao Yu has been always by his side. Wu Lijiang paused and then looked at Su Huayu, who was answering a phone call, and said, Sometimes I feel like Big Lu is more like Xiao Yu's real older brother. Zhong Jia watched Wu Lijiang and Ji Huayang talking and wanted to say something, but she felt that maybe they weren't wrong. Still, Zhong Jiao always felt that something was different. When Su Huayu took the call, she said into the phone, Lu Zhongbai. You came home half an hour later than usual today. Hearing Lu Zhongbai's words, Su Huayu really wanted to tell him he was a bit boring. If he wasn't bored, why would he keep track of her return time and call her right on schedule? Something small happened on the way today. Are you busy? I'm not busy. You know I would call you. Su Huayu listened to Lu Zhongbai's slightly sad voice and said, Sorry, you used to call only on weekends, so I didn't notice. Lu Zhongbai's letter writing and mailing times are irregular, but his calls are always at a fixed time. He does this to help Su Huayu develop the habit of answering his calls on time. You have no idea how much I look forward to calling you every week. Do you not want to answer my calls? Whenever this happened, Su Huayu would realize that Lu Zhongbai was younger than her in terms of emotional age. Lu Zhongbai, are you being excluded in Shin City? She didn't rule out this possibility and even thought she might have uncovered the truth. Sometimes she felt that Lu Zhongbai contacted her so often because he had no friends in Shin City. But then again, with Lu Zhongbai's stubborn and proud personality, it was indeed hard to make friends with him at first. Su Huayu thought that no matter what, Lu Zhongbai was someone she had known since childhood. She held the phone and comforted him. It's okay. If they don't like to play with you, it's their loss. Lu Zhongbai listened to Su Huayu's comforting words on the other end of the line. He initially wanted to argue, but as he listened, he found himself feeling quite pleased. Is it true that I have a really bad temper? Not at all. When Su Huayu heard Lu Zhongbai's rare self-doubt, he said to him. You are kind, brave, loyal, and have many good qualities. They don't understand you, so they don't want to be around you. If they knew you better, they would definitely want to be friends with you. Waiting outside the reception room, Wu Lijiang leaned on Ji Huayang and said, Why does Big Brother Lu have so much to say to Xiaoyu? Yeah, I remember he didn't talk that much when he was still here. Not only did he not talk much, but when he spoke to them, his words were very brief. Even saying a few more words to strangers was considered friendly. I don't understand. After comforting Lu Zhongbai, Su Huayu hung up the phone, walked out of the reception room, and saw Wu Lijiang and others leaning together, looking at him. He asked, Why are you all looking at me? Xiaoyu, what are you talking about with my brother-in-law? Why did you chat for so long? They've been talking for nearly half an hour. They really could chat a lot. Outside, they were almost chilled by the cold wind. Thinking of this, Su Huayu sighed and said, Your brother-in-law was being isolated and bullied in Xin City. I just wanted to comfort him. Ji Huayang, Wu Lijiang, and Wu Lichuan. Are you talking about the person being bullied and isolated? Is it my brother-in-law? Ji Huayang doubted if he was hearing things because that sounded so unbelievable. Xiaoyu, the person you mentioned being bullied and isolated, it definitely isn't Big Brother Lu, right? Wu Lichuan also couldn't help but doubt. It's impossible for Lu Zhongbai to be bullied and isolated. Wu Lijiang also said to Su Huayu, Are you sure it's not Big Brother Lu who is isolating and excluding everyone else? Su Huayu wanted to say that Lu Zhongbai was only about 11 or 12 years old. At that age, it's normal to have trouble fitting into a new environment. But something felt off. Who knows? Su Huayu gave up thinking. After all, he wasn't in Xin City, so he didn't really know what was happening with Lu Zhongbai. After hanging up the phone, Lu Zhongbai saw his 5 little friends in the living room who had been forcibly silenced by him. Boss, are you talking about the person being bullied and isolated? Is it you? Wei Lijun looked around at the friends, lost in thought, as Lu Zhongbai said nothing when no one paid attention to him. Everest Huaihua said nothing and asked, Are you sure we isolated you? Or is it you who isolated us? From the moment he made the call, they were forced to stay silent. Even the housekeeper helping at home knew that when Lu Zhongbai was on the phone, no one was allowed to speak. It doesn't matter. What mattered was that he played the victim, and Su Huayu felt sorry for him. The important thing is his little sister. Kong Jun pushed up his glasses and smiled. Since the day I met you, he's been hiding her. Yezhou Jijiu asked. Director Chi said you took a lot of photos of that little you. Can you show us? I want to see. Xiang Guoqing leaned on the sofa and immediately raised his hand after Zhou Jijia finished speaking. Dream on. Lu Zhongbai put on his hat and told everyone in the living room, Let's go. Time to fight. Come on, let's go. If we don't leave now, those people will think we're scared. That day was both Saturday and the first day of the lunar month. Su Huayu, who went to bed at 8 last night, woke up at 5 in the morning. She was dressed in dark clothes when she arrived at the haunted house, just as dawn was breaking. Su Huayu looked at the nearly overflowing wine jar and sighed softly. The things they sent kept increasing. Sometimes, when Su Huayu was exchanging grains, one wine jar couldn't hold everything, so she had to put some into the neighboring jar. Fortunately, there were many wine jars in the haunted house, or else it would have been hard to store everything. In just 15 minutes, Su Huayu managed to put all the items from the wine jars into her space. She noticed that recently, the situation seemed to be getting more difficult because the items appearing in the jars were becoming more valuable. These people didn't seem to lack gold, silver, jewelry, or antiques. It made sense. Being the ancient capital of several dynasties, the city was full of hidden talents, not to mention the wealthy families she had exchanged with over the years. However, Su Huayu didn't increase her grain supply just because the items in the jars were more valuable. She only added a little more grain, some nutritional supplements, and side dishes, without making any other major changes. Some clever people had left notes in the jars, listing the items they wanted. Su Huayu didn't fulfill all their requests, she only satisfied half each time. But even half was enough to satisfy these people. After Su Huayu placed all the food and other items into the wine jar and covered it, she suddenly heard footsteps nearby. Her first reaction was to step into the jar and cover herself with the lid. Su Huayu immediately wondered if the person Zheng Xiaojie sent was up to no good, trying to find a chance to catch her. After all, people are often greedy. Once they get a little, they want more. Fortunately, after hearing the voices of the two people, Su Huayu stopped doubting Zheng Xiaojie and others, but a deep sense of helplessness grew inside her. She heard the man call the woman Meiwan. At first, Su Huayu didn't react, but as the voices grew more similar to Kai Meijuan's, she realized who they might be. I heard this place is a famous haunted house. Are you sure no one will come here? Kai Meijuan's voice sounded sharp. Of course. Because it's haunted, no one comes here even during the day. No one will ruin our plans, the man replied. Are you sure it's not haunted? It's not haunted. If it were, it would only bother people like us, who enjoy mischief. Hearing Kai Meijuan's sweet laughter, Su Huayu looked around the jar walls with a sense of despair. She knew she couldn't come back here again. Just as this thought crossed her mind, an indescribable sound came from outside the jar. Su Huayu covered her ears in frustration. Why were they doing this so early in such a place? And Kai Meiwan was already remarried. Or maybe she and her current husband liked this kind of thrill. But what really broke Su Huayu was the sudden movement of the wooden lid above her head. Thud. Just as Su Huayu thought she was about to be discovered, Kai Meijuan's frightened scream rang out from outside. Ghost. The wooden lid moved again and again, accompanied by the chaos and screams of men and women outside. Su Huayu curled up inside the jar, wishing she had X-ray eyes to see what was happening outside. Why did they suddenly shout ghost? She looked up at the lid, and after hearing no sound outside for a long time, she took a black cloak from her space and put it on. Feeling brave, Wang Qingfeng returned to retrieve his pants, but saw the wine jar where they had just been. It was swaying gently, and then the wooden lid was pushed open, revealing a dark, shadowy figure. Seeing this frightening scene, Wang Qingfeng was so scared he lost his voice and screamed. He sat down the ground, dared not take his pants, and crawled away, exposing himself as he disappeared in front of Su Huayu. Su Huayu. She felt like she was about to have a panic attack. When Su Huayu came out of the wine jar, the sky was much brighter than before. She looked around and saw two black, human-shaped models hanging under the eaves of the haunted house. Why call them models? Because even a dried corpse that has been dead for decades wouldn't sway so easily in the wind. She didn't know how long these ghosts had been hanging there, but she hadn't noticed them before. However, she had to admit, at first glance, they looked quite scary. Su Huayu was startled when she saw them. She looked down at her outfit and thought, honestly, she looked a lot like those two disheveled human models, just smaller. When Su Huayu left the haunted house, she found a quiet spot, threw her black cloak into her space, then stepped out onto the street. She jumped and ran quickly toward the police station. From that day on, stories about the haunted house became even more popular. Su Huayu also secretly asked around, trying to find out if the rumors about Kai Meiwan and the man doing things in the haunted house had been discovered. But they hadn't. There were many rumors, mostly about people who had died in the haunted house coming out of the wine jar because they couldn't rest in peace, or about the hanged person reappearing in their original form, unwilling to leave. When Su Miaojuan heard these rumors, she remembered that day and asked Su Huayu about it. Su Huayu didn't want to tell everything. She only said that she heard someone coming to the haunted house, so she hid inside the wine jar. The visitor was frightened by the fake ghost hanging under the eaves and was also scared by her. Yes, Su Huayu was sure that the ghost they talked about, coming out of the wine jar and unwilling to rest, was her. Because of this, Su Miaojuan, when only the two of them were home, used a willow switch to hit Su Huayu's clothes and even made her cross a fire basin. In short, Su Miaojuan did everything she could. Su Miaojuan knows that all of this is fake, but maybe because she spent so much time with Huiyu in her past life, she tends to believe in these things rather than dismiss them. Still, she remains cautious and careful. She even considers telling her daughter not to go. The items they took from the Hor family's old house are enough to support several generations comfortably, but she also knows that Su Huayu and Zheng Xiaojie's dealings are not just about antiques and jewelry. After hesitating several times, Su Miaojuan asks, Xiaoyu, do you really like Teacher Zheng that much? Since Su Huayu initially started exchanging food to help Zheng Xiaojie, she asks. Teacher Zheng is very kind, Su Huayu says quietly to Su Miaojuan when no one else is around. But recently, it seems like Teacher Zheng is planning to get a divorce. He said he would divorce after all the household items are replaced with food and stored away. Su Miaojuan frowns and asks, why does he want a divorce? She instinctively thinks it's Zheng Xiaojie's fault. In her view, women are naturally at a disadvantage in marriage, especially since she heard that Zheng Xiaojie's wife has always stayed at home taking care of him when she first met him. If Zheng Xiaojie abandons his wife during such a difficult time, Su Miaojuan would doubt his character. He might be a hypocrite. I heard from the teachers at the youth center that Zheng's son might not be his real son. It seems Zheng has been cheated on for many years, Su Huayu says. Su Miaohun. Are you sure? I don't know. Teachers are so gossip-prone. I only overheard a little, Su Huayu explains, thinking about Zheng Xiaojie's recent changes. At the end of last year, Zheng looked so thin he was wobbling. Since he and his wife separated, he looks much healthier now. Su Miaojuan is aware of this change. Last year, when she went to pick up her daughter at the youth center, she saw Zheng Xiaojie looking so gaunt she wondered if he would survive the year. I remember he fainted at the youth center before, and you were the one who helped him, she says. So why you nuts? Back then, Zheng was probably fainting from hunger. It shouldn't be too bad. Although supplies are tight now, he works at the youth center and is a school teacher. Even if his wife isn't working, they can manage by saving a bit. Su Huayu sighed and said, it seems that after they get their monthly food, Teacher Zheng's wife takes about 2/3 to support her son and grandson. Su Miaojuan listened in silence and said after a while, it's better to part ways, divorce is good. But if he divorces because his wife is unfaithful, then his wife is finished. However, Zheng Xiaojie isn't someone who likes to give up easily. He did divorce Chao Mishue, but it was a peaceful separation. Chao Mishue took some of Zheng Xiaojie's salary to live with her son, and Zheng Xiaojie became completely single. What surprised Su Huayu most was that just a few days after the divorce, many people started introducing Zheng Xiaojie to potential partners. Zheng Xiaojie is about 60 years old now. Su Huayu really didn't expect that at this age, people would still be urging him to marry and introducing him to others. It's one thing to find teachers at the youth center or doormen to introduce, but why are they also approaching students like us? Xiaoyu, I heard that Teacher Zheng from the youth center is now living alone. As soon as Su Huayu returned home carrying his school bag, he was stopped by a lady from the big courtyard. Next to her, Wu Lijiang sighed and Ji Huayong said, Aunt Fei, are you planning to remarry? Get lost. My old man isn't dead yet. If he's dead, would you change? How can you talk like that? Aunt Fei scolded Ji Huayong, annoyed at his words. Ji Huayong chuckled and said, I was just asking because you're inquiring about Teacher Zheng. I'm introducing my niece. Aunt Fei looked at Su Huayu and said, my niece is 33, from the countryside, hard-working and caring. The only problem is she has this daughter. You can ask your teacher if he'd like to meet her. If he's interested, the bride price isn't much, just 50 jin of grain. When Fei Deijian mentioned that her 33-year-old niece was getting too old, Su Huayu didn't know what to say. After all, the man she wanted to introduce to her niece, Zheng Xiaojie, was almost twice her niece's age. Fei Deijian sighed heavily and said, her husband died, and she's left with a daughter. She's not well treated at her parents' house, eating the least and doing the most work. Not long ago, I went back to visit her. The girl is so thin she almost looks unhealthy. If 50 jin of grain is too much for Teacher Zheng, 30 jin is fine. Really, Suyu, you must talk to your teacher. It's like saving my niece's life. Su Huayu admitted that the woman Fei Deijian mentioned was very pitiful. But, Auntie, I remember your grandson is also in Teacher Zheng's class. Wouldn't it be more convenient to find our own grandson? Why look elsewhere? That's different. How can a boy do the kind of work that a girl can? It's easier for a girl, Su Huayu. She pulled her hand back. Andy, please find someone else. Oh, Suyu, listen to what I'm saying. Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang stepped in front of their sister. Don't pull my sister. We need to go home and cook. We're leaving now. While Wu Lichuan was speaking, Wu Lijiang had already pulled Su Huayu away and ran outside. Once they reached a place where Fei Deijian couldn't see them, Zhong Jiao let out a long breath and said, "That was so scary." Annie Fei sounded like she was selling someone, and it wasn't about money, but about grain. 30 jin of grain for a wife. That's her own niece. Listening to Zhong Jiao and Wu Lijiang's discussion, Su Huayu sighed softly. She thought such things might not be uncommon nowadays. She just hoped this difficult time would pass soon. Many people wanted to introduce someone for Zheng Xiaojie, but he didn't agree to any of them. He thought he was fine being alone now, eating well, and the family not going hungry. In October 1961, Su Huayu stopped trading ghost houses with Zheng Xiaojie and others. During the last transaction, Su Huayu added 2 more jin of red sugar, 5 jin of millet, and a chicken to each wine jar. Only in the first jar, which was exchanged with Zheng Xiaojie, did he leave a note saying no more trades. When Zheng Xiaojie and others saw this notice on the night of October 15th at the haunted house, they felt a deep sense of loss. Many people had survived during this difficult time, mainly because of the trades at the haunted house. Seeing the extra red sugar, millet, and the chicken in the 5 jars, they felt very touched. What's next? Chu Jia and the others didn't have a full view of the situation and didn't know that these 3 tough years were about to end. They had grown used to trading at the haunted house twice a month. If the trade stopped, their families would face great hardship again. Let's talk about the future later. I guess he has no more grain to exchange, so he stopped, Zheng Xiaojie said, holding the note. He won't come back. Chatahai sighed deeply and said, anyway, we should thank him. Su Huayu didn't know about Zheng Xiaojie's and others' feelings. She also didn't think they had exchanged all their grain, as Zheng Xiaojie suggested. Back when Su Miaojun and Su Huayu were in Shanghai, they bought a lot of grain. After trading for so long, they had only exchanged about half of their stored grain. As for what they received in exchange, it surprised Su Huayu. It was actually half of the things they had taken from the old Huijia residence. During this time, Su Huayu showed her mother everything she traded. She hadn't seen many good things, but Su Miaojun had. If Zheng Xiaojie and the others had once tried to trick them with fake goods, this trade wouldn't have lasted until now. In a good mood, Su Huayu brought home a big goose from her space when she returned home at night. Now 9 years old, Su Huayu was famous as a prodigy in the police compound. She had skipped several grades and entered junior high this fall, becoming classmates with Wu Lichuan and Zhong Jiao. Su Huayu calculated that if she skipped another grade, by 1966, she could almost reach the end of high school. Even if she couldn't graduate, being a college student or not made a big difference. Today, Wu Lijiang was a little unhappy on his way home. He rarely feels this way. Su Huayu put the goose in the kitchen and asked, Xiaojiang, what's wrong? Wu Lijiang sighed heavily and Wu Lichuan, standing nearby, also sighed and said, Uncle Ji's family is moving away. Moving? Su Huayu was surprised. So, suddenly, where are they going? Still in the capital, Wu Lijiang sat down heavily on the steps, looking very downcast. No, Uncle Ji is being transferred to the northeast city of Bingqing. Oh no, Wu Lijiang almost shouted to the sky. You skipped a grade to middle school, and now Huayang is leaving too. I'm left all alone in the class. Seeing Wu Lijiang's breakdown, Su Huayu asked, Did Ji Huayang not come back with you? Wu Lijiang shook his head. His mom took him away right after school. After saying this, Wu Lijiang suddenly looked up at Su Huayu and asked, Why did you leave school so early today? Middle school usually ends later than elementary school. Today, the results of the monthly exam came out. Xiaoyu got first place and was called to the principal's office. Then he didn't come back. It's strange. Now Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang feel the same way. Years ago, Su Huayu was a year and a half younger than Wu Lijiang, but they went to elementary school together. They studied together for a long time, and Su Huayu was always the top student. Now, she skipped a grade and is in the first year of middle school, and she's been the top student just as long. Well, it doesn't matter. I just left school early myself. Wu Lijong looked at Su Huayu with envy. Xiaoyu, how did your brain grow? Can you share some of it with me? Do you need help with tutoring? Wu Lijong immediately shook his head. Actually, I'm doing pretty well now. Ever since you and Tang Qihua skipped grades and moved on, I finally became the top in the class. But being first doesn't feel very rewarding. While they were chatting, suddenly they heard a lot of voices outside. They looked toward the door and saw Su Miaojuan and her husband, along with Lu Jianwei and his wife, carrying bags of things into the house. Wu Haifeng carried some items into the kitchen and looked at the big goose on the chopping board, saying, "Where did this goose come from?" "I bought it," Su Huayu said proactively. "I finished school early today and saw someone selling things in the alley, so I bought one." Wu Haifeng didn't doubt him. After all, there are policies and countermeasures. Even if not going to the black market, walking around the streets sometimes allows you to buy unexpected things. "Perfect. Tonight, we're going to Siwei and their family off," Su Miaojuan said as she approached her daughter. Su Huayu looked at Lu Jianwei in surprise. "Are you leaving so soon?" Even if the decision was made to transfer, there should be some time for handover and transition. Knowing today that they are leaving and leaving tomorrow feels more like fleeing than a transfer. Lu Jianwei smiled and said, "I plan to take Huayang and the Huai family with me first. It's been a long time since I saw my parents. Before going to Bing City, we will stay in Shin City for a few days, then go to Bing City to settle the house." Wu Lijong looked at Ji Huayang and said, "That's so fast. You didn't even say goodbye properly." Ji Huayang also looked helpless. "I only found out at noon today when I got home." He had no idea before. If he had known, he definitely wouldn't have kept this news until today. When Su Huayu heard Ji Huayang, his brow furrowed slightly because this transfer of Ji Dehui seemed a bit suspicious this time. "Tonight, you can say goodbye properly," Lu Jianwei said, clearly the happiest among Ji's family about this transfer. Indeed, being transferred near his parents was something to be happy about. "Miaojuan, let's go prepare some food." Su Miaojuan nodded with a smile. "Now that the weather is colder, I think we should just make a big stew with a goose in the yard." Su Miaojuan winked at her daughter, and it had to be said, the appearance of that big goose came at just the right time. "Okay, today really is your lucky day." In recent years, although Lu Jianwei's family hasn't gone hungry, they haven't eaten anything special either. Even the meat, after being cut, was eaten in small slices. "Don't be so polite. You also bought roast duck, didn't you?" Lu Jianwei said somewhat wistfully. "I'm afraid if I don't buy it now, I won't know when I'll get to eat it again." Lu Jianwei sighed as she entered the kitchen with Su Miaojuan, while brothers Wu Lijong sat on a bench at the door with brothers Ji Huayang. Su Huayu watched Wu Haifeng, who had gone into the main room with Ji Dehui, quietly sit on a bench at the door, holding it silently. Although Su Huayu seemed to be talking to Wu Lijong and Ji Huayang, he was actually secretly listening to what Wu Haifeng and Ji Dehui were saying. "I've almost finished handing over my work during this time. If there's anything unclear at the bureau, ask quickly. After I leave at the end of the month, you can only contact me by phone or letter." Wu Haifeng patted Ji Dehui on the shoulder and said, "We've worked together for so many years. I trust your work attitude and ability." After saying this, he sighed and added, "In the next few days, I'll bring someone to check with you. If it's really not working out, you should leave early." Ji Dehui smiled and said, "Are you in such a hurry to see me go?" Wu Haifeng looked at Ji Dehui without speaking, and Ji Dehui patted Wu Haifeng's arm after he finished and said, "Everyone has their own path." "You." In the end, Ji Dehui said nothing more, only sighing and saying, "Actually, I think going somewhere else might be good." "That's true." Seeing Wu Haifeng agree, Ji Dehui smiled and asked, "And you? What do you think?" "Just watching and waiting." After saying these 4 words, Wu Haifeng and Ji Dehui no longer discussed work. Su Huayu saw brothers Wu Lijong and Ji Huayang about to go home to pack their things, so she followed them to the Ji family. Ji Huayang brothers had too many belongings. When they left, they couldn't take everything, so they divided many things they couldn't carry to Wu Lijong and his brother. Since they received many things for free, Wu Lijiang and his brother weren't sad at all. They happily carried their bags back home. Wu Haifeng and Ji Dehui looked helplessly at the children. Lu Jianwei, smiling, said to Su Miaojuan nearby, "After dinner, you should come to my house with me. I also packed some things. If you don't mind, I'll give everything to your family." "Why would I mind? I'd be happy to take it." Su Miaojuan also felt a bit sad about Lu Jianwei's family leaving. After all, over the years, Lu Jianwei was one of her few friends in the capital. If possible, she truly wished that both families could live together like this forever. But unfortunately, no gathering lasts forever. That evening, there was meat and vegetables. Wu Haifeng and Ji Dehui, along with 2 other adults, shared a drink. Su Huayu and the other 3 sat nearby, chatting and eating. After dinner, the 5 of them went to the big courtyard to say goodbye to Ji Huayang, Ji Huai's family, and their friends. They didn't return home until 10 o'clock at night. Since it was the last night, Ji Huayang and Ji Huai's family stayed in Wu Lijiang's room to sleep. Su Huayu lay on the Kong bed, listening to the voices from the next room, and sighed softly. This separation, he didn't know when they would meet again, maybe many years later, or perhaps never again in this lifetime. The next morning, when Su Miaojuan woke up, she had already steamed 3 baskets of buns. Su Huayu finished dressing and washing up, then went to the kitchen. Su Miaojuan handed him a bun. "Soy sauce pork bun, try it." Su Huayu took a bite. The meat was fragrant and a little juicy. The skill was just as good as buns from a state-run restaurant. Just as long as it's tasty. Huayang and the others will go to the train station after breakfast. I'll pack some for them to eat on the way. Actually, Lu Jianwei had made a dozen chive pockets that morning, along with peach crisps and egg cakes. They wouldn't go hungry on the road. But when she saw Su Miaojuan getting up early to steam soy sauce pork buns and vegetable buns, she was almost moved to tears. "Miaojuan, maybe you should persuade your family's Wu Lao to move to the northeast too." Lu Jianwei hugged Su Miaojuan, choking up. "I really don't want to part with you. When I leave, you must think of me." "I will. No matter how hard it is to part, when the time comes, they have to say goodbye." Less than a week after Lu Jianwei and her son left the capital, Ji Dehui also left. The Ji family was empty for less than a day before new neighbors moved in. They moved in on a Saturday, the same day Su Huayu had a performance. He left early in the morning and was only brought back home by Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng after the show ended. As soon as they entered the house, they saw the brothers Wu Lijiang sitting in the yard. Su Miaojuan looked at Wu Lichuan and his brother sitting outside in the cold and asked, "Aren't you cold?" "It's okay." Wu Lichuan stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. "Mom, the new neighbors moved in behind us. Already?" Although Su Miaojuan knew that the house was a bit tight now, and that someone would definitely move in after the Ji family moved out, she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Wu Haifeng called the children inside and said, "Yes, they also need to make room for others." Su Huayu returned to the main hall, listening to the laughter and chatter coming from the back window. For a moment, she felt as if Lu Jianwei's family hadn't really moved away. When Su Huayu finished washing off her makeup and changed clothes in her room, their new neighbor came to visit. Hearing the conversation from the main hall, Su Huayu casually put on a beige knitted sweater and wore black woolen pants before stepping outside. Seeing Su Huayu come out, Wu Haifeng smiled and introduced her to the new neighbor. "This is our youngest daughter, Huayu. Huayu, say hello to Uncle and Auntie." Su Huayu looked at the man, who was about 45 years old with a big smile, and the pretty woman, who looked around 30. She politely said, "Hello, Uncle." "Hello, Auntie." "Ha ha, hello," Yao Tianju said with a smile, looking at the smart and beautiful Su Huayu. "This must be our big courtyard's little genius. Later, let your older brothers and sisters play with you more, so they can also share your bright energy." Su Huayu didn't like Yao Tianju. That was her first impression after seeing him. Wu Haifeng, after Yao Tianju finished speaking, patted Su Huayu's head and said, "You're overdoing it. Our little Yu is just very serious about her work." Yao Tianju waved his hand and said, "Being serious alone isn't enough to make someone like Lil Yu." Hearing Wu Haifeng call Su Huayu by name, Yao Tianju also called out, "Archuiwan, your little Yu and Dachin are in the same class. I heard that in the last exam, little Yu was the youngest and scored the highest, almost 50 points ahead of Cui Wan. Su Huayu looked at Cui Wan, who was standing beside his wife. She was her and Wu Lichuan's classmate, but Su Huayu hadn't paid much attention to her. When Su Huayu looked at Cui Wan smiled and nodded at her, and Su Huayu returned a smile. Xiaoyu, after school, take Cui Wan with you to do homework. Let her see how a good student does homework. When Su Miaojuan heard that Yao Tianju had arranged his daughter's schedule without asking her, she smiled and said, "Our little Yu has finished her homework at school. After class, she still needs to practice dance and piano, so she has no time." Su Miaojuan immediately refused, causing a brief stiffening on Yao Tianju's face, but it was only for a moment. "It's okay," Yao Tianju said cheerfully. "Since we will be neighbors in the future, let the kids spend more time together. Maybe someday, we will become relatives." After Yao Tianju finished speaking, Su Miaojuan's smile gradually disappeared. Yao Tianju acted as if he didn't notice and smiled at Su Huayu, saying, "Little Yu, see which of your two brothers you like more." "When the time comes," Deputy Director Yao, Wu Haifeng interrupted, "the children are still young. The most important thing is for them to study well and strive to make the country proud. Don't you think?" Yao Tianju, not being foolish, nodded in agreement when he heard Wu Haifeng say this, saying, "Exactly. We're coming back late and haven't eaten yet, so we won't stay any longer," Wu Haifeng said with a smile. "You've had a long day, so go home and rest early." Hearing Wu Haifeng's almost dismissive words, Yao Tianju's smile didn't change. "Yes, it's been a tiring day. See you tomorrow." Wu Haifeng nodded, and he and Su Miaojuan saw the Yao family out. As soon as the door closed, Su Miaojuan turned and left. "What is this?" Su Miaojuan couldn't help but say. Just now, when Yao Tianju told her to choose between his two sons, Su Miaojuan almost splashed the cold tea on Yao Tianju's face. Wu Haifeng, hearing Su Miaojuan's restrained anger, said, "Let's keep some distance. Their house is right behind ours." "How is that far?" Su Miaojuan replied. Maybe because she had been comfortable living with Lu Jianwei's family before, she felt very upset now that such an inconsiderate family, who also wanted to marry into her family, had moved in. "Wu Haifeng, I tell you, don't try to set up a marriage for my daughter." Seeing how Su Miaojuan's whole body seemed to bristle whenever the topic involved Su Huayu, Wu Haifeng held her hand and said, "Of course not. These days, arranged marriages are outdated. Now, people value free choice. When little Yu likes someone, we will let her marry whoever she wants." Su Miaojuan looked at Su Huayu, who had just returned to the main hall with Wu Lijiang, and said, "Kids don't always know what's right or wrong. We still need to watch over them carefully. Even if she refuses to get married her whole life, I can support her forever." Wu Haifeng listened to Su Miaojuan and thought she was a bit too extreme, but seeing her gaze at Su Huayu, he sighed softly and said, "All right, but I think we should respect the child's wishes." Of course, Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan were in the yard with the cricket enthusiast Yao Tianju and his family. Wu Lijiang and his brother Su Huayu were in the main hall, quietly watching the crickets. Wu Lijiang said, "I don't like Yao Xingye because they were classmates. Yao Xingye had often bullied others at school because his father was mean to people. But since Wu Haifeng was Wu Lijiang's father, Yao Xingye never dared to bother Wu Lijiang or Ji Huayang. Now that Su Huayu had skipped a grade to middle school and Ji Huayang had transferred schools, Yao Xingye approached Wu Lijiang, trying to be friends. But Wu Lijiang's attitude was clear. "Keep your distance. Oh my, why do they have to move in? It's so annoying," Wu Lijiang exclaimed, holding his head in frustration. Wu Lichuan looked at his brother with sympathy. "Just bear with it. Yao Tsuajuan is okay. She gets along well with people in our class. Did you hear what Yao Xingye's dad just said? What does he mean?" "I feel like he's eyeing Xiuyu," Wu Lijiang said unhappily. Wu Lichuan, thinking of what Yao Tianju had said, also made a face. "Who cares? We just won't take it seriously. Yao Xingye is just shameless," Wu Lijiang told Wu Lichuan. "Brother, you should watch out for Xiuyu. I'm worried he'll bother her." "Sure. But we don't even go to the same school. Is it really necessary?" "Yes, it is." Wu Lijiang didn't like their family. Although Wu Lijiang disliked the Yao family, Yao Tianju loved Wu Haifeng's family very much. When he returned home, he looked at his two sons and asked, "What do you think of Su Huayu?" The oldest, Yao Xingzu, thought about seeing Su Huayu earlier at Wu Haifeng's house. "He looks pretty good. Of course. In our big yard, Su Huayu is the most handsome. Not only is he good-looking, but he's also smart, and he can dance and play the piano. He's really impressive," Yao Xingye said loudly. Yao Tianju looked at his young son's excited expression and said, "Since you like Xiaoyu so much, why didn't you get along well when you were in the same class? If you had, I wouldn't have to mention the marriage arrangement." Yao Xingye heard his father's words and shrugged. "I do want to get closer to her, but Wu Lijiang and Ji Huayang keep a close watch on her. They won't let any boys from our class get near Su Huayu. Not just their class. Boys from other classes are the same. Even when girls try to talk to Su Huayu, Wu Lijiang and Ji Huayang stand nearby like bodyguards. They look like they're guarding a treasure, not a girl. Why are you so stupid? Can't you find a way to spend time with her?" Yao Tianju said, disappointed. Not to mention, Su Huayu's father is his boss, and her mother is the head of the finance department at a brewery. Su Huayu is so young but already skilled in dance and piano, and she skipped several grades to attend middle school before age 10. If she married into their family, Yao Tianju can already imagine how outstanding his future grandson would be. "She's just advanced a grade," Yao Xingye said, feeling wronged. "What can you do? He's not as smart as Su Huayu." Yao Xingye still remembers the first time he tried to talk to Su Huayu, and she was coldly glanced at by someone called Lu Zhongbai, who was said to be from a military compound. That single look made Yao Xingye obediently return to his seat. Later, seeing Lu Zhongbai scold someone, Yao Xingye was just glad he ran away quickly. Otherwise, he might have been the one getting scolded. After Lu Zhongbai disappeared, Yao Xingye wanted to make friends with Su Huayu, but he kept running into Wu Lijiang and Ji Huayang, who acted like protective mothers. Yao Tianju looked at Yao Xingye with dissatisfaction. Because he was unhappy with his children's foolish genes, he placed his hopes on his future grandson. If Su Huayu became his daughter-in-law, his grandson would inherit her intelligence and beauty. Thinking this, Yao Tianju looked over at Yao Xingzu, who now attends the same school as Su Huayu. Yao Xingzu is now in the second year of middle school, one grade higher than Su Huayu. Yao Xingzu looked at his biological father's gaze and silently said, "Dad, Su Huayu is not even 10 years old yet, but he is already 14 this year. No matter how good-looking Su Huayu is, he's just a little kid. What is there to like about him? Being 5 years apart is just right. Besides, you all go to the same school. As the older brother, you should take good care of the neighbor girl. No one can find fault with that." Yao Tianju then looked at Yao Tsuezhuan, who had been silent beside him, and said, "Aren't you in the same class as Su Huayu? Spend more time playing with her, and bring her along when you go out with your brother. The more they get to know each other, the more your brother will naturally like her." Yao Tsuezhuan wanted to say that since the start of school, Wu Lichuan and Zhong Jiao had been inseparable from Su Huayu, and Su Huayu rarely interacted with others. But she knew her father's temper. If she said she didn't agree, it would mean she was useless, not that Su Huayu was at fault. So after Yao Tianju finished speaking, Yao Tsuezhuan looked at her father and said, "I understand." The next morning, just after Su Huayu's family finished breakfast, the door was knocked. When they first heard the knocking, Wu Haifeng and the others looked confused because usually no one would come knocking so early in the morning. Until they heard Yao Tianju's voice, Su Miaojuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Su Huayu and Wu Lijiang brothers also felt speechless. But there was nothing they could do. Wu Haifeng went to open the door. "Is there something?" Wu Haifeng asked, looking at Yao Tianju's family standing neatly at his door. Yao Tianju smiled and said, "Since we live nearby, I thought I'd come with you to work." Wu Haifeng replied, "No need, we can go to work by ourselves." He used to be neighbors with Ji Dehui, and they only met occasionally. Usually, he went to the bureau alone. They were grown-ups, not children, so they didn't need someone to accompany them to work. "Isn't it just convenient?" Yao Tianju's gaze crossed Wu Haifeng and looked at Su Miaojuan standing at the hall door, smiling and greeting her. Director Su, are you resting today? Although Su Miaojun disliked Yao Tianju very much, she still maintained a polite smile and said, yes, resting. That's really great. My wife isn't familiar with this area. Can you take her for a walk nearby? Su Miaojun really dislikes Yao Tianju's casual way of arranging things. No, I have to stay with our little Yu for rehearsal today. I see. Yao Tianju's smile slightly faded. This is the second time Su Miaojun has refused him. In Yao Tianju's eyes, Su Miaojun's lack of respect for him is quite rude. After all, they are colleagues of Wu Haifeng, and there's not much difference between them. Yet, she doesn't consider her own husband at all. Well, my wife is very busy, Wu Haifeng said to Yao Tianju. You can go to the bureau first. I'll take them down and come right over. Although Yao Tianju had heard before that Wu Haifeng can be a bit stubborn, seeing how Wu Haifeng and his wife ignored his repeated friendliness, he responded with a slightly distant tone. All right then. It seems I disturbed Director Wu and Director Su. You two should get busy, Yao Tianju said sarcastically before turning to leave. Wu Haifeng watched Yao Tianju and his family leave, then turned to see Su Miaojun, looking worried. He casually closed the door and said to her, it's okay. Even if Su Miaojun didn't say everything, after many years of marriage, they understood each other well. I don't like him. Su Miaojun truly didn't mean to keep refusing Yao Tianju repeatedly. But she felt that if she compromised once, Yao Tianju would take even more advantage. She couldn't let that happen, especially since she believed Yao Tianju's intentions were directed at their daughter. So, she had to act strong. Fortunately, Wu Haifeng supported her firmness through his actions. We're just colleagues. We don't need to interact with him. Su Miaojun looked at Wu Haifeng and smiled, feeling reassured. What she liked most about Wu Haifeng was that he wouldn't force her to do anything, unlike that crazy person, Hu Yu. What's wrong? Wu Haifeng asked when he saw Su Miaojun lost in thought. Nothing. I just think it's about time. Let's go. Wu Haifeng's plan to take Su Miaojun and Su Huayu to rehearsal was more than just talk. Previously, during National Day, Su Huayu's performance caught people's attention, and she was selected to participate in an international cultural event. Recently, Su Huayu has been very busy, sometimes even skipping classes. On Monday morning, Yao Tsuejuan came specifically to find Su Huayu to go to school together, but found she was not there. Wu Lichuan looked at Yao Tsuejuan knocking on the door and said, my sister left at 6 to rehearse. She won't be attending school this morning. Yao Tsuejuan initially wanted to turn around and leave, but when she saw her father's gaze, she turned back and said to Wu Lichuan, then let's go to school together. Yao Tsuejuan was surprised that Wu Lichuan didn't refuse when she saw this. Wait for me to get my bag. While waiting at the door, Yao Tsuejuan saw Yao Tianju passing by and leaving the Wu family's house. Wu Lichuan came out with his bag and called Yao Tsuejuan to go together. Seeing Wu Lichuan so enthusiastic, Yao Tsuejuan wondered if he liked her. She didn't want to think that way, but in a family like hers, even things she shouldn't understand, she had learned through observation. But this time, she was overthinking. Not long after they left the small vegetable garden, Zhong Jiao was already waiting under the tree. Xiuyu isn't going to school this morning. Zhong Jiao was a bit surprised to see Yao Tsuejuan and Wu Lichuan together, but she cared more about Su Huayu. Yes, she's rehearsing, Wu Lichuan replied, then looked at Yao Tsuejuan and said, Yao Tsuejuan came to my house this morning to find Xiu to go to school together, but she wasn't there. Let's go together. Okay, Zhong Jiao had no objection. She thought it was good to have more girls. Before the end of November, Yao Tsuejuan hadn't seen Su Huayu in the mornings. The next time she saw Su Huayu was on the day of the midterm exam. She thought Su Huayu wouldn't be with them, but Yao Tsuejuan, standing next to Wu Lichuan, asked, aren't you rehearsing today? Because Su Huayu was missing in the morning, Yao Tianju, who had asked about her 4 or 5 days in a row, had gotten used to the fact that Su Huayu didn't attend school in the mornings. Since their families were neighbors, there was plenty of time ahead. Yes, I finished my performance the day before yesterday, and today I have the exam. But you didn't go to school yesterday. I was reviewing at home. Yao Tsuejuan thought that Su Huayu, who had only been reviewing for one day, would definitely fall from the top spot in this midterm exam. But there was no such thing. After the midterm exam results came out, Yao Tsuejuan looked at Su Huayu's nearly perfect score, missing only 6 points, and fell silent. How could that be? Actually, nothing is impossible. During the summer vacation, Su Huayu borrowed all the middle school textbooks to her home. Every day, besides going to the youth palace and the central song and dance troupe, Su Huayu spent all her time studying. Going out to play? Not at all. Even after school started, except for busy Saturdays and Sundays when she would sleep in until 8, every other day she woke up at 5:30 a.m. to start studying and exercising. Day after day, her hard work and persistence made others see her as a genius. Probably, except for her family, many people didn't know how hardworking and disciplined Su Huayu was. When Yao Tsuejuan returned home with her middle school exam report card and saw her 23rd place in her grade, she pursed her lips. If it weren't for Su Huayu as a comparison, Yao Tsuejuan thought her grades were okay. But since Su Huayu was there, her father wanted her to match Su Huayu exactly. Just a couple of days ago, Yao Tsuejuan's mother, Guiyuro, went with Yao Tianju to the youth palace to sign up for dance and piano classes at his request. In short, whatever Su Huayu learned, Yao Tsuejuan would learn too. Not only did she want to match Su Huayu, but she also wanted to do better than her. But I heard that Su Huayu started learning dance and piano when she was very young. She's only 12 now. How could she possibly catch up? When Yao Tianju took the report card from Yao Tsuejuan and saw Su Huayu's nearly perfect scores, he fell silent. He knew that Su Huayu hadn't been going to school in the mornings recently, and he also knew about her participating in the external cultural performances. The more he knew, the more he paid attention to Su Huayu. Since she couldn't become his daughter, it would be great if she became his daughter-in-law or the mother of his grandson. Thinking this way, Yao Tianju felt very proud when looking at Su Huayu's grades. When he shifted his gaze to his own daughter's grades, seeing Yao Tsuejuan's 23rd place, he frowned and asked, "Yao Tsuejuan, what's going on with your grades? Xiaoyu hasn't been going to school in the mornings lately, but she still scores so high. If you went to school every day and didn't do anything else, how come your score is only 23? Yao Tsuejuan wanted to mention that her last score was 30, and she had actually improved this time. But seeing her father's unhappy face, she lowered her head and obediently said, "I will work harder next time. I don't have high expectations for you. Just aim to be in the top 10 of your grade next time," Yao Tianju said. When he thought of Su Huayu and looked at his daughter, he was still not satisfied with anything. As for the youth palace, you should study hard there too. I hope you'll be on stage for this year's cultural performance. Everyone is making progress, and you must improve even more. As my daughter, Yao Tianju said firmly, you absolutely cannot fall behind others. Do you understand? Speak louder. Guiyuro looked at her daughter, who was being scolded, and looked helpless. She opened her mouth to say something but finally closed it silently. Su Huayu didn't know what she had done to offend Yao Tsuejuan. On the way to school, whenever she spoke, Yao Tsuejuan ignored her. Instead, she was especially warm to Wu Lichuan and Zhong Jiang. Su Huayu was not the type to show warmth only to be ignored in return. She had many things to do and no time or energy to care about what was wrong with Yao Tsuejuan. In short, Yao Tsuejuan was not important to Su Huayu. After noticing that Su Huayu didn't even greet her normally for 2 days, Yao Tsuejuan started to act friendly again. But Su Huayu only responded politely, without much warmth. Yao Tianju didn't know that his daughter and Su Huayu didn't get along well. He thought they went to and from school together every day and had become close like Zhong Jiang. In reality, they didn't talk much at school. At school, they barely spoke, and Su Huayu never took the initiative to look for her. Leaving early in the afternoon was also common for her. Most of what Yao Tsuejuan knew about Su Huayu came from Wu Lichuan and Zhong Jiang, but they didn't tell her everything. In fact, even though they went to school together for a long time, their relationship wasn't very close. But Yao Tsuejuan knew these things, and Yao Tianju didn't. Yao Tianju only said that on the day of winter break, She should take her brother and Su Huayu to watch a movie, and he had already prepared the tickets for them. To prevent Su Huayu from going alone, Yao Tianju even thoughtfully prepared movie tickets for Wu Lichuan. Everything should be done step by step, and luckily, Su Huayu is still young. A simple task assigned by Yao Tianju became a big burden for Yao Tsuejuan, but she dared not refuse. Yao Tsuejuan hesitated from school until the afternoon break. Seeing her brother waiting at the school gate, she finally gathered her courage and said, "Xiaoyu, let's go to the movies together." Today, Su Huayu knew she didn't have to go to the youth palace or the song and dance troupe, so she probably wouldn't refuse. "I want to go home and study." Yao Tsuejuan's smile stiffened. Study. She thought Su Huayu was just trying to refuse her, so she casually found an excuse. Everyone was on holiday. Who would want to study? After saying this, Su Huayu continued walking toward the school gate. Yao Tsuejuan bit her lip tightly, looked at Yao Jingzhu facing them, and once again rushed to Su Huayu's side. "Xiaoyu, don't study today. Let's go watch a movie and relax. I have 4 tickets here." When Zhong Jiao heard there were 4 tickets, and since there were 4 of them now, she grabbed Su Huayu's hand and asked, "Xiaoyu, will you go? I haven't watched a movie in a long time." Yao Tsuejuan looked at Zhong Jiao, who was acting spoiled with Su Huayu, and really wanted to say that she didn't have a share of these 4 tickets. But she was afraid that if she said so, Su Huayu would refuse again. "Xiaoyu, go ahead." It's rare to have a holiday. Su Huayu was really not interested in movies right now, but seeing Zhong Jiao's pitiful look, she helplessly nodded. "Great. I knew Xiaoyu would be the best." Su Huayu looked at Yao Tsuejuan and said, "Thank you. We'll buy the food then." "No need, we'll buy it." Yao Jingzhu came over to Su Huayu, smiling as he patted her hat. "What do you want to eat?" Before Yao Jingzhu finished speaking, a boy, like a leopard, charged over and kicked him away. Lu Zhongbai happily ran back from the northeast to the capital, wanting to surprise Su Huayu. But when he was waiting at the school gate for Su Huayu to finish school, he overheard a man saying that his father had arranged a young girl under 10 years old as his bride, but he didn't want to give up the girl he currently liked. Normally, Lu Zhongbai wouldn't react at all after hearing this, since it had nothing to do with him. But when he saw the boy walking over to touch Su Huayu's head, he completely lost his temper. Lu Zhongbai kicked with all his strength, not holding back at all. When Yao Jingzhuo was thrown into the air, everyone around was stunned because it was so sudden. Su Huayu was also shocked. She couldn't believe that Lu Zhongbai, who was supposed to be in the northeast, suddenly appeared in front of her. "Why are you back?" she asked. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Zhongbai looked at Yao Jingzhuo, who was trying to get up from the ground, and took off his glove, throwing it into Su Huayu's arms. "Talk later." After saying that, Lu Zhongbai pushed Yao Jingzhuo back down and started hitting him again. Yao Jingzhuo's friends and classmates saw Lu Zhongbai attacking without any reason and rushed over to help him. Seeing so many older students attacking Lu Zhongbai, Wu Lichuan also ran over to help. Su Huayu watched nervously as Lu Zhongbai and Wu Lichuan fought against 6 or 7 older kids. Just as she was about to jump in to help, Lu Zhongbai had already knocked down 5 or 6 of them. He seemed even more skilled than when he was in the capital. Because he was so good at fighting, their first holiday activity wasn't going to the movies or studying at home, but going to the police station. Wu Haifeng looked worried as he sat on a chair against the wall, watching Lu Zhongbai and the students standing nearby, who dared not get close. Who is this? Where did this come from? So arrogant. Daring to fight at school. Where is everyone? Yao Tianju burst in, pointing at the wall where the police officers indicated. Knowing his son had been beaten, Yao Tianju was too excited to notice Wu Haifeng standing behind him. Which little brat it? Just wait, I'll teach him a lesson. Lu Zhongbai looked at the furious Yao Tianju, his face calm, and raised his hand. Police officers, are you sure I'm at the police station? Yao Tianju looked at his son's swollen face, and then at Lu Zhongbai's challenging eyes. He was about to grab his son's collar to pull him away, but was stopped by Wu Haifeng behind him. First, let's find out what's going on. The reason is right here in front of us. Yao Tianju looked coldly at Lu Zhongbai, who, even after entering the police station, showed no fear. He said, "This troublemaker rushed into the school to cause trouble, maliciously assaulted students, and his behavior is very bad. I suspect he might be involved in other things too. I think we need to investigate thoroughly. Until we find out the truth, he should stay in the detention center." Yao Tianju thought that after saying this, Lu Zhongbai would be scared and beg for mercy. But instead, he didn't show any fear. He even crossed his legs and looked at him calmly. "You suspect me, I also suspect you. I only doubt your attitude at work. How did you end up in your current position?" Yao Tianju had never met such a bold and unruly young person before. He was about to rush forward and make him see reason, but was stopped by Wu Haifeng. "I advise you not to make a move," Wu Haifeng said. Hearing this, Yao Tianju slightly regained his composure. He looked suspiciously at Lu Zhongbai. If he were an ordinary kid from a regular family at his age, he might have been so scared that his legs would shake after entering the police station. But Lu Zhongbai didn't show any fear at all. Instead, he seemed to be at home, completely unaware of what fear was. "Do you know him?" Yao Tianju asked Wu Haifeng. Just as Wu Haifeng finished speaking, a man's voice came from the door. "Sorry I'm late." Lu Jianza had come straight from the military, still in his uniform, without time to change. Seeing Lu Jianza in his military uniform, Yao Tianju frowned. "So, this kid was from the military compound?" "Brother Feng, sorry for the trouble," Lu Jianza said. When he received the police station's call and found out that his little one had run back alone from the northeast, he was both surprised and angry. As soon as he hung up, he called his parents. When he learned that Lu Zhongbai had run back alone without telling them, he clenched his fists. This little brat just can't go a day without causing trouble. "It's okay." Wu Haifeng looked at Lu Zhongbai, who had fought 6 against 1 and was uninjured. His eyes were full of praise. "Maybe it's just a misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding? We don't know each other." He just rushed up and kicked Jingzhu out of the way. That's right. Not only did he kick him away, but he also rushed up and started hitting Jingzhu afterward. Later, they started fighting each other. Some call it mutual fighting. Others say that Lu Zhongbai was fighting all 6 of them alone. The remaining person was held tightly by Wu Lichuan and couldn't move. "There must be some misunderstanding," said Su Huayu. Although Lu Zhongbai had a bad temper, he was definitely not the type to cause trouble without reason. Yao Tianju looked at Su Huayu, who was speaking up for Lu Zhongbai, frowned, and asked, "Then let him explain what the misunderstanding is." Lu Zhongbai looked coldly at Yao Tianju in front of him. Su Huayu tugged on his arm and said, "Lu Zhongbai, speak honestly." Lu Zhongbai looked at Su Huayu's serious face, without looking at Yao Tianju. Instead, he turned his gaze to Wu Haifeng and pointed at Yao Jingzhua, who was beaten up and swollen, saying, "This rascal says his dad found him a young wife under 10 years old." When Lu Zhongbai said this, the adults present had different expressions, with Wu Haifeng looking the worst. In less than a second, he realized who Lu Zhongbai was talking about, the girl under 10 years old. "Uncle Wu, isn't that little wife Xiaoyu? Besides Xiaoyu, are there any other girls under 10 in their middle school?" Wu Haifeng looked coldly at Yao Jingzhua, who was leaning against the wall with his head down, and asked, "Yao Jingzhua, is that what he said true?" Yao Jingzhua didn't answer. When Wu Haifeng said those words, the entire police station fell silent. Yao Tianju's face also looked bad because Wu Haifeng's question clearly meant he wasn't going to give him face in front of everyone. "Tell me." Wu Haifeng pointed at the children beside Yao Jingzhua and asked, "Did Yao Jingzhua say this?" He only wanted to show off his popularity, but who would have thought that just a casual display would bring such an unexpected disaster? He didn't even say anything inappropriate. Wu Haifeng turned around with a bad look on his face and asked Yao Tianju, "Comrade Yao Tianju, can you explain what your son meant by that statement?" "Our family Huayu has nothing to do with your family. Our children won't be arranged for marriage with anyone." Wu Haifeng's anger was quite intimidating. At least in the entire police station, no one dared to breathe loudly after he finished speaking. Yao Tianju clearly didn't expect Wu Haifeng to care so much about his stepdaughter. He tried to sound more convincing. "Look, Lao Wu, this is all a misunderstanding. I never said that." These days, Marriage is about free love and free choice. Earlier, Yao Tianju had defended his son, but now he slapped Yao Jingzhu on the head and said, "What are you talking nonsense outside? You're a boy. Don't worry about your reputation. Little you still needs it." Yao Jingzhu looked at his father, then bowed politely to Wu Haifeng and apologized. "Sorry, Uncle Wu. I was just joking. I won't do it again." "Yes, Lao Wu. Kids will say things without thinking," Yao Tianju added, implying that if Wu Haifeng continued to pursue the matter, he would be being petty. Because the room was very quiet, Lu Zhongbai's disdainful and contemptuous tone was especially loud and confrontational. "Kids speak carelessly. You should be more careful," Lu Zhongbai said coldly to Yao Tianju, showing no fear of authority, only contempt and disdain. "Otherwise, how can you justify the clothes you're wearing?" After saying this, Yao Tianju's smile completely disappeared from his face. "What do you mean?" Yao Tianju's voice grew colder. When he tried to step forward, Lu Jianzi blocked him and said, "Don't be angry, Comrade Yao. He's just a kid. Don't argue with children." Yao Tianju felt uncomfortable being spoken to like that but couldn't argue back, as those words had just come out of his own mouth. "Yeah, don't be mad at me." Lu Zhongbai simply doesn't understand what taking a step back brings a broader view means, nor does he know when to stop. He directly pushed away his older brother and disdainfully said to Yao Tianju, "Since you say I am a son of a dog, you should be angry at the person who raised me." Lu Jianzi's face turned cold. Yao Tianju looked at Lu Zhongbai, who was taking the opportunity to complain and act more boldly, and he really wanted to slap this kid twice. "Captain Lu, quickly call old Lu and ask our deputy director Yao how he educates his children." Lu Zhongbai stood up and went to Lu Jianzi's side. Although he was shorter than Yao Tianju, he gave off a feeling of looking down on others. When Yao Tianju saw Lu Jianzi's cold gaze, he felt something was wrong. This little brat knew his own status and was so confident, even bossing around the captain.
Lu.
Thinking of someone, Yao Tianju suddenly felt a chill run down his spine to the top of his head. It was a misunderstanding. I didn't know the situation at the time, so I just cursed a few harsh words. It was really a misunderstanding. When Yao Tianju thought about who Lu Zhongbai's father might be, his legs went weak, almost sitting on the ground. Wasn't their family transferred to the northeast? Lu Zhongbai looked at Yao Tianju's reaction and his flattering expression, then sneered coldly. "Lu Zhongbai." Lu Jianzi looked at his reckless younger brother and warned him softly. Lu Zhongbai glanced at his older brother, then turned and took Su Huayu's hand to approach Yao Jingzhu, who was slightly taller than him. In front of everyone, Lu Zhongbai shamelessly kicked Yao Jingzhu and warned coldly, "If I see your dog paws touching Suyu again, I will cut them off." Lu Zhongbai's last words were not loud, but Yao Jingzhu and the students beside him heard clearly. At this moment, they didn't dare to get angry. Because Lu Zhongbai wasn't targeting them, he didn't even show respect to adults, even to someone like Yao Tianju. When Lu Zhongbai turned around, he wore a sensible smile on his face. "Uncle Wu, we won't waste resources here anymore. I'm too hungry. Let's go eat." Wu Haifeng nodded, but after he finished, he looked at Lu Zhongbai holding Su Huayu's hand and said, "Come to my house to eat." "Okay, thank you, Uncle Wu." After Lu Zhongbai finished speaking, he directly took Su Huayu's hand and told Wu Lichuan and the other person sitting in the corner to leave. "Lu Zhongbai," Lu Jianzi called out to his mischievous younger brother. "I'm sleeping with Dachuan tonight. You don't need to worry about me." Lu Jianzi. Wu Haifeng patted Lu Jianzi on the shoulder and said, "Come to our house for dinner tonight. Let's give Xiao Bai a welcome." Lu Jianzi sighed and said, "Okay, I'll tell my family. Then I'll go first, Brother Feng." After Lu Jianzi left, Yao Tianju wanted to explain something to Wu Haifeng, but Wu Haifeng didn't even look at him and turned around to leave. This action made Yao Tianju's already embarrassed face look even worse. Today, he lost face both inside and outside. Filled with anger, Yao Tianju kicked his son and cursed, "Shameful thing. Get out of here." Yao Jingzhu clenched his fists tightly, nodded without saying a word, and with red eyes, strode out of the police station. Meanwhile, hiding in another corner, Yao Zuejuan hurried to follow after her brother left. If her father saw her there, she would not only be scolded but also get into trouble herself. Especially since her father's task for her today was not only unfinished, but also led her straight to the police station. Now, Yao Tsuejuan was so scared, she didn't dare go home. Yao Tsuejuan. Startled by someone calling her name, Yao Tsuejuan looked up and saw it was her brother. She let out a soft breath of relief. "What's wrong, brother?" Thinking about the humiliation she suffered today, Yao Zhengzu gritted his teeth and said to Yao Tsuejuan, "Once that brat leaves, find a chance to get Su Huayu alone and talk to him." However, Su Huayu still nodded. This was the first time they met after Lu Zhongbai left the capital. Before, he wanted Su Huayu to go to the northeast, but she never had time. Now, Lu Zhongbai decided to return to the capital himself. They had been apart for so long. Even though they kept writing letters and talking, Su Huayu still felt a little strange seeing Lu Zhongbai, who had grown taller. She actually wanted to pull her hand away from Lu Zhongbai's, but he simply wouldn't let go. Lu Zhongbai, yes, what's wrong? Thinking about the situation in the coming decades, she said to him, "Sometimes it's better to stay low-key." "I'm quite low-key." Su Huayu, recalling how Lu Zhongbai had been arrogant at the police station, almost stepping on Yao Tianju's head, said helplessly, "As the saying goes, better to offend a gentleman than a villain." Do you think Yao Tianju is a gentleman or a villain? Earlier, Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan hadn't clashed with Yao Tianju because of this reason. There was no need to cause trouble and risk themselves. "Are you worried about me?" Lu Zhongbai looked at Su Huayu with a smile. "I knew you'd worry, Su Huayu." Was that the main point of what she just said? Seeing Su Huayu's slightly speechless expression, Lu Zhongbai smiled and pinched her little face. "Don't worry, he won't dare. Since they're villains, what wouldn't they dare to do?" Su Huayu said, touching her cheek where Lu Zhongbai had just pinched her. "Don't pinch my face. I'm not a child anymore." "Ha ha ha, okay." Zhong Jiao and Wu Lichuan followed behind Lu Zhongbai and Su Huayu. When Zhong Jiao saw Lu Zhongbai pinching Su Huayu's face, she nudged Wu Lichuan and said, "Don't you think Lu Zhongbai is a bit too close to Xiaoyu?" "No way." Zhong Jiao even doubted whether Wu Lichuan was blind. "Didn't you see him holding Xiaoyu's hand and pinching her face?" Wu Lichuan looked at Zhong Jiao, who was overreacting, and said, "They've known each other since childhood. There's nothing strange about siblings acting like that." Zhong Jiao looked at how Lu Zhongbai and Su Huayu held hands tightly, then at Wu Lichuan beside her. Suddenly, she reached out and shook hands with him in the same way. The moment they shook hands, Wu Lichuan stopped in his tracks, his cheeks turning bright red. He stared at Zhong Jiao and stammered, "Why you, what are you doing?" Zhong Jiang waved her hand in front of Wu Lichuan, showing their intertwined fingers, and asked, "Do you think this is normal?" Wu Lichuan looked at Zhong Jiang's face and silently swallowed. Is it normal? Or not? Zhong Jiang looked at Wu Lichuan, who didn't understand anything, and suddenly pulled away his hand in disgust, saying, "Guys really are useless." "Hey!" Wu Lichuan watched Zhong Jiang walk ahead and leave, so he quickly caught up and asked, "Zhong Jiang, what do you mean? Why do you say I'm useless?" "I'm too tired to explain, and even if I do, you wouldn't understand. Come on, tell me." "If you don't tell me, how will I know I don't understand?" "But I already told you." The four of them, joking and playing, returned to the homes of Su Huayu and Wu Lichuan. They found luggage at the door. "I was the first to bring my luggage, then I went to find you at school." Lu Zhongbai released Su Huayu's hand and, when Wu Lichuan opened the door, directly moved his luggage into Wu Lichuan's brother's room. The familiar scene made it look like Lu Zhongbai had returned to his own home, even if others didn't know. After Zhong Jiang and Su Huayu agreed to go to the youth palace together tomorrow, they went home. Wu Lichuan and Su Huayu stayed by Lu Zhongbai's luggage, watching him unpack the gifts he brought. "My mom made ginseng wine for Uncle Wu. This wine was actually brewed by Qi Zhaoli specially for Lu Hai, but Lu Zhongbai had intercepted it halfway. There were 4 bottles in total. One was opened, and Lu Zhongbai took 2 bottles. A mink scarf. The brown one is for Aunt Su, and the white one is for you." Earlier, Lu Zhongbai had sent a red scarf to Su Huayu, but later he found the white one looked just as nice, so he gave her that too. Su Huayu wrapped the white mink scarf around her neck, feeling comfortable and warm. Seeing that Su Huayu liked it, Lu Zhongbai smiled and continued to unpack his things. These rabbit fur gloves are also for you, matching the scarf better. And these short rabbit fur boots. Try them on. They should fit perfectly. Wu Lichuan looked at how many of the gifts Lu Zhongbai brought were for Su Huayu and couldn't help asking, Lu Laoda, what about mine and Xiao Zhang's? It couldn't be that only he and Xiao Jiang didn't have gifts. Wu Lichuan really wanted to cry. Yes, here. Lu Zhongbai took out 2 finely made slingshots from the inner compartment of his luggage. These are for you guys. Wow, these slingshots are so well made. Wu Lichuan eagerly took the slingshot and looked through it. By the way, didn't you want military boots before? 1 pair for each of you. Wu Lichuan looked at the military boots, then grabbed the slingshot and pressed it against the boots, shouting to Lu Zhongbai, Big brother Lu, I want to be your soldier forever. When Wu Lichuan returned, he even put on the boots himself and didn't want to take them off during the meal. Wu Haifeng came home intending to say a few words to Lu Zhongbai, but after Lu Zhongbai took out the ginseng wine, Wu Haifeng silently looked at his wife. Seeing her agreement, he immediately poured a glass for himself, Su Miaojuan and Lu Jianze, who was there for dinner. Lu Jianze looked at the ginseng wine in front of him and gazed thoughtfully at his younger brother. Xiao Bai, when you came back, didn't you bring anything for me? I brought my sincerity. Sincerity? What sincerity? Lu Zhongbai looked at his older brother with a helpless expression. I already said it's sincerity. He patted his chest and then his brother's chest. Did you receive my sincerity, Lu Jianze? Although he said that, before Lu Jianze left, Lu Zhongbai still handed his brother a bag. 2 pairs of boots and a hat are for Xiaobo. Another hat and a pair of cotton shoes are for you. The scarf is for your wife. Actually, Lu Zhongbai hesitated for a long time about whether to bring something for Huang Yufeng, but in the end, he decided to take her a gift. He didn't like Huang Yufeng, but he had to give his brother and nephew some face. Seeing that there was also a gift for Huang Yufeng inside, Lu Jianze patted Lu Zhongbai's shoulder sincerely and said, You've really grown up. If it had been before, Lu Zhongbai wouldn't have cared about Huang Yufeng's feelings. After sending off his brother, Lu Zhongbai found Wu Haifeng waiting for him in the main hall. Uncle Wu, are you waiting for me? Yes. Wu Haifeng waved at Lu Zhongbai. When he saw 3 heads peeking out from Wu Lichuan's room, he waved his hand to tell them to quickly close the door and not eavesdrop. The door was closed, but Su Huayu and the others pressed tightly against it, trying to hear what Wu Haifeng was saying to Lu Zhongbai outside. I've already reported your safety and the chief's. How long do you plan to stay in the capital this time? When Wu Haifeng called his former boss, he found out that Lu Zhongbai had quietly run away alone the day before the closed training camp. Lu Hai and Qi Zhaoli only learned that their younger son had run away when their eldest son called them. Upon hearing this, Lu Hai was so angry he almost wanted to fly to the capital to bring Lu Zhongbai back to the northeast. About a week. I heard this training is very important, Lu Zhongbai said indifferently, which training isn't important. He had been training in the capital, then continued training in the northeast. Lu Zhongbai felt that even though he hadn't officially joined the army, he was already working harder than soldiers do. It wasn't a big deal to be tired, but this closed training camp lasted nearly a month and a half, and they didn't even get to see the new year. Rebellious feelings suddenly rose in Lu Zhongbai. After calling Su Huayu and learning she was on winter break today, he packed his things and secretly took the train to the capital before his parents noticed. From now on, the training will only get more intense, so I think I won't participate this time. I'll stay in the capital for a week, then go to Hashang to celebrate the new year with my grandparents. His grandparents were getting older, and he had less and less time to be with them. Lu Zhongbai thought, since he had been rebellious once, he might as well go all the way. Wu Haifeng thought Lu Zhongbai was quite filial. Just remember to call your parents tomorrow and tell them about this, so they won't worry. And about what happened at the police station today. Seeing Lu Zhongbai's indifferent expression, Wu Haifeng sighed, be more discreet. By now, Yao Tianju probably knew Lu Zhongbai's identity completely, especially since their family had often interacted with him before. And Lu Zhongbai's good relationship with the 3 children of the Wu family was well known throughout the courtyard. After a brief chat with Wu Haifeng, Lu Zhongbai returned to the room of brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang. When he pushed the door open, he saw resistance behind him and said helplessly, "Make way." Su Huayu and the others quickly stepped back from the door, then saw Lu Zhongbai with an expression of helplessness. "Did you hear me clearly? Do you want me to repeat it?" Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang immediately smiled and said, "No, no need." "Old Lu, you're really bold," Wu Lichuan sighed. Although they are the same age, Wu Lichuan feels that if he had to take the train alone back and forth, he wouldn't be brave enough. Lu Zhongbai, on the other hand, is willing to do it. "It's okay," Lu Zhongbai said. If he were braver, he might have already taken Su Huayu away. But for the sake of future plans, he can only think about it and not do it. Otherwise, Lu Zhongbai worries he might not be allowed into Su Huayu's house later. At night, the four of them chatted in Wu Lichuan's room until 9:30, when Su Huayu left. After she finished washing up and lay down in her room, she heard knocking on the wall from next door. Without thinking, she knew it was Lu Zhongbai knocking. Su Huayu smiled, knocked twice in return, then got into her bed to sleep. The next morning, when she woke up, she saw snow falling outside. Wu Haifeng was practicing boxing with Lu Zhongbai and Wu Lichuan in the yard. Su Huayu took the opportunity to wash up, then returned to her room. She changed clothes and put on the short boots Lu Zhongbai had brought her yesterday. After breakfast, Su Huayu, Lu Zhongbai, Wu Lichuan, and his brother all packed up and went out. On the way, they met Yao Chui-wan leaving the house. When Yao Chui-wan saw Su Huayu and the others, her face showed a hint of awkwardness. Wu Lijiang was about to say hello, but Yao Chui-wan turned around and ran back home. "Maybe she forgot something," Wu Lijiang said awkwardly, scratching his head. Yao Chui-wan's reaction was strange, as if she had seen a ghost. Lu Zhongbai continued holding Su Huayu's hand and walked quickly ahead. When their figures disappeared behind the small vegetable garden, Yao Chui-wan peeked out from behind the moon gate and let out a long sigh. She was a little afraid of Lu Zhongbai. Although Lu Zhongbai was the most handsome boy she had ever seen, he was also the most fierce fighter she knew. Thinking about what her brother had told her to do later, Yao Chui-wan sighed heavily and walked outside. She thought that even if she tricked Su Huayu out, it probably wouldn't be a big problem. Her brother just wanted to vent some anger. Since Su Huayu was Wu Haifeng's daughter, he probably wouldn't do anything too extreme. Moreover, Yao Chui-wan felt that Su Huayu was too proud. Making her brother humble her a bit wouldn't be a bad thing. In short, it was Su Huayu's fault. Otherwise, why would her brother pick on her instead of someone else? If she usually enjoyed playing with herself or even was willing to score fewer points to experience being number one, she wouldn't listen so much to her brother. Yes, after thinking carefully, it's clear that Su Huayu is at fault. After convincing herself, Yao Cuijuan straightened her back and walked confidently toward the school gate. Not long after Su Huayu and Zhong Jiao arrived at the dance studio, Yao Cuijuan also came. Because of what happened at the school gate yesterday, the three of them felt a bit awkward now. While Su Huayu was stretching her legs against the wall, Yao Cuijuan approached her. When Yao Cuijuan came near, Su Huayu lowered her leg and looked at her, asking, "What's wrong?" In the past, Yao Cuijuan never used to come close to her at the youth palace. "Xiaoyu, are you still upset about yesterday?" Su Huayu looked at her with confusion and said, "No." "What was there to be upset about?"
Well,
Yao Cuijuan looked at Su Huayu and asked, "Can you teach me to dance later? There's a teacher here. If you don't know something, just ask Teacher Li." Su Huayu thought it was strange that Yao Cuijuan wouldn't ask her directly, but instead asked the professional teacher. Seeing that Su Huayu was unresponsive, Yao Cuijuan lowered her head and said, "But Teacher Li is very busy. She has too many students to teach, so she can't take care of me." Then Yao Cuijuan looked up at Su Huayu and said, "I have to perform at the cultural evening at the end of this year, or my dad will be furious." She looked at Su Huayu pitifully and said, "Xiaoyu, I know you're the nicest person. You definitely won't refuse me, right?"
please, Xiaoyu.
Su Huayu looked at Yao Cuijuan with confusion and asked, "Who told you I'm a kind person?"
Huh.
Yao Cuijuan stared at Su Huayu, her reaction and answer different from what she expected. She thought Su Huayu would agree immediately. But then Yao Tsuejuan smiled and said to Su Huayu, "Everyone says that, and I also think you're a good person." For example, when someone in the class asked Su Huayu questions, she always answered patiently. At least until today, Yao Tsuejuan hadn't seen Su Huayu refuse anyone. Since she wouldn't refuse others, she definitely wouldn't refuse herself. After all, they are neighbors and have been going to school together for so long. She must feel a bit embarrassed. "You're mistaken," Su Huayu said with a smile. "I'm very busy and don't have time to teach others. You should ask someone else." Yao Tsuejuan looked at Su Huayu, who didn't even bother to find a reason and froze in place. How could she not care about her reputation at all? "You're so selfish." Yao Tsuejuan couldn't help but loudly complain to Su Huayu, expecting to be rejected. Her angry words drew the attention of everyone in the dance studio. Zhong Jiao saw Su Huayu and Yao Tsuejuan seem to be arguing and quickly ran over to ask, "What happened?" Yao Tsuejuan looked upset and said, "I just wanted to ask Su Huayu to teach me dance after class, but she refused without even thinking. Besides, we're all classmates." Su Huayu being so selfish is really lacking the spirit of helping others. Zhong Jiao looked at Yao Tsuejuan, who seemed very wronged, and said, "That's because Suyu has dance, piano, and calligraphy classes after school. You know she's busy." Yao Tsuejuan didn't accept this reason and continued to complain. "Just because she's busy doesn't mean she can't help others. Then why don't you study properly during class?" "Xiaoyu is just a student too," others in the dance studio said, looking at the upset Yao Tsuejuan. "But we're neighbors and classmates. She's good at dance. How about helping me a little?" Yao Tsuejuan looked at Su Huayu as if she couldn't understand her words and said, "I'm sincerely asking for your help. Don't you think refusing me is too much?" Because Su Huayu grew up in an orphanage, she was very sensitive to malice. She looked at Yao Tsuejuan, who always seemed to have ill toward her, and smiled, saying, "All right, ask again." Yao Tsuejuan's eyes lit up. She knew that in front of so many people, Su Huayu definitely wouldn't refuse her. "Can you teach me to dance?" Su Huayu looked at Yao Tsuejuan and asked, "That's too vague. Can you be more specific?" Yao Tsuejuan frowned and looked at Su Huayu, who had many demands, and said again, "Can you teach me to dance after every dance class?" Under the watchful eyes of Yao Tsuejuan and everyone in the dance studio, Su Huayu clearly and firmly said, "No, I don't have time. I'm very busy." After she finished speaking, Yao Tsuejuan's face looked as if she had been punched hard, showing a very unpleasant expression. "If you really want to learn dance well, you should take more classes." Zhong Jiao nodded and said, "Actually, I was going to say that you shouldn't be in our class. Our students have been studying for several years. You should start over in the basic class. Yes, if you can't keep up, it's better to ask the teacher than to rely on Xiaoyu." "Exactly. We're really busy, especially at the end of the year when we have many performances to rehearse. If you feel you can't keep up, instead of asking Su Huayu to teach you, it's better to go directly to the basic class." "Yeah, I don't know why Teacher Lee agreed to let you join our class. You're slowing down our progress." After the last girl finished speaking, the dance studio was filled with agreement. They weren't excluding Yao Tsuejuan. As an elite class, they increased training intensity at the end of each year to rehearse various dances for performances. But because of Yao Tsuejuan, their progress this year was almost half as slow as in previous years. They often had to repeat very simple movements with her because she couldn't keep up. After all, they are a team, not just individuals. She could have gone to the basic class to strengthen her foundation. Once she improved, she could come back to the elite class. But she chose to join the elite class from the start, didn't learn well, and ended up holding them back. "What do you all mean?" Yao Tsuejuan didn't expect to be disliked by the whole class. She almost choked with emotion.
"We're classmates.
"If I can't learn well, shouldn't you take the responsibility to help me and improve together?" Someone angrily said, "We're not teachers." "Exactly, and you're holding us back instead of helping us improve. Since you admit you can't keep up, I think when Teacher Lee arrives, you should just tell her directly to move to the basic class." "Yes, Yao Tsuejuan, get your basic skills solid first, then come back to the elite class. We can still practice together then." Zhong Jiao also said, "In dancing, rushing ahead without a solid foundation is not good. Maybe you should focus on the basic class first." That way, everyone benefits. Yao Tsuejuan has never been disliked by so many people before. She started crying and said, I think you all are just trying to please Su Huayu by bullying me. I won't learn anymore. After saying that, Yao Tsuejuan suddenly kicked the pole and turned around, crying as she ran away. Everyone in the dance studio looked at each other in surprise. Finally, a weak voice asked, Did the pole get damaged? The pole wobbled slightly after being kicked by Yao Tsuejuan. It's understandable that she was worried. Luckily, it's not broken. If it were, we have to fix it. I think she's not a businesswoman, but she's picked up some bad habits from them, like those nasty quirks. Su Huayu listened to the complaints about Yao Tsuejuan from those around her and continued stretching her legs, unaffected by her. The news about Yao Tsuejuan crying and leaving the dance studio spread throughout the youth palace in less than half an hour. When Su Huayu finished practicing and came out of the dance studio, Lu Zhongbai was waiting for her outside on a chair. Did that bratty girl bother you? Lu Zhongbai asked, looking at Su Huayu, whose face was flushed from practicing. Su Huayu put on her hat and shook her head. No, I just had a friendly chat with her. Sometimes Su Huayu found it strange. Does she really seem so easy to push around and talk to? Are you not going out to play? No, I'm just here to accompany you this time. As they headed toward the piano classroom, Su Huayu asked, Are you still having trouble making friends in the Northeast? A few. Su Huayu let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Just get along well with others. Once they get to know you, they'll like you. Lu Zhongbai looked at Su Huayu's worried face and smiled. Do you like me? Yes, I do. You're my good friend, of course I like you. Lu Zhongbai felt happy, but also a little shy. But who cares? As long as Su Huayu likes him, that's enough. When Su Huayu and the others returned to the courtyard from the youth palace, it was already dark. On the way home, they ran into Yao Jingzhu and Yao Jingye. Yao Jingye wanted to greet Wu Lichuan and the others, but when he saw his brother's grim face turning away, he quickly chased after him. Lu Zhongbai looked at Yao Jingzhu's expression and sneered. Next to them, Wu Lichuan looked at Yao Jingzhu's back and said, Yao Jingzhu doesn't have a good reputation at school. Not just bad, he's actually very bossy and unreasonable, Zhong Jiao added. Even if he's bossy, he's not as bossy as our big Lu, Wu Lijiang said, raising his chin. Wu Lichuan looked at his younger brother's proud expression and sighed, but big Lu won't stay in the capital forever. He will leave. After hearing Wu Lichuan's words, Lu Zhongbai looked in the direction where Yao Jingzhu had just left. Yao Jingzhu has a bad reputation, and his father doesn't look much better. On the way home, Lu Zhongbai told Su Huayu, Tomorrow, I'll take you to the youth palace after school, and in the evening, I'll pick you up from the singing and dancing troupe. Su Huayu nodded but didn't ask where Lu Zhongbai would go during that time. Lu Zhongbai actually has many friends in the capital, so staying close to her all the time would be strange. Before going to bed at night, Su Miaojuan came to her daughter's room. She looked at Su Huayu, who was drying her hair, and stepped forward to take a towel to help her daughter dry her hair. I know what happened yesterday. Su Miaojuan didn't talk to Su Huayu right away last night because everyone's attention was on Lu Zhongbai at the time. Seeing that Su Huayu was in such a good mood, Su Miaojuan didn't bring it up immediately, but that didn't mean she was indifferent to the matter. It's nothing, just that Yao Jingzhu was too talkative and Lu Zhongbai scolded him. Do you think he's just talkative? Su Huayu looked at herself in the mirror on the table, where Su Miaojuan was wiping her hair, and said, No, it's because their family has bad intentions. If Yao Tianzhu hadn't said something at home, and considering that Yao Jingzhu is much older than her, he definitely wouldn't have had any thoughts about her. That's why now, whether she looks at Yao Jingzhu or Yao Tianzhu, Su Huayu feels quite disgusted. As for Yao Tsuejuan, after hearing Yao Jingzhu's words, Su Huayu also put up a strong guard when facing her. The 4 movie tickets that came yesterday seemed suspicious, and today, her being asked to teach her to dance was also strange. Su Huayu felt she wasn't overthinking. Yao Tsuejuan must have other motives. This was only Su Huayu's guess. She didn't want her mother to worry too much, so she smiled and said, There's nothing I can do. After all, your daughter is pretty and talented. Su Miaojuan looked at her daughter's relaxed tone and felt worried. She said, Don't worry. Mom and Dad will handle this. The people in their family are so disgusting, Su Miaojuan said with clear disgust in her eyes. Your dad didn't say anything yesterday, but he's already investigating Yao Tianju. Some things need to be done quietly, so as not to alert others. Lu Zhongbai was right when he said at the police station. I also wonder how someone like him got to where he is now. It's certain he's good at scheming, but how he schemes and who he targets can all be carefully checked. Hearing her mother's words, Su Huayu felt reassured. It's so good to have Mom and Dad here. Su Miaojun looked at her daughter's innocent face and smiled. You should do what you want. Protecting you is what Mom and Dad are supposed to do. Actually, Su Huayu already felt very happy. Since her rebirth and seeing her mother again, she felt she was the happiest person in the world. Her childhood, which she didn't have before, was now full and happy in this life. Su Miaojuan watched her daughter turn around and hug her, acting spoiled, and her face was filled with a smile that seemed to be embedded there. Su Huayu looked up at her mother. Seeing her mother's eyes full of love as she looked at her, she smiled and said, In this world, I love you the most. Hearing her daughter's words, Su Miaojuan's heart softened completely. She lowered her head and gently kissed her daughter's forehead. Mom loves you the most in this world too. Lu Zhongbai, who had come specifically to stay in the capital to accompany Su Huayu, had not been seen for 3 days except in the mornings when he took her to the youth center or dance troupe, and in the evenings when he picked her up. He was nowhere to be seen in between. Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang also didn't know where Lu Zhongbai was. Seeing that Lu Zhongbai wouldn't be in the capital for many more days, when he came to pick her up again, Su Huayu asked, What have you been busy with these days? Pooping? When she heard these words, the first thing she thought was whether Lu Zhongbai had started keeping a cat. However, Su Huayu had never seen Lu Zhongbai keep a cat before. Yeah, don't ask. It's pretty gross. Since Lu Zhongbai said that, Su Huayu didn't ask anymore. Are you performing tomorrow? Yes, after the show, I took 2 days off to stay with you. Lu Zhongbai finally got a break and came back. He couldn't just keep acting as a bodyguard all the time. Su Huayu thought it was necessary to set aside time to spend with Lu Zhongbai, especially since they didn't know when they would see each other again. Sounds good. My own things are also finished, Lu Zhongbai said, pulling Su Huayu's hat down to cover her ears. I'll go take pictures of your performance tomorrow. After finishing his work, Lu Zhongbai really didn't go out alone again. Su Huayu only realized the meaning of cleaning up after the cat after her performance the next day. Yao Tianju was suspended, but it had only been a few days. He was now under investigation. When Su Huayu heard this, she immediately looked at Lu Zhongbai. He didn't say anything, just winked at her with a smile. Su Huayu silently opened her mouth in surprise. How did he do that? At home, Wu Haifeng asked directly when he saw Lu Zhongbai, Did you find the evidence of Yao Tianju's corruption? Today, someone from the police station brought a bag full of evidence to report Yao Tianju by name. After learning about this, Wu Haifeng quickly protected the witnesses and evidence, and also combined the evidence he had collected about Yao Tianju's illegal activities. As the saying goes, take his illness and use it to kill him. Before Yao Tianju could react, Wu Haifeng handed over all the evidence and witnesses he had gathered, including those voluntarily offered, to the supervisory department. The evidence was examined in the morning, and by noon, Yao Tianju was suspended for investigation. When asked by Wu Haifeng, Lu Zhongbai calmly admitted everything. How did you persuade that person? Wu Haifeng had seen the man who came to report Yao Tianju by name. He entered the police station almost as if he was ready to face death. I told him that if he reported Yao Tianju by name, I would send his seriously ill father to the best hospital in the capital for treatment, paying all medical expenses, and support his entire family for 20 years. After Lu Zhongbai finished speaking, everyone looked at him with expressions from surprise to silence. Lu Zhongbai's method was simple and effective, but not everyone could do it. After I took his father to the hospital and settled him in, he went to the police station with the evidence. At first, when Lu Zhongbai said this, the others didn't believe him. They thought that a teenager like Lu Zhongbai was just talking big. Maybe Yao Tianju was deliberately trying to humiliate them. But unexpectedly, Lu Zhongbai actually followed through. Because Lu Zhongbai kept his promises, the other side also honored theirs. They thought that being able to easily arrange for his father to be admitted to the best hospital in the capital and to pay so much medical expenses showed Lu Zhongbai was not an ordinary child. Perhaps he wouldn't be retaliated against by Yao Tianju. Moreover, it seemed like he was helping Lu Zhongbai report the crime, but in fact, he was also helping himself. If it weren't for Yao Tianju, their family wouldn't have fallen to this point. "How is Yao Tianju doing now?" Lu Zhongbai asked. He had done everything he could, and what was left was beyond his control, so he had to ask Wu Haifeng. Wu Haifeng patted Lu Zhongbai's shoulder with admiration and said, "There is enough evidence. If all goes well, Yao Tianju will be sentenced to death. Time is short." Wu Haifeng had only found evidence that Yao Tianju accepted bribes, but Lu Zhongbai had uncovered solid proof that Yao Tianju used his power to bully men and women, seize property, and even commit crimes for profit. Among these, the person who reported Yao Tianju at the police station today was Chai Liangren, the former fiancé of Yao Tianju's current wife. Yao Tianju had fallen for Guiyuro's beauty and education, and used dishonorable means to take her by force. Her former fiancé was unhappy and reported Yao Tianju, only to be beaten and have his job taken away. When Yao Tianju's men came to their house to cause trouble, Chai Liangren's father was injured in the spine. He couldn't get proper treatment and remained paralyzed in bed. Yao Tianju had not let go of them over the years. With his high status and power, just a few words from him made life extremely difficult for Chai Liangren's family. When Lu Zhongbai found them, Chai Liangren's father was on the verge of death. His mother had recently passed away, and only he, who was crippled, and his very thin 17-year-old brother were left at home. "This is good news, if only we could see," Lu Zhongbai said halfway, and then saw Su Huayu looking at him. He smiled and said, "It's good news." Su Huayu always felt that he didn't finish his sentence because he saw her. After so long apart, Lu Zhongbai seemed to be growing more like an adult. "Thank you." Su Miaojuan looked at Lu Zhongbai seriously. Although Lu Zhongbai had gone to the police station after fighting with Yao Jingzhu, he had won. Yao Tianju, respecting Lu Zhongbai's special status, wouldn't cause trouble for him. The reason he did so much was mainly because Yao Tianju's family threatened Su Huayu. Su Miaojuan didn't think she was overthinking. Only her daughter was worth Lu Zhongbai putting in so much effort. Sometimes, Su Miaojuan wondered if Lu Zhongbai's actions for her daughter were really just because they were friends. "Auntie, this is what I should do," Lu Zhongbai said with a smile. "Besides, removing such a harmful person is also a good deed. Good boy, have you ever thought about becoming a police officer in the future?" Wu Haifeng really liked Lu Zhongbai. Lu Zhongbai smiled and said, "That depends on whether Lu Hai agrees." This was a polite way of refusing. The thing he truly wanted to do was something Lu Hai couldn't control. And the things he felt embarrassed to refuse, he used Lu Hai, the father figure, as an excuse. Wu Haifeng didn't doubt Lu Zhongbai's words. After all, he used to be under Lu Hai's command, and Lu Hai would definitely prefer Lu Zhongbai to inherit his position. Just as Wu Haifeng was about to suggest that joining the army was also good, the front door was suddenly knocked loudly. Wu Haifeng's brow furrowed. He told Wu Lichuan, who was about to go open the door, "Let me go." The loud knocking sounded like it was eager to break the door. When Wu Haifeng opened the door, he saw Guiyuro, looking lost and helpless, and beside her, Yao Jingye and Yao Cuizhuan, both panicked and with red eyes. "Director Wu." Guiyuro didn't even enter the house. As soon as she saw Wu Haifeng, she knelt outside their door. Yao Jingye and Yao Cuizhuan, seeing their mother kneeling on the ground, felt a bit ashamed, but thinking of their father being taken away, they still knelt behind their mother. "Director Wu, please help our family old Yao. Why was he taken away?" "He is." Guiyuro couldn't bring herself to say the word innocent. She could only sob and say, "He has elderly parents and young children. If something really happened to him, how can our whole family survive? Director Wu, please have mercy on us. Our children are still so young." "Old Yao can't be in trouble," Guiyuro cried as she tried to pull at Wu Haifeng, but Su Miaojuan stopped her. Su Miaojuan pulled Wu Haifeng behind her and looked at Guiyuro, who was kneeling and crying uncontrollably, and said, "Comrade Gua, old Wu can't decide about Comrade Yao's situation. If Comrade Yao is innocent, he wouldn't be in trouble." Hearing this, Guiyuro cried even harder. She knew that Yao Tianju was not innocent or blameless, which is why she came to ask Wu Haifeng for help. Crying, Guiyuro begged, "Director Wu, please save our old Yao. I will do anything if you're willing to help him. I will listen to you. Please, I beg you." Su Miaojuan looked at Guiyuro, who kept kowtowing in front of them, and frowned. She wondered what her previous words meant. Someone might think they were forcing her to do something illegal. "Comrade Gua, my husband just said what I wanted to say," Wu Haifeng said, holding Su Miaojuan's hand. "If Comrade Yao Tianju is innocent, no one can blame him. Stop kneeling here." Su Miaojuan wanted to help Guiyuro up, but her knees seemed rooted to the ground and wouldn't move. "Comrade Guiyuro," Wu Haifeng looked at her stubbornly and said sternly, "if you keep acting like this, I will have to call the guards." Guiyuro, who had been married to Yao Tianju for so many years, couldn't bear to embarrass herself in front of so many people. Hearing Wu Haifeng's words, she looked up at him and said, "I heard that the person who reported this officially is Chai Liangren. Director Wu, if you can't help our old Yao, can I meet with Chai Liangren?" Guiyuro thought that, based on their past friendship, Chai Liangren might be able to help spare Yao Tianju. Wu Haifeng looked at Guiyuro and said, "Take the child and leave. Director Wu, no matter what, old Yao worked with you for so long. You can't be so heartless." Guiyuro cried, tears streaming down her face. "If you save old Yao, we could be family someday. Get out." Su Miaojuan finally couldn't hold back. "Does your family have no shame? Who wants to be related to you? Get out now. Leave immediately." Su Miaojuan directly grabbed Guiyuro and pushed her out. Yao Jingye saw Su Miaojuan move and also stood up to push her, but before he could, Su Huayu kicked him out without mercy. Everyone around, except Lu Zhongbai, who looked proud of Su Huayu, was shocked. They couldn't believe that the usually gentle and quiet Su Huayu had such a fierce side. Su Huayu kicked Yao Jingye away and quickly closed and bolted her door before anyone could react. She turned to look at Wu Haifeng and the others, then saw Lu Zhongbai clapping and smiling at her, while Wu Lijiang silently gave her a thumbs up. "Wow, I didn't expect that, little you," Wu Lichuan said in amazement. "This is the first time I've seen Su Huayu fight." Su Miaojuan was stunned when her daughter came out to protect her. She stood up, hugged Su Huayu, and couldn't help but kiss her daughter's forehead again and again. Although she felt warm inside because her daughter protected her, she still said to her, "In the future, don't fight back like that. What if you get hurt? It's okay." "No one can bully my mom," Su Huayu replied. In Su Huayu's eyes, no one was more important than her mother. Outside, the crying continued, but this time Guiyuro and the others didn't knock on the door again. Their crying grew fainter and fainter. "Come inside," Wu Haifeng said, putting his arm around Su Miaojuan's shoulders and inviting the children in. Lu Zhongbai walked on the other side of Su Huayu and whispered with a smile, "Next time, just kick their shoulders." Actually, kicking their heads would be more effective. Wu Lichuan listened to Lu Zhongbai giving advice to his sister. He felt a little tempted to stop him, but then he thought, never mind. His sister has always been very sensible. Today, if Yao Jingye hadn't suddenly wanted to hurt their mother, Su Huayu wouldn't have shown such a fierce side. Before going to bed at night, Su Huayu, Lu Zhongbai, and Wu Lichuan were discussing going ice skating at Shikahai the next day. They decided not to go home for lunch, but to eat outside instead. The next morning, Lu Zhongbai knocked on the door as Su Huayu just opened his eyes. Today, they planned to skate. Su Huayu wore a yellow-green cotton jacket, black fleece pants, and the short boots Lu Zhongbai had specially brought for her. After eating and preparing to leave home, Su Miaojuan looked at her daughter's neck and put on the white mink scarf that Lu Zhongbai had given Su Huayu this time. She also put on her hat and gloves, making sure she was bundled up tightly. Only then did Su Miaojuan let her daughter and the two boys leave. This time, the four of them went to Shikahai to skate without inviting Zhong Jiao. Su Huayu didn't ask for leave, so she still had to go to the youth palace for practice. On the way to Shikahai, Wu Lijiang leaned over to Lu Zhongbai and asked, "Big brother, are there places like Shikahai everywhere in the Northeast? Can we skate whenever we want?" "Yes, just go out and skate all the way to school," Lu Zhongbai replied. "Wow, that's amazing," Wu Lijiang said enviously. "I wish I could go to the Northeast to play someday." Lu Zhongbai looked at Su Huayu, who was sitting quietly beside him, and said, "As long as you want to go, you can go anytime. When I grow up a bit more and my parents agree, we'll go to the Northeast to find you and play." Wu Lijiang said this because he knew Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojun were too busy with work to take them to the Northeast. Lu Zhongbai reached out and pinched the small flower on Su Huayu's glove, saying, "If Aunt Su and Uncle Wu agree, when I return from Shanghai to the Northeast, I can bring you to the capital." Wu Lijiang's eyes lit up. "Great. I'll ask my parents when I get home today." Hearing Wu Lijiang's excited voice, Su Huayu really wanted to tell him that their parents wouldn't agree. But clearly, Wu Lijiang wasn't listening at all. When the four arrived at Shikahai, they forgot everything as they watched the lively scene. They paid to rent skates, held hands, and rushed to the middle of the ice. Every winter, Su Huayu and the others come to Shikahai to skate, so they are quite skilled at it. For people started holding hands, but soon Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang had already slipped away somewhere, leaving Lu Zhongbai holding Su Huayu's hand tightly without letting go. They slid from the edge to the middle, then slowly moved to a less crowded area. Tired from skating, Lu Zhongbai bought 2 tickets and sat on a tire, letting someone carry them across the ice. Watching Su Huayu happily skating, Lu Zhongbai unconsciously opened his arms wide, laughing freely on the wide ice surface. After skating a few rounds around Shikahai, Su Huayu, exhausted, leaned on Lu Zhongbai and sat on a nearby bench, holding a candied hawthorn and watching the crowd on the ice, trying to spot Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang. Since they separated earlier, she hadn't seen them, but she wasn't worried about anything happening to them, as they came here more often than she did. She just felt it was almost time for lunch, but the 2 of them still hadn't appeared. "I'll have one," Su Huayu said, watching Lu Zhongbai suddenly lean over. Without thinking, she handed him her candied hawthorn. After Lu Zhongbai bit into one, Su Huayu asked, "Should we go look for Dachuan and Xiaozheng?" "It's almost noon." Lu Zhongbai was chewing his candy and didn't reply, but he reached out his hand to her. Holding Lu Zhongbai's hand, Su Huayu stood up and walked with him. From his expression, it seemed he knew exactly where Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang were. Lu Zhongbai did know where they were. He had seen them several times while playing with Su Huayu, but he never called out to them. This time, when they found Wu Lijiang and Wu Lichuan, the brothers were fighting with a group of older kids for some reason. Dachuan, Xiaozheng, Su Huayu called out their names, but Lu Zhongbai had already taken off his gloves and rushed forward. He always took off his gloves when fighting because he thought it hurt more if he was barehanded. Once Lu Zhongbai joined, the situation quickly turned around. As Su Huayu watched nervously, she suddenly noticed Wu Chuiying standing nearby. Seeing Wu Chuiying's disheveled appearance, she suddenly understood why Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang were fighting. After being overwhelmed and unable to fight back, Lu Zhongbai asked the 2 men next to him, whose hats had been knocked off, "What happened?" "The people across the way. You just went up and hit them without knowing what was going on." "They were bullying someone," Wu Lichuan said, looking at the group opposite. "You're talking nonsense. We didn't bully anyone. We saw it with our own eyes." "If you weren't bullying her, why did you push her down and kick the things she was holding out of her hands?" Wu Lijiang shouted angrily at the group. After skating, Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang planned to buy candied hawthorn sticks and find Su Huayu and Lu Zhongbai. On the way, they saw this group push Wu Chuiying to the ground. Not only that, they also kicked the things Wu Chuiying was holding away. Even if they saw a stranger girl being bullied, Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang wouldn't stay silent. And Wu Chuiying was like a sister to them. That's because she was scamming money and selling fake goods. She deserved it. One of the boys, who was being stepped on by Lu Zhongbai and was stubbornly looking up, cursed. "What, are you guys a gang? Coming to cheat people at the ice rink?" Lu Zhongbai frowned as he looked at the person under his foot, then suddenly turned his gaze to the hand resting on his arm. He looked at Su Huayu, then easily stepped back a few paces, following her strength, and released the boy's foot. After Lu Zhongbai moved his foot, the boy rolled on the ground and stood up. "Who said we're a gang?" Wu Lijiang shouted even louder than before. "We're just helping those in trouble." Wu Lichuan looked at Wu Chuiying, who had messy hair and red eyes. He took a step forward, about to ask her something, but Wu Chuiying simply grabbed the box she had picked up and ran away. Wu Lichuan was stunned by what he saw. He felt as if an invisible slap had hit his face. Wu Lijiang, furious, shouted after Wu Chuiying's back, "Why are you running? She even took 10 yuan from us." But Wu Chuiying ran too fast. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the crowd. The group across the way looked at Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang with cold eyes. Wu Lijiang, out of breath, took a step back and said, "No matter what, you can't bully a little girl. You are all grown up now. Do you not feel ashamed for bullying a young girl?" Wu Lijiang believed he was right and said proudly, "It would be better to send her straight to the police station. Selling fake goods and making her spend a few days in jail. The others. That 10 yuan isn't enough to send a young girl to jail." Also, they didn't mean to push Wu Chuiying down. They only pushed her shoulder to warn her. She lost her balance and fell. The reason they kicked the box away was because they wanted to get their money back. Wu Chuiying said she had no money and only her life left. They had never seen such thick skin. They couldn't kick Wu Chuiying, so they only kicked the nearby box. Wu Lichuan was also hurt by Wu Chuiying's actions. After his brother finished speaking, he said, "Sorry, we didn't understand the situation." At that moment, he thought Wu Chuiying was being bullied, but then she suddenly slapped him. Wu Lijiang also felt a bit guilty and said, "How about we buy you some candied hawthorn to apologize?" The person opposite rolled their eyes at Wu Lijiang. Who can afford a candied hawthorn? A dozen people sat by Shikahai, except for Wu Lichuan and his brothers. They each had 2 candied hawthorns and started asking where Lu Zhongbai learned martial arts. "That kick you just did sent me flying." I looked at my chest. Luckily, I was wearing thick clothes. One person said, "Still scared." "And that spinning kick, are you good at light skills? Where did you learn? Does your master take students? I want to learn too." Su Huayu looked at the people who had just been fighting fiercely and couldn't help but smile. There's a saying, you don't get to know someone until you fight. Although this fight nearly emptied Wu Lijiang and Wu Lichuan's pocket money, they also bought some soda. When they parted ways, the group told Wu Lichuan and his brothers, "We don't know what your relationship with that girl is, but stay away from her. Otherwise, you might get sold and have to count money for her." Wu Lichuan's face turned red, and Wu Lijiang nodded in agreement. If he had known Wu Chuiying fell because of this, he wouldn't have stepped forward. But what was more frustrating was that they were still behind, watching everything. When Su Huayu and the others prepared to leave Shikahai, the group of strangers they didn't know suddenly reappeared. Wu Chuiying, who had left earlier without anyone noticing when, suddenly showed up again. Wu Lichuan looked unhappy at Wu Chuiying's sudden appearance. Wu Lijiang directly started scolding, "How dare you come back? We went to help you like fools and you played us for fools. And where's the money? You stole people's money." Wu Lijiang was about to go and search Wu Chuiying, but Su Huayu saw her red eyes and her pitiful look, so she held back the aggressive Wu Lijiang. "Xiaoyu, don't pull me. Today I must." "Enough," Wu Lichuan said, looking coldly at the people watching around. He stared at the always pitiful Wu Chuiying and asked, "Why did you come back?" He thought Wu Chuiying wouldn't return after she ran away. "Since you're back, return the money you tricked from people," Wu Lichuan said, turning to look in the direction where the group had just left. But in the next moment, Wu Chuiying cried and grabbed his arm. "Big brother, don't call me that." Hearing Wu Chuiying's crying, Su Huayu couldn't help but turn away in frustration. She really disliked people who cried before speaking, as if everyone was bullying her. Right now, they looked like the bullies. Lu Zhongbai rarely saw Su Huayu show such impatience. He smiled and pinched her hand. "I have no money, and it's not my fault. They didn't see clearly and bought my things by mistake." When Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang heard this, they were stunned by Wu Chuiying's words. Even Su Huayu and Lu Zhongbai looked at her in surprise. They are many and they're older than me. How could I force them to buy my things? It's because they can't afford to lose, and after paying, they want their money back, Wu Chuiying cried. They think I'm just a girl from the countryside and can be bullied. Besides, they clearly have money. They bullied me just for a little money. That's too much. Su Huayu and the others stared in shock at Wu Chuiying, who was crying and accusing them. Wu Chuiying spoke with such confidence that for a moment, Su Huayu and the others began to doubt whether their own views were correct. Fortunately, this doubt only lasted a moment. Wu Lichuan frowned as he looked at Wu Chuiying, who was crying and tears were streaming down her face. He asked, Wu Chuiying, how did you become like this? He clearly remembered that the last time they met, Wu Chuiying was not so unreasonable. Wu Chuiying looked at Wu Lichuan in confusion. What was wrong with him? Seeing the doubt in Wu Chuiying's eyes, Wu Lichuan felt very tired inside. Forget it, do whatever you want, he said. He knew that even if he explained, Wu Chuiying wouldn't listen. Brother, Wu Chuiying, feeling confused and scared, grabbed Wu Lichuan's sleeve. She really didn't know what she had done wrong, or rather, she hadn't done anything wrong at all. Wu Lichuan pulled his sleeve away from her hand. He looked at Wu Chuiying, opened his mouth to speak, but finally couldn't hold back and said, since you're starting to study now, listen less to your mother and more to your teacher. Selling bad things to others is basically cheating. Just because others aren't short of money doesn't mean they can be taken advantage of. If you keep doing this, you'll end up in big trouble someday. Wu Chuiying looked at Wu Lichuan, who was scolding her, and pressed her lips tightly. When she saw Su Huayu watching her, shame suddenly flooded her heart. She looked at Wu Lichuan with red eyes and said, you guys don't lack money, so you can say that easily. But I can't. If I don't earn money, I have nothing. Being born of the same mother, why was she the only one suffering so much? I used to think that there was still a brother who cared about me and loved me. Now I see you, and them are just as hypocritical. After saying this, Wu Chuiying suddenly pushed Wu Lichuan, then cried and turned to run away. Wu Lichuan instinctively took a few steps after her, but was caught by Wu Lijiang.
Stop chasing.
Whatever you say is your fault. There's nothing more to say. Some words are only useful if the person is willing to listen and change. To someone who already has prejudice against you, it just feels like you're looking down on her and humiliating her. Clearly, Wu Chuiying was the latter type. Wu Lichuan looked at Wu Chuiying, who was lost in the crowd, and softly said, she wasn't like this before. But only Wu Lichuan heard this, and he spoke with little strength because he knew he couldn't change Wu Chuiying. All he could do was watch her become more and more unfamiliar. At noon, when Su Huayu and the others left Shikahai, it was almost noon. Not knowing what to eat, they went straight to Quanjude with their money vouchers. When unsure what to eat, roast duck is always a safe choice. In the afternoon, the four of them watched the movie, read Detachment of Women. Afterward, they strolled around the street before heading home. During his last 2 days in the capital, Lu Zhongbai was almost inseparable from Su Huayu, except when they were sleeping at night. On the day Lu Zhongbai was leaving for Hushi, Su Huayu took the morning off. She wanted to go with Wu Haifeng and Wu Lichuan to see Lu Zhongbai off at the train station. Lu Zhongbai carried a backpack, and his suitcase was filled with things prepared by Su Huayu and Su Miaojuan. This time, before getting on the train, Lu Zhongbai was the first to hug Su Huayu. I'll call you when I get to Hushi. Next to him, Wu Haifeng wanted to say he couldn't hug, but Lu Zhongbai had already let go of Su Huayu and turned to hug brothers Wu Lijiang. Wu Haifeng watched Lu Zhongbai finally hug him, feeling disappointed in himself for thinking the boy was too innocent. My parents know I'm going to Hushi. When I arrive, I'll send you some delicious food. Thanks, Brother Lu, Wu Lijiang said with a smile. Happy New Year in advance. Happy New Year. Lu Zhongbai smiled and looked at Su Huayu, who also smiled and said, Happy New Year. I'm leaving now. Su Huayu stood still, watching Lu Zhongbai leave. She waited until she couldn't see him anymore before walking away with Wu Haifeng from the train station. Dad, Brother Lu is so free. When can we be like him and leave whenever we want? Wu Haifeng looked at Wu Lijiang, who was already eager to follow Lu Zhongbai. Where do you want to go? Anywhere is fine, northeast, sushi, Husher, anywhere. Wu Lijiang was very eager for the northeast and Husher as mentioned by Lu Zhongbai. In the northeast, besides going to school, Lu Zhongbai would hang out with friends skiing, hiking, and hunting. When she was in Sioux City before, she felt much more at ease. I heard that Lu Zhongbai's grandparents had a large house covering nearly 100 acres in Sioux City. Lu Zhongbai grew up in this big house before he was 7. However, this was something Lu Zhongbai said by accident. After mentioning it once, he never talked about his life at his grandparents' home again. Su Huayu knew a little more than the Wu brothers about this. She knew that when Lu Zhongbai's grandparents sent him to the capital, they sold all their farmland and even the big house of over 10 acres. Now they live in a house on the outskirts of Shanghai. Besides the elderly couple, only an old housekeeper who has been with them for many years remains. He rarely goes to the city, and when he does, it's usually to send or receive letters. Lu Zhongbai once said that his mother had told him more than once that she wanted to bring his grandparents to live with them. But they said they were used to life in their hometown and not used to life in the army, so they refused. Su Huayu and Lu Zhongbai's grandmother, Bai Hui, also felt that Bai Hui liked country life. She enjoyed planting flowers and raising fish. In recent years, because of the difficult situation, they also grew fruits and vegetables at home. Overall, they were quite happy and content. However, Su Huayu also had a faint worry. From what Lu Zhongbai and Bai Hui wrote in their letters, she could tell that Qi Xuan and Bai Hui's identities were not ordinary. But then she thought again, and felt she was overthinking. After all, when they first met, Qi Xuan and his wife seemed to have donated everything they could. Now life was peaceful and good. While lost in thought, Su Huayu accidentally bumped into Wu Haifeng, who had suddenly stopped. She looked at the 3 people who had also stopped nearby, about to ask what was wrong, when she saw Kai Meiwan walking over with a big belly, talking and laughing with a man who looked to be around 50. Seeing the two, Su Huayu doubted her eyes because she remembered clearly that the young man who had been with Kai Meiwan at the haunted house was different. Could it be that Kai Meiwan had remarried 4 times? Kai Meiwan was also momentarily stunned when she saw Wu Haifeng. But then her eyes lit up, and she smiled at Wang Yutian beside her, saying, "Look, this is my ex-husband." When Kai Meiwan saw Wu Haifeng stop and look at her, she felt a bit of secret joy inside. After she finished speaking to Wang Yutian, Wu Haifeng directly left with the children beside him, showing no intention of greeting her. Kai Meiwan looked at Wu Haifeng's strong and tall figure, and a hint of sadness appeared in her eyes. If he had divorced the woman who couldn't have children, or if he had remarried her, then the child in her belly would be his. Unfortunately, he didn't have that good fortune. Wang Yutian looked at Wu Haifeng's impressive presence and asked in surprise, "Is that your ex-husband? He didn't seem like an ordinary person. So how could Kai Meiwan have such a good ex-husband?" "Yes, we are from the same village. The 2 boys next to him are my sons," Kai Meiwan said proudly. She was different from those who could only have daughters. Besides Wu Chuiying, all her children were boys. But thinking about her older sons, Kai Meiwan scolded Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang. "Those 2 little brats are blind. Their own mother is right here, and they don't even come to say hello." Really? Wang Yutian knew Kai Meiwan had been married twice, but he didn't expect her ex-husband to look so impressive, like a soldier. There's no fake about it. Wu Haifeng is now the director of the Public Security Bureau. With such a father, my 2 sons will definitely have a bright future. Kai Meiwan touched her belly and smiled at Wang Yutian, saying, "When our son is born and grows up, his brothers will surely support him. After all, they are siblings." Wang Yutian's uneasy feeling disappeared instantly after hearing her words. Yes, if his son had such powerful brothers, he wouldn't have to worry about the future. Seeing Wang Yutian's changing expressions, Kai Meiwan smiled and said, "I told you, you should marry me." "Haha, yes, I really am lucky," Wang Yutian said proudly. Getting remarried at his age to a wife nearly 20 years younger, and still staying strong enough to make her pregnant, he was proud of his good fortune. Everyone said this pregnancy would be a boy, which made Wang Yutian, who only had a son, very happy. As a father, he never disliked having more children. Kai Meiwon is still young and able to have children. Wang Yutian thinks that after she gives birth, he might be able to have 2 big, healthy boys within 5 years. Wu Haifeng, feeling disgusted, told his brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang, stay away from her in the future. Previously, Wu Haifeng thought he could still have contact with his biological mother, but now he finds Kai Meiwon somewhat disgusting. He has worked hard to raise his children well and doesn't want them to be around shady people. Yes, at this moment, Wu Haifeng's idea of shady people includes Kai Meiwon. He fears that if his sons get involved with her, they might be taken advantage of. Got it, Dad. Both Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang replied quickly and clearly. Wu Lichuan remembered his biological mother's swollen belly and, for some reason, thought of her pregnant figure when she was in the village. Suddenly, Wu Lichuan felt a bit nauseous and uncomfortable without understanding why. He knew he shouldn't feel this way, but he couldn't control it, especially when he saw Kai Meiwon standing with the bald old man. The feeling of disgust grew stronger. He thought she might have her reasons, but
His father was right.
he didn't want to have any more contact with Kai Meiwon. Wu Haifeng and his sons kept their distance from Kai Meiwon as much as possible. However, Kai Meiwon still wanted to stay connected with Wu Haifeng and his sons, secretly hoping they might rekindle their past relationship. But her belly was getting bigger, and Wang Yutian and his son kept a close watch on her. She could hardly go out without Wang Youtian's company, or she would struggle to leave the courtyard. Kai Meiwon couldn't approach Wu Haifeng and his sons directly, so she asked Wu Chuiying to go instead. Kai Meiwon didn't know much about what was happening between Wu Lichuan, Wu Lijiang, and Wu Chuiying. Wu Chuiying also wouldn't tell her mother the truth because she knew that if she did, she would face a harsh beating. As Wu Chuiying grew older, she learned how to protect herself and how to deceive Kai Meiwon. Anyway, she mostly stayed at home, like a dog, only occasionally going out with Wang Yutian. I'm doing this for your own good. You're already grown up, and only by maintaining good relations with your 2 brothers can you have a chance to marry into a wealthy family and live a good life. Your brother's family lives in a wealthy and influential neighborhood. Marrying anyone is a blessing for you. Do you really want to marry just anyone and live a simple life? Kai Meiwon doesn't want that. She has worked hard to raise her daughter, and she wants her to marry well. She also thinks her daughter is just as good as the girl from Wu Haifeng's family, who is lazy and can't lay eggs. It's just that girl can dance a little. They're all low-class people. Nothing special. Her daughter is hardworking and willing to do chores. In the future, she can marry into a good family and get a big bride price. I won't do that, Wu Chuiying whispered after Kai Meiwon finished talking. She doesn't want to marry her stepfather and end up in a complicated situation where she doesn't even know who the father of her child is. But her mother and stepbrother don't know she knows about their affair. Wu Chuiying won't tell them. She knows that if they find out she knows everything, she won't have a good ending. Don't want to? Then quickly get close to your 2 brothers. Your eldest brother is kind-hearted. If you cry and act pitiful, he will probably help you. You need to use some tricks, Kai Meiwon said without any inappropriate meaning. She has also taught Wu Chuiying these things. Some lessons should start early, so she can find a good man and hold him tightly. Wu Chuiying agrees that her mother is right. If her mother hadn't caught Wang Yutian and his son, she wouldn't have had a decent life in the capital for a few years. Wu Chuiying believes that if she surpasses her mother, she will live a better life than Kai Meiwon does now. No, she should live even better than Wu Haifeng's wife. But Wu Chuiying can't even enter the police compound, let alone meet her brother's friends. She has been waiting outside the police station early every morning, hoping to see her brother. She stays there even when chased away. Fortunately, after 3 days of waiting, she finally saw Wu Lichuan and his brother coming out with 5 or 6 young men. Brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lichang never saw Wu Chuiying until she suddenly appeared, saying she had something to talk to them about. She thought that by saying this, Wu Lichuan would, like before, care about her even if he was cold. But he didn't. He just glanced at her briefly and then walked away with his friends. Big brother, I really need to see you. When Wu Chuiying stopped them again, She felt a little embarrassed because she was wearing ill-fitting men's clothes, making her look like she had stolen someone else's outfit. Compared to Wu Lichuan and his group, she looked quite poor. She didn't like this feeling. I told you, I can't help you. If you have a problem, don't come to me, but I don't know who else to turn to. You're my real brother, and in the capital, you're the only family I have. Wu Lichuan and Wu Lichang frowned as they looked at Wu Chuiying. Had she forgotten what happened at Shikahai before? If she remembered, she wouldn't have the courage to show up in front of them again. We can't help you. If you're in trouble, you should report it to the police. Wu Lichang was quite pleased with how his older brother was treating Wu Chuiying now. That's how it should be. After all, she and her mother are always trying to climb higher by any means. Wu Lichuan, I am your real sister, Wu Chuiying said, choking back tears. Wu Lichuan looked at her with her eyes already red and sneered. She talks about being his real sister, but in fact, both she and Kai Meiwan only cling to him. But that's also his fault. Wu Lichang had never shown them any respect from the start, and he foolishly believed their lies. I told you, we can report you to the police. If you're just bored, then stay away from us. After saying this, Wu Lichuan saw Wu Chuiying crying and looking at him. Then, feeling impatient, he and his friends turned away and walked off. Wu Chuiying didn't follow this time, and she never came back to the police station again. Wu Lichuan thought that if he had acted sooner, maybe there would have been no connection between them at all. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Su Huaiyu received a call from Lu Zhongbai from Shanghai. She also heard the voices of Lu Zhongbai's grandfather, Qi Xuan, and his grandmother, Bai Hui, on the line. Su Huaiyu was happy listening to the strong, healthy voices of the elderly. She smiled, wished them a happy new year, and shared recent news. They talked for about half an hour. After hanging up, Bai Hui looked at her grandson's gentle expression and then at her own husband. Huaiyu is really a good girl. Exactly. She often writes us letters and sends things. The postal workers always ask if she's our granddaughter. Lu Zhongbai listened to his grandmother and grandfather praise Su Huaiyu. He smiled and said, she's always been very good. Qi Xuan, watching his grandson defend Su Huaiyu, joked, how about we marry Huaiyu to you in the future? Bai Hui teasingly looked at Lu Zhongbai. He was momentarily stunned, then nodded and said, okay. Lu Zhongbai's serious attitude surprised Qi Xuan and Bai Hui, who exchanged surprised glances. Don't you also like Xiaoyu? Lu Zhongbai asked the suddenly quiet elderly couple. I like her too. Qi Xuan wanted to ask if Lu Zhongbai knew what like really meant, but since he rarely saw Lu Zhongbai so serious, he smiled and said, you'd better work hard. I heard Xiaoyu isn't even 10 yet, but she's already in the first year of middle school.
Not only that,
Xiaoyu is skilled in dance, piano, and painting. She even sent me 4 landscape pictures. The colors and brushwork are good. I heard she studies under Zheng Xiaojia. No wonder her paintings get better each year. Lu Bai, have you long given up on your calligraphy and painting? Lu Zhongbai didn't reply. Not only had he given up, but he had almost completely forgotten about it. Qi Yishuan understood his reaction. He smiled and said, it's a shame about the talented artists we once hired for you.
Who says?
I just seem to have forgotten, but it's actually always been in my bones, Lu Zhongbai said with a smile, hugging them as they went home. What should we eat on New Year's Eve? What do you want to eat? Grandma will cook it for you. Let's make dumplings. I like eating dumplings. Okay. Recently, your grandma and I learned how to make dumplings. You have to eat dumplings during the New Year. Lu Zhongbai hugged the two of them and shared funny stories. Qi Xuan laughed happily, and Bai Hui kept smiling. This was the happiest New Year since Lu Zhongbai returned to his parents' home. Su Huaiyu and the others were also happy. The best part was that before New Year's Eve, they received news that Yao Tianzhu had been dismissed and investigated. Guoyuro wanted to visit Chai Liangren to plead for him, but it was not just talk. She really took action. Unfortunately, she didn't say a word before Chai Liangren's brother, Chai Liangen, chased her out of the house with a broom. Chai Liangren didn't say anything either. He understood Guoyuro had difficulties back then, but today's matter was different. No matter how hard it was for Guiyuro, he didn't want to hear it. He only wanted Yao Tianju to die. He believed he deserved it. Guiyuro's efforts to get help from Chai Liangren failed. When she thought about seeking help from others, Yao Tianju and his eldest son, who was born to his original wife, went to the police station. They also submitted evidence of Yao Tianju's key crimes, including embezzlement and bribery. Yao Zhengong unexpectedly took the initiative to hand over his father's criminal evidence, which surprised everyone. But because he was standing up against his own family, Yao Tianju had no chance to turn things around. On the evening of the 29th day of the lunar month, Su Miaojuan learned about this and said, "Yao Zhengong is still a worker at our distillery. I heard that after he reported this, the factory plans to promote him. Of course, he has enough years of service, and because he stood up against his family, the factory leaders think highly of him." Su Miaojuan spoke softly, but suddenly, loud crying came from the Yao family. At the end of the year, hearing such distressing crying was upsetting for Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng. What made them angrier was that, in the early hours of New Year's Eve, the Yao family's house caught fire for unknown reasons. When Su Huayu was called by his mother, brothers Wu Lichuan had already put on their padded jackets and rushed out to call someone, while Wu Haifeng was carrying water to put out the fire. Fortunately, there was no wind that night. When they were halfway through fighting the fire, it started snowing again, making it even harder to control. By 3 a.m., the fire at the back of the house was finally extinguished. Wu Haifeng looked at the blackened, burned house with a cold gaze. He was glad he discovered the fire early. If the flames had spread to their home, the consequences would have been terrible. How did the fire start? It shouldn't have happened. Guiyuro and the others had already left last night. Yes, how could it suddenly catch fire? Wu Haifeng listened to the nearby discussions and said, "Let's go inside and check." He suspected arson. When they found the fire starting in the wardrobe in the bedroom, he confirmed that this fire was not an accident. As for who set the fire, it was obvious. Definitely the Yao family. No wonder they didn't want to spend New Year's Eve here. Now it all makes sense. If their goal was to upset people, then they succeeded. After the fire was put out, Wu Haifeng went straight to the police station. Su Miaojuan stayed with her daughter, lying in bed. "Sleep now, don't be afraid. Mom is here to watch over you." Su Miaojuan lay beside her daughter, smiling gently as she patted her back, looking at her delicate, fair face. Su Huayu snuggled into her mother's embrace, smelling the familiar scent, and fell asleep again. When Su Huayu woke up, her mother was no longer there. She yawned and got up, faintly hearing the sound of tinkling in the background. Hearing noises from her daughter's room, Su Miaojuan knocked on the door and asked, Are you awake? Get up and eat. After eating, Mom will take you to rehearsal." On New Year's Eve, Su Huayu always has a place at the Spring Festival Gala. Over the years, she had grown used to performing on New Year's Eve. In the morning, Su Huayu left and took a quick look at the house, which was nearly 2/3 destroyed by fire. This was a real ancient building, and the arsonist should be caught and brought to justice. Fortunately, reality was pretty much what Su Huayu expected. After the 4 members of the Guiyuro family were found, they pushed forward the youngest, Yao Jingye. They said Yao Jingye played with fire and accidentally caused the house to burn. The house was burned so badly that Guiyuro's family would definitely have to pay for the damage. However, both Guiyuro and Yao Jingzwe said they had no money. If they really wanted to settle accounts, they could take Yao Jingye away and keep him detained for a while, since he was the one who set the house on fire and was fully responsible. Yao Jingye kept crying non-stop, no matter what the police asked him. Su Huayu, after performing and returning home, couldn't help but let out a soft sigh when she heard her father mention this. Although Yao Jingye was a bit proud, based on her and her classmates' years of experience, it didn't seem like he was capable of starting a fire. Wu Lijiang, who was classmates with Yao Jingye, asked, "Dad, is Yao Jingye really in jail?" Wu Haifeng suspected that Guiyuro and the others pushed Yao Jingye forward because he was the youngest. Maybe the police would just give him a warning and then let him go. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. However, less than 2 hours after being detained, Yao Jingye cried and said it wasn't him, but his older brother Yao Jingzhua who did it. Su Huayu and Wu Lijiang immediately nodded after hearing this, thinking it sounded more reasonable. Was Yao Jingye released? Yes. Yao Jingzhua wanted to run but was caught. Wu Haifeng thought about Guiyuro, who wanted to take the blame for her son, and really wanted to remind her to look at her younger son's face. Yao Jingye's face was full of hurt and grievance at that moment, almost overflowing. Because when he was caught, Guiyuro was indifferent, but when her son was taken, she looked like the world was collapsing. They were both her sons, and he was even younger than his brother. Let's not talk about this anymore. Su Miaojuan sincerely didn't want to hear these upsetting stories on New Year's Eve. I've made a big pot of beef ribs. Let's chat and eat together. Garlic paste, dipped in soy sauce and garlic paste. So tasty. Wu Lichuan shouted, pulling his younger brother to peel garlic. The mashed garlic was placed in a bowl, with a little soy sauce and vinegar added, along with some sesame oil. The beef ribs, which had been simmered for 4 hours until the meat fell off the bone, were put in, dipped in the sauce, and eaten. They were tender, flavorful, and very delicious. They had saved room for this special New Year's Eve dinner just to enjoy these beef ribs. This white radish stew is also very tasty. Su Miaojuan watched as Wu Haifeng, who wasn't eating meat with the children but instead picked a piece of white radish, directly took a piece of meat-heavy beef rib from the pot and put it into his bowl. I made so much meat, not just for you to eat radish, she said. Wu Haifeng smiled and looked at his wife. My wife makes everything taste good. Of course. First, eat the meat. You should eat too. Su Miaojuan looked at her husband and son, who were sitting together eating meat, and her lips curled up happily. Although Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng had been married for many years, their relationship was getting better and closer, more like lovers than just a married couple. Su Huayu was very happy to see his mother, so happy. After everyone finished eating and drinking, as usual, they started making dumplings while listening to the radio to pass the time. Wu Haifeng chopped the meat filling, Su Miaojuan kneaded the dough, Wu Lichuan and his brother tidied up the table, and Su Huayu took out the rolling pin and other tools. This year, they had more flavors than before. Besides pork and cabbage, there was beef and onion, as well as chive and egg fillings. Since the family had big appetites, they made 88 dumplings of each kind for good luck. Some dumplings contained coins, others had sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candies, waiting to be opened the next morning. After making the dumplings, Su Huayu and Wu Lichuan played poker by the stove, while also roasting bread slices and peanuts over the fire. Even though they had eaten so much, they just couldn't stop talking and playing. That night, Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan only slept for a little while, but Su Huayu and the brothers kept playing poker until the next morning. When Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng got up, the three of them were still playing cards by the stove. Didn't you sleep? The three looked up and said, Happy New Year, Mom and Dad. Happy New Year. Su Miaojuan felt that they still had energy after a whole night without sleep, so she didn't say much. I'm going to cook the dumplings. You guys stop playing. They seemed addicted to the game. It was just poker, but they found it so fun. Playing with toys ruins ambition. How can a good child gamble with household chores? Still, accept the bet and accept the outcome. Su Huayu and Wu Lichuan both spoke at the same time, cutting off Wu Lijiang before he could finish. Just joking, they played all night and finally made Wu Lijiang take on all the chores. How could they give in just because playing with toys ruins ambition? What about their passionate New Year's Eve celebration yesterday? Alright, it's just doing chores for a year. I can't accept losing. Of course, if Wu Lijiang's face hadn't looked so devastated, this statement might sound more convincing. It shouldn't be like that. You've never lost before, Wu Lijiang said, holding a notebook towards Su Huayu. Su Huayu certainly wouldn't admit to cheating. He stroked his chin proudly and said, Maybe it's because I'm too smart. That makes sense, Wu Lijiang agreed. You're good at studying and playing, so it's normal you're also good at poker. Big brother is already in middle school, so it's normal he's better than me. Wu Lijiang looked at the words on his notebook and said, I won't play poker with you guys anymore. Although he said that, Wu Lijiang still eagerly ran over to play poker every time afterward. On the first day of the new year, after paying respects, the three of them went back to their room and slept for 2 or 3 hours, feeling completely refreshed. During these New Year days, Su Huayu was almost the most relaxed he had been all year. No rehearsals, no performances, no studying. Besides occasional phone calls with Lu Zhongbai, his daily routine was just wandering outside with Wu Lichuan and his brother, and when tired, sitting at his mom's side by the stove. On the 6th day of the new year, workers from the public security compound came to repair the back house. Housing is still a bit tight now. Only after repairs are finished can people move in again. Lu Zhongbai arrived from Shanghai on the 10th day of the lunar calendar, coming to the capital. He didn't tell Su Huayu and the others in advance, so Su Huayu was very surprised to see Lu Zhongbai waiting at the door when he came out of the singing and dancing troupe. Surprised? Just bringing something for you. I'll leave tomorrow. Su Huayu was surprised and asked, so soon? Yeah, if I don't leave now, the old man will get angry. Lu Zhongbai had never told Su Huayu one thing. In recent years, his father didn't like him having too much contact with his grandmother and grandfather. The reason I brought myself close to him back then was partly because of this. Lu Zhongbai knew his father did it for him, but sometimes he just couldn't get past that hurdle. Happy New Year, Su Huayu. Su Huayu smiled and looked at Lu Zhongbai, teasing him. You didn't come all this way just to say Happy New Year, did you? Of course not, otherwise, why would I come to the capital? Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai, who was straightforward and honest, and felt a little helpless. Before Su Huayu could respond, Lu Zhongbai didn't think much of it. He carried Su Huayu's bag on his back and said, this time, when I go back, the old man will definitely watch me closely. After that, besides calling and writing letters, we probably won't see each other in person for a long time. Calling and writing are the same, not the same, Lu Zhongbai emphasized. Not at all. How are your grandma and grandpa doing? Lu Zhongbai looked at Su Huayu, who was changing the subject, and said, my grandpa is fine, but my grandma's health isn't as good as before. What's wrong with Grandma Bai's health? Maybe she's been doing too much work, and her body isn't as strong as it used to be. Seeing Su Huayu look worried, Lu Zhongbai smiled and said, don't worry, I took her to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said she's fine, and can easily live another 20 or 30 years. Su Huayu let out a sigh of relief. Later, when we get married, how about we bring Grandma and Grandpa to live with us?
Good.
Su Huayu instinctively said good, then suddenly felt something was off about what Lu Zhongbai just said. She looked up at him and asked, when you get married, of course you can bring Grandpa Qi and Grandma Bai to live with you. Lu Zhongbai stopped and looked down at Su Huayu.
Eat. I'm hungry.
Let's go home quickly. What do you want to eat? Su Huayu didn't give him a chance to speak and pulled his arm, rushing toward home. In Su Huayu's eyes, even though Lu Zhongbai looked like a young boy now, he still had a child's heart. Probably because adults teased them about marriage so often, he thought growing up meant marrying her. But all those childhood jokes were just playful. He really didn't need to take them seriously. Lu Zhongbai, who was pulled away by Su Huayu, was thinking that it was normal for her to be young and not know what marriage was yet. Lu Zhongbai had to leave the capital the next morning, so after returning home, Su Huayu asked him to chop some meat. Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang tidied up the main room and moved out the dining table. After kneading the dough, she started making dumplings. In short, no one should be idle. When Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng finished work and brought home dinner, they saw after kneading the dough, she started making dumplings. In short, no one should be idle. When Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng finished work and brought home dinner, they saw a large pile of dumplings covered with 3 big cloths. All right, time to cook the dumplings. Both pots of water were boiling, and Su Huayu. Sometimes, it was no wonder that when Lu Jianwei was still around, she often teased Lu Zhongbai, saying that judging by how often he moved things into the Wu family, people might think he was a son-in-law who moved in from outside, like someone who had been living there since childhood. Lu Zhongbai really had wanted to bring everything from his home to the Wu family, or more precisely, to Su Huayu. Because of Lu Zhongbai over the years, even if Su Huayu didn't need things from the space, she always had the best and most in her surroundings: clothes, food, and daily necessities. You're leaving tomorrow? So urgent. Wu Haifeng was surprised to hear that Lu Zhongbai would only stay in the capital for one day. Lu Zhongbai glanced at Su Huayu, who was focused on eating dumplings, and said, "Yes, my dad told me to go back early. He has something he wants to discuss with me." Although Lu Hai didn't say what it was, Lu Zhongbai had a feeling that if he went back this time, he might not have another chance to leave the Northeast for the next 4 or 5 years. That was also why Lu Zhongbai, who originally planned to go straight from Shanghai to the Northeast, made a special trip to the capital in the middle. That makes sense. You're not young anymore, and the old leader probably wants to plan for your future early, Wu Haifeng said. Lu Zhongbai nodded. He knew Wu Haifeng liked him very much. Suddenly, he put down his chopsticks and looked seriously at Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan sitting beside him. "Aunt Su, Uncle Wu, what do you think of me? We all think you're pretty good. Let's eat." Su Huayu put down his hand and carefully placed dumplings into Lu Zhongbai's bowl, one by one. "These are made with my own filling. Eat more," he said. Lu Zhongbai looked at Su Huayu, who clearly didn't want to talk anymore, and muttered, "I think I'm pretty good too." "No, not just pretty good, very good," Lu Zhongbai emphasized. "That's right, you're right. You're very good, especially good," Su Huayu agreed quickly. "So, let's eat quickly." The meal was enough to scare her quite a bit. Wu Lijiang watched Lu Zhongbai and Su Huayu and asked curiously, "What are you two talking about? I can't understand." He nudged Wu Lichuan beside him and asked, "Brother, did you understand?" Wu Lichuan shook his head, feeling like they were playing some kind of silent riddle, but only they knew the meaning. "Nothing, just eat," Su Huayu said, not wanting to continue this topic. Lu Zhongbai's personality hadn't changed at all over the years. Su Huayu was worried he might say something shocking again, so she kept feeding him. Wu Haifeng saw how close Su Huayu and Lu Zhongbai seemed and gently nudged Su Miaojuan, but she wasn't in such a good mood. Su Miaojuan looked at Lu Zhongbai across from her. It wasn't her illusion. It seemed that from the very first moment he saw her daughter, Lu Zhongbai had been coveting her. This desire and possessiveness hadn't lessened over time. Instead, it quietly took over her daughter's life. In any case, after realizing this, Su Miaojuan felt a bit upset during the meal. Before going to bed at night, Lu Zhongbai looked at the wall in front of him, feeling it was a bit annoying. He still preferred the old days when he and Su Huayu were separated only by a curtain. He knocked on the wall, but Su Huayu didn't respond. He knocked again, and only when she responded did he stop. Next to him, Wu Lichuan let out a deep sigh. Really, if Su Huayu kept ignoring him, he would start to suspect that Lu Zhongbai was about to tear down the wall. Wu Lichuan truly didn't understand. Even if Lu Zhongbai knew Su Huayu wasn't sleeping and they couldn't talk back and forth, what could he do? Not understanding, Wu Lichuan soon fell asleep, leaving Lu Zhongbai sitting silently by the wall. The next day, Su Huayu woke up around 6:45. Wu Lichuan and the others always got up at exactly 6 o'clock, then started their morning exercises, with Lu Zhongbai joining them. Su Huayu simply moved around for about 40 minutes after waking up, then had breakfast. Because Lu Zhongbai was leaving that morning, Su Miaojuan baked many chive pockets. These chives were specially grown indoors by Wu Haifeng, filling only 2 flower pots. This morning, Su Miaojuan cut all of them. Once again, Wu Haifeng took the 3 children to see Lu Zhongbai off. When they arrived at the station, Su Huayu suddenly felt like she had traveled back in time to when she saw Lu Zhongbai off before the new year. It was as if time overlapped. Lu Zhongbai was holding her tightly that day too. Su Huayu patted Lu Zhongbai's shoulder and said, "Remember to tell me when you get home." "Don't forget to think of me," he replied with a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Su Huayu nodded and said, "Okay." After Lu Zhongbai let go of Su Huayu, he didn't hug Wu Haifeng and the children again. Instead, he waved goodbye, gently touched Su Huayu's head, and then turned to leave. Wu Lichuan looked at Lu Zhongbai's back and said to his father, "We're the same age, but why is he half a head taller than me?" Wu Lichuan thought he ate well enough. Even during tough years, their family still managed to have bone broth once a week. He always drank it all up, but still watched Lu Zhongbai grow taller than him. Because he eats meat, drinks milk, and exercises, Su Huayu explained. Lu Zhongbai's childhood experiences made Qi Zhali pay special attention to his diet. Having a professional doctor caring for Lu Zhongbai's eating and daily life made his changes obvious. Dad is so tall. You and your little brother definitely won't be short, Wu Lijiang said after Su Huayu finished speaking. Of course I'll be taller than Dad. Wu Lichuan immediately replied confidently. I will too, Wu Lichuan added, not willing to be outdone. After Lu Zhongbai left, life went on as usual. When school started again, Su Huayu became busy once more because she planned to skip a grade and enter the third year of middle school in March. Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan were worried about Su Huayu's plan to skip grades again. They both felt she was too young. She was already the youngest of her current class. If she skipped again, what if someone bullied her because of her age? They also sincerely hoped Su Miaojuan could grow up slowly, rather than rushing. One last time, Mom. Skipping grades now is better than doing it in high school. Su Huayu had already finished middle school knowledge, and the remaining months were enough for her to review and enter high school on time. Su Huayu calculated that by 1966, she would be in her second year of college, just right. Although Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan didn't fully agree with Su Huayu's decision to skip again, they supported her as long as her grades were good enough. They couldn't stop their child's desire to improve. After school started, Su Huayu focused on studying, only relaxing with dance and piano practice. She spent most of her time learning. Intelligence is innate, but effort is within control. Su Huayu's goal was to make what she could control even better. She took the exam with other third-year students. If she ranked in the top 10, she could skip directly to third year. If not, she would continue normally from first to second year. Su Huayu worked very hard for this exam, aiming to be in the top 5. When the results were announced, she looked at her scores, froze for a moment, then burst into joy. Su Huayu ranked first. Not only that, she was 15 points ahead of the second place. Because she was first, her name was moved from first year to third year, officially becoming a third-year student. Wu Lichuan, Zhong Jiao, and Su Huayu's classmates from first year stood in front of the notice board, looking at the third-year scores. Someone asked Wu Lichuan, "Dechuan, what is your sister's IQ? Dechuan, what does your sister eat to grow so fast? I want to learn from her. Su Huayu is really amazing. How old is she? I used to feel upset being overshadowed by a little sister, but now seeing senior students being surpassed by her, I feel balanced." They thought everything was balanced, but Su Huayu's new classmates felt it was not. They already knew about Su Huayu. Besides being a famous genius at school, she was also rumored to be the adopted daughter of Yao Jingzhu. Now that Yao Jingzhu had dropped out, Su Huayu replaced him in the class. This made some boys who had been reprimanded at the police station too afraid to look her in the eye. It was so embarrassing. Although Su Huayu was the youngest in the class, very few dared to bully her. Most students in the class came from the police academy, and even if they hadn't spoken to Su Huayu before, they knew who her parents were. Moreover, Su Huayu, who had jumped into their class with top grades, was now a favorite of the school leaders and teachers. They took care of her every day, worried she might be bullied. While no one bullied Su Huayu openly, apart from a few class leaders who treated her well because of their duties, others kept their distance and showed respect from afar. Su Huayu didn't mind her classmates' distant attitude. After all, she was young and new here. She wasn't the type to care about whether others liked her. As long as she was comfortable, that was enough. Even after transferring to the new class, Su Huayu still went home with Wu Lichuan every day. When they returned to the police compound, Su Huayu was feeling upset as the women there petted her head. Suddenly, she saw 4 or 5 people carrying luggage toward their house. Zhong Jiao asked curiously, "What's going on?" "It seems someone moved in behind us again," Wu Lichuan said, looking at the large and small suitcases. "Is the house fixed?" Zhong Jiao asked in surprise. "Yes, they started repairs on the 6th or 7th day of the Lunar New Year. It's been about 3 days since they finished. Do you know who moved in?" Zhong Jiao asked curiously. Wu Lichuan shook his head. "No, I don't. He watched the people coming and going and said, "But we'll find out soon enough." Wu Lichuan just hoped the new neighbors wouldn't be like Yao Tianju's family before. Having neighbors like that nearby would be really frustrating. When Su Huayu and Wu Lichuan parted ways with Zhong Zhiyao and went home to the small vegetable garden, they saw a brother and sister sitting under the pavilion where they often chat and do homework. The brother looked about 15 years old, and the sister looked about the same age as Wu Lichuan. When they saw Su Huayu and Wu Lichuan carrying their school bags approaching, the siblings stood up. "Hello," they said. "Hello," they replied. The boy patted his sister's arm and walked towards Su Huayu and Wu Lichuan. He looked handsome and gentle, clearly well-educated. "Hello, my name is Ji Yanming. This is my sister, Ji Yanxi. From now on, we will be neighbors." Wu Lichuan smiled and shook hands with him, saying, "My name is Wu Lichuan. This is my sister, Su Huayu." After Wu Lichuan finished speaking, Ji Yanxi looked curiously at her younger sister and asked, "Why don't you two have the same last name? I and my brother have our father's last name, and my sister has our mother's last name." Ji Yanxi was surprised and said, "Oh, you can do that." At this moment, they didn't know that Su Huayu and Wu Lichuan were from a blended family. After Ji Yanxi asked, Wu Lijiang ran and holding a soccer ball through the moon gate. "Hey, new neighbors." Wu Lijiang jumped over to Wu Lichuan and Su Huayu, smiling as he said to Ji Yanming and his sister, "Hello, I'm Wu Lijiang. You can call me Little Jiang." Ji Yanming looked at the lively and cheerful Wu Lijiang and smiled, saying, "Hello, I'm Ji Yanming. This is my sister, Ji Yanxi. Did you just move here today? When do you start school? What grade are you in? Do you know my sister, Wu Wu?" Su Huayu covered Wu Lijiang's mouth in frustration. Her reputation was growing, and it was really because Wu Lijiang kept showing off that she skipped a grade to the 3rd year of middle school. "Sorry, we won't bother you anymore." Su Huayu pinched Wu Lijiang's arm in a place others couldn't see and whispered angrily, "Wu Lijiang, be quiet. Okay, let go. Ji Yanming watched the playful scene of the 3 siblings returning home and smiled, saying, "Let's go back too." On the other side, Su Huayu, standing on the steps with her arms crossed angrily, said to Wu Lijiang, "Xiao Jiang, are you always spreading rumors about me outside?" Wu Lijiang looked guilty and said, "No, I haven't." "Then tell me honestly." Su Huayu grabbed Wu Lijiang's arm in anger. "Do you know what the women in the big courtyard like to do when they see me? Touch my head." Just like today, from the moment she entered the courtyard until she went home, even when she tried to avoid the adults, they still touched her head 6 or 7 times. After a few days, Su Huayu was so scared that she now wears a hat whenever she goes out. "What exactly did you say outside?" Wu Lijiang looked guilty and said, "It's nothing much. When they found out I scored first this time, they asked why I did so well. I told them I touched your head before the exam." Su Huayu. Wu Lichuan silently looked at his sister's head, then turned to Wu Lijiang and said angrily, "Why didn't you tell me when you touched her? No wonder, he only ranked 3rd this time. It turns out he didn't get his sister's good luck." Su Huayu was really speechless. She scolded Wu Lijiang's hair until it looked like a chicken coop, then finally let him go. "Xiao Jiang, next time someone touches my head, I'll shave your hair." Wu Lijiang looked at Su Huayu, who was glaring fiercely, and tried to flatter her. Okay, don't be angry, Xiaoyu. I won't talk nonsense outside again." Although he just thought his sister was the best in the world. Feeling guilty, Wu Lijiang helped out around Su Huayu that evening. Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng usually didn't care about how the 3 children got along, and Wu Lijiang often behaved like this at home, so they didn't find it strange. Hearing the noise behind, Su Miaojuan asked, "When I came back, I saw the new neighbor." He looked a bit unfamiliar. Over the years, Su Miaojuan had become familiar with the people in the courtyard, but she was seeing the Ji family for the first time. Yes, Ji Shan was transferred from the South City. His family just arrived this morning. Su Miaojuan and Wu Lichuan, like others, were worried about someone like Yao Tianju appearing again, so she asked, "What kind of person is Ji Shan?" "It's my comrade, he's a good person." Wu Haifeng didn't know much about the situation at home. He only knew that Ji Shan's marriage was arranged, with 2 daughters and 1 son. In the past, Ji Shan often boasted about his son being smart since he was young, but Wu Haifeng didn't see what was so special about that. That's good. Su Miaojuan sighed in relief. I'm just worried about meeting neighbors like the Yao family again. After dinner, let's go see if there's anything we can help with, Wu Haifeng said happily to Su Miaojuan, thinking of something. When Wu Haifeng and his family arrived at the Ji family's house, Ji Shan's family had just tidied up and hadn't eaten yet. Old Ji, do you need any help? Wu Haifeng greeted with a smile. Behind him, Wu Lijiang quietly whispered to Su Huayu and Wu Lichuan, just like Uncle Ji, they all have the surname Ji. Not a single word, Lichuan whispered back. Their family name is Ji. The three of them mumbled behind, while Wu Haifeng turned around and said, these are our 3 children. Wu Lichuan and the others immediately lined up by age when they heard Wu Haifeng mention them. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. My name is Wu Lichuan. My name is Wu Lijiang. My name is Su Huayu. After introducing herself, Su Huayu looked at Ji Shan and his wife, Song Wanru, because she didn't share Wu Haifeng's family name. Hello, Ji Shan and Song Wanru greeted the 3 politely. Ji Yanmeng brought his sister out and introduced himself again. Their main purpose was to introduce themselves to the adults. Is your eldest daughter not here? Wu Haifeng knew Ji Shan had another older daughter. Ji Shan smiled and said, yes, she's pregnant. While the adults chatted, Su Huayu and the others sat facing Ji Yanmeng and his sister, all looking very well behaved. As the conversation went on, the topic naturally shifted to the children. We arranged their school schedules this morning. Yanming will continue in the 3rd year of middle school, and Yanhui will start in the 1st year, Wu Haifeng said with a smile. He added, isn't that perfect? They're in the same class as our 2 kids. Jishan smiled and said, I remember your older brother Dachin is a few months older than our Yanxi. He looked at Wu Lichuan and asked, Dachin, can you bring your sister to class with you tomorrow? Sure, no problem. Wu Lichuan proudly said after his brother finished speaking, my sister is in the 3rd year of middle school, so she can also bring brother Yanming to class. Su Huayu nodded. Since she knew that Wu Haifeng and Jishan were friends, their children would naturally get along, just like how they used to be with Ji Dehui and Lu Jianwei's family. Song Wanru looked at Su Huayu in surprise and asked, but Huayu looks so young. She seemed only about 10 years old. How can she be in the 3rd year of middle school? Wu Haifeng proudly said, our little Yu has been smart since she was young. She skipped 1st grade, then middle school, and just recently moved up to the 3rd year. We didn't want her to be so tired at such a young age. What if she couldn't keep up with the class? Wu Haifeng smiled and said, but it turns out we didn't need to worry. She took a test easily and ranked 1st in her grade. Jishan looked at Wu Haifeng's proud expression and said with a smile, all right, she's not even bragging yet and you're already acting proud. After Wu Lijiang mentioned that Su Huayu was in the 3rd year of middle school, Ji Yanmeng and Ji Yanxi looked at her in surprise. Ji Yanmeng was okay, but Ji Yanxi was almost stunned. How did you do it? She asked Su Huayu in disbelief. Just studied hard and took the exams seriously. Song Wanru, hearing her daughter's question, smiled and said to Su Miaojuan, our Yanxi always ranks at the bottom in exams. This is the first time she's seen such a smart girl. But although Yanxi's grades are poor, she has a special talent for dance. Wu Lijiang immediately said proudly, my sister is also very good at dancing. She's currently a member of the Central Song and Dance Troupe. When Song Wanru heard this, her face showed a hint of embarrassment, but she still said, that's impressive. Yes, Wu Lijiang proudly said, my sister was accepted into the Central Song and Dance Troupe when she was very young. Their teachers say she's the most talented child they've ever seen. Su Huayu quietly tugged at Wu Lijiang's clothes and whispered, that's an exaggeration. The teacher did say she had talent in dance, but anyone who gets into the Central Song and Dance Troupe is talented. There are many people more talented than Su Huayu. That's an exaggeration. My sister not only studies well but also dances, plays the piano, and is good at painting and calligraphy. Whatever she learns, she masters. Wu Lijiang praised her so much that Su Huayu quietly lowered his head. The Ji family members were silent for a moment. Then Jishan smiled and said, besides, your siblings really get along well. Of course we get along. Mainly because what Xiao Zhang said is true. Since Xiaoyu is excellent, Our big brother Chuan and Xiao Jiang are also outstanding. When Su Huayu's family left the Ji house, as soon as they stepped out the gate, Su Miaojun couldn't help but say to Wu Haifeng and Wu Lijiang, "You two should be a bit more modest at someone else's house. People might think we came here just to show off." Didn't you see how Comrade Song didn't say anything afterwards? Before going to the Ji house, Su Miaojun was worried that the Ji family might be difficult to get along with. But after sitting there for a while, she felt her own family was the real, odd one out. By the end, she didn't even want to lift her head. These two guys could talk forever. Looking at Wu Haifeng, whose smile refused to fade, Su Miaojun frowned and doubted, "I've never seen you brag like this before. Before, it was Ji Shan bragging in front of me. I endured for so many years and finally got a chance to fight back, so I had to show off properly," Wu Haifeng said, thinking of Ji Shan's stiff expression later, and he couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. "Ji Shan, today is your turn. Just this once. Don't do it again," Su Miaojun warned, slapping Wu Haifeng's arm. Wu Haifeng grabbed her hand and squeezed it, saying, Okay, just this once." After Wu Haifeng's family left, Song Wanru looked at Ji Shan, who sighed, and asked, "Are you sure you and Director Wu are on good terms?" Song Wanru felt like there was some tension between Ji Shan and Wu Haifeng. "He's just getting back at me. When we were together before, I often showed off our Yenming at his place. He was just annoyed, not with any bad intentions," Ji Shan explained. Song Wanru relaxed and said, "That's good." Wu Haifeng was the leader, and Ji Shan was the deputy. If Wu Haifeng really disliked Ji Shan, then Ji Shan, who had just been transferred to the capital from another place, would definitely have a hard time. The next morning, as Su Huayu and the other two stepped out of their house, they saw Ji Yanming and Ji Yanxi waiting for them in the pavilion at the corner. Wu Lichuan adjusted the strap of his school bag and asked, "Have you been waiting long?" "No," Ji Yanming replied with a smile, slinging his school bag over his shoulder. He and Ji Yanxi walked over to join Su Huayu and the others. "We just came out of the house too." The five of them chatted as they walked, and soon met up with Zhong Jiao on the main road. When Zhong Jiao saw Ji Yanming walking with Su Huayu and the others, her eyes lit up. She had grown up surrounded by lively, rough-and-tumble boys in the police compound, so seeing such a gentle, scholarly-looking boy felt like discovering a hidden treasure. "Hello. My name is Zhong Jiao. I'm friends with Xiaoyu, Dachuan, and Xiaojiang." Ji Yanming smiled and nodded.
Hello, I'm Yanming.
"I just moved in next door to Wu Lichuan and his family. I'm his younger sister." "My name is Ji Yanxi," she said, noticing how Zhong Jiao's gaze had been fixed on her brother. "Are you in the same class as Wu Lichuan?" "Yes," Zhong Jiao replied, finally shifting her attention to Ji Yanxi. She smiled and added, "Xiaoyu used to be in our class too, but now she's moved up to the 3rd year." Ji Yanxi glanced at Su Huayu, who was standing between the Wu brothers, and said, "I know. Su Huayu is now in the same class as my brother." Then she turned back to Zhong Jiao with a smile. "I'm in the same class as you and Dachuan." "I'm the only one left in a different class," Wu Lijiang said with a sigh, looking around. "Xiaoyu, we used to be in the same class too." He thought back to the days when he, Xiaoyu, and Ji Huayang were always together. Now it felt like he was the only one left. "Honestly, Xiaoyu, I should have worked harder back then so I could move up with you." Even though Wu Lijiang was now the top student in his class, he didn't feel much joy. He preferred the days when he was only ranked 3rd, because those times had been so much happier. After entering the school, the group split up. Ji Yanming, walking beside the shorter Su Huayu, asked, "How many students are in our class?" "Our class, including you, has a total of 42 students. The entire grade has 3 classes, with a total of 128 students." After opening up, Su Huayu started talking about their school, while on the way to their class. Most students there are children of police officers, and the rest live nearby the school. It wasn't very early when Su Huayu and the others arrived at the classroom. When the students inside saw Su Huayu leading a gentle and handsome boy into the room, they all looked at him with curiosity. "Xiaoyu, is this your older brother?" someone asked, curious about Ji Yanming and starting a conversation with Su Huayu. Su Huayu smiled and said, "No, he's a new student who just transferred to our class." As soon as she spoke, the class burst into surprised exclamations, and then students began asking questions about Ji Yanming. "What's your name, student? Which school did you come from before? Why did you transfer to our school all of a sudden? How are your grades?" someone whispered. "Are you close with Su Huayu? She's the top student in our grade." Su Huayu walked to her seat amid the students calling out to her. She is the youngest in the class and the shortest among students older than her, so her seat was specially arranged in the front row. Ji Yanming looked at Su Huayu, who was starting to pack her books at her desk. After choosing which questions to answer from the curious classmates, he came over to her. Seeing Ji Yanming standing beside her desk, Su Huayu thought he might not have a seat yet. She said, "Why don't you sit in the back?" Ji Yanming smiled and said, "I think I need to go find the homeroom teacher first." Su Huayu nodded, slapped her forehead, and smiled shyly.
She had forgotten about this.
"I'll take you to the office." After taking Ji Yanming to the office and seeing him off, she waved goodbye and returned to the classroom. She had to review her lessons and couldn't stay away for too long. The next time Su Huayu saw Ji Yanming was before the first class started. Although the class was already talking about him when he hadn't returned yet, everyone was surprised when he followed the teacher into the room. When they saw him walking behind the head teacher, Su Huayu's friends exclaimed in amazement. Su Huayu silently thought to herself that when she first entered the class, the students didn't welcome her as warmly as Ji Yanming did. Sigh, talented people can be a little lonely. Su Huayu muttered to herself, but still clapped and welcomed Ji Yanming after he finished introducing himself. Ji Yanming, tall and handsome, was seated in the second-to-last row as arranged by the head teacher. Su Huayu had to admit that Ji Yanming was truly very popular. From the end of the first class to lunchtime, many people were always around Ji Yanming. After the last class in the morning, Su Huayu stood up to find a Chuan and the others for lunch, but Ji Yanming crossed through the crowd and came to her side. Su Huayu looked up at Ji Yanming in surprise and he smiled, saying, "Let's eat lunch together." Okay. In the end, the five of them went to the cafeteria for lunch together. Although Su Huayu didn't talk much with Ji Yanming all morning, she saw that Ji Yanming's friends, Ji Yanxi and Wu Lichuan, had become very close friends. Su Huayu also learned during lunch that Ji Yanxi, who had joined Wu Lichuan's class halfway through, was now sitting with Zhong Jiao. The five of them sat together, and most of the conversation was among Ji Yanxi and her friends. Su Huayu and Ji Yanming stayed quiet. When they finished eating and were about to leave with their trays, Ji Yanming looked at Su Huayu and smiled, saying, "We students in the third year of middle school are more mature." Su Huayu couldn't help but laugh at this and replied, "That's right, I think so too." They spent the afternoon together and naturally left together after school. From how familiar Ji Yanxi and Zhong Jiao seemed, it was clear they had only known each other for 2 days. Maybe because they had been enjoying peaceful days for a while, heaven seemed unable to tolerate their happiness. Just as Su Huayu and the others approached the school gate, Wu Chueying suddenly appeared and stopped them. Su Huayu noticed that Wu Chueying's face had obvious bruises and frowned. Ji Yanming and Ji Yanxi didn't know who Wu Chueying was. When she suddenly stopped them, Ji Yanxi looked at Wu Chueying, who was wearing old, ill-fitting clothes, and asked with a frown, "Who are you, and what do you want?" Wu Chueying ignored Ji Yanxi, instead crying and trembling as she said to Wu Lichuan, "Brother, please go save our mother. She's having a difficult labor and is about to die." After Wu Chueying said this, everyone present was shocked. Su Huayu and Zhong Ziao were surprised about Kai Meijuan's difficult labor, while siblings Ji Yanming and Ji Yanli were shocked to see that the ragged girl was Wu Lichuan's sister, and even more surprised that Wu Lichuan's biological mother was in the capital, and that she was having a dangerous labor. How can it be a difficult labor? Wu Lichuan asked loudly when he heard the news. Wu Chueying cried and said, "They said the baby is too big and can't come out." "Did you take her to the hospital?" "No," sob. "Big brother, please go save our mother." "Why didn't you take her to the hospital?" Wu Lichuan asked as he left with Wu Chueying. Wu Lijiang watched Wu Lichuan and Wu Chueying leave together, hesitated for a long time, and finally followed. Zhong Jiao looked at the backs of Wu Lichuan and the others, then at Su Huayu. Xiaoyu, should we go see what's happening?
Let's go see.
Su Huayu was worried that Wu Lichuan and his brother might get into trouble. Actually, she wanted to ask Wu Chuiying why they didn't just take Kai Meiwan to the hospital if she was having a difficult labor. Wu Lichuan and his brother weren't doctors or adults, so what could they do? But seeing Wu Chuiying's anxious look and how Kai Meiwan seemed to be in life-threatening danger, Su Huayu felt she couldn't stop Wu Lichuan and his brother. Maybe you should go first. Before Su Huayu finished speaking to Ji Yanli and Ji Yanming, Ji Yanxi stepped forward and said, "We'll go too, just in case we can help." Su Huayu looked helplessly at Ji Yanxi, who was clearly just there to watch the excitement, and said, "All right." Ji Yanxi wanted to go, and Ji Yanming, as the older brother, would definitely go with her. Fortunately, they could still see Wu Chuiying and Wu Lichuan's backs, so they followed them to the large courtyard where the Wang family lived. They ran all the way there, and by the time they arrived at the Wang family's courtyard, about 40 minutes had passed. During this long time, Kai Meiwan, who was having a difficult labor, still hadn't been taken to the hospital by the Wang family. When Su Huayu and the others arrived at the large courtyard, the outside of the Wang family was already crowded with people. Except for Wu Lichuan and his brother, who had been taken inside by Wu Chuiying, the four of them stood outside the crowd. Although that woman named Kai Meiwan is shameless, people are like this now, and Wang Yutian didn't even send her to the hospital. He's deliberately trying to take her life. It's not surprising that Wang Yutian hates Kai Meiwan so much. If anyone found out their wife was cheating with their son and wearing a green hat, they'd go crazy. Hearing the neighbors' noisy discussions, Su Huayu confirmed his previous suspicions. When Zhong Jiao and the others heard these words, they were shocked and opened their mouths wide. How could such a thing be so shocking and unbelievable? Do you think the baby in Kai Meijuan's belly is Wang Lao or Wang Zhao's? Doesn't matter whose it is, it's still the Wang family's child. Kai Meijuan's voice is getting quieter and quieter. I think the baby might be gone. Wang Yutian is too cruel. No matter what, the baby in Kai Meijuan's belly is a life. How can he refuse to let her go to the hospital? As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Lijiang ran out of the Wang house shouting, "Uncles, aunts, elders, can anyone lend us a cart? We'll pay 2 yuan for the fare." Originally, neighbors who didn't want to get involved in the Wang family's messy affairs, upon hearing Wu Lijiang offer to pay 2 yuan, called out, "We have one. We can take her to the hospital." "We do too. I can take her there." "Me too. Hurry up, whoever pays first gets to go." The fastest was Wang Youtian's neighbor. When he pushed his cart to Wang Youtian's door, Wu Lichuan laid a quilt on the ground. The young Wu Lichuan clenched his teeth, carrying the heavily pregnant Kai Meiwan onto the cart, her face pale, and she was softly crying out in pain. "Blanket." Wu Chuiying came out holding a crumpled blanket to cover Kai Meiwan. As neighbors pushed Kai Meiwan out, the onlookers quickly moved aside from the doorway. Wu Lijiang and his siblings closely followed the cart, not noticing Su Huayu and the others in the crowd. Su Huayu looked at Kai Meijuan's painful, pale face on the cart and clenched his fists silently. A woman giving birth is truly a dangerous moment. "Stop looking." Ji Yanming saw that the faces of Su Huayu and the others beside him looked very grim. He stepped forward and said, "Let's go back to the big yard. We can't decide this ourselves." "We should go home and tell your dad," Ji Yanming told Su Huayu. Last night, they already knew that Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojuan had formed a new family and that Su Huayu was Su Miaojuan's daughter brought over. Ugh, after Su Huayu finished speaking, Ji Yanxi turned and ran to the tree too. Ji Yanming sighed, took out some tissues from his bag, and handed them to Ji Yanxi. With a trembling voice, Ji Yanxi said to her brother, "Brother, there's so much blood. It wasn't just blood. There was more." Even with her eyes closed now, the scene of Wu Lichuan holding that pregnant woman just came to her mind. She felt a bit sick. "Don't be afraid, it's over now." Ji Yanming patted his sister's back and said, "Let's go home." The four of them didn't say much on the way back. When Su Huayu arrived home, she saw the open door and knew her mother was back. She and Ji Yanming briefly said goodbye, then pushed open the door and looked at Su Miaojun, who was cooking soup in the kitchen. She stepped forward and said, "Mom, I'm here." Su Miaojun turned around with a smile when she heard her daughter's voice. But when she saw her daughter's pale face, her brow furrowed slightly. "Why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Huayu looked at Su Miaojun, who was about to touch her forehead with her hand, and shook her head. "No. Today, when we were returning to the big yard, Wu Chuiying came running. She said Kai Meiwan had a difficult labor and asked a Chuan and Xiao Jiang to help save her." Hearing this, Su Miaojun instinctively wanted to sigh. She knew that as long as Kai Meiwan was in the capital, it seemed like her family had cut ties with her, but it was impossible to truly sever them. No matter what, Wu Lichuan and his brother were both born from her. That was an unchangeable fact. When De Chuan and Xiao Jiang went to help save her with Wu Chuiying, we followed behind. Su Huayu paused here and then said, "According to people in their big courtyard, Kai Meiwan had an affair with her stepson and was caught by her husband. They had a fight, and she went into labor unexpectedly. But the baby was too big, and Kai Meiwan had a difficult delivery. Her husband didn't help her during the labor. Afterwards, Wu Chuiying came to find De Chuan and Xiao Jiang. It was De Chuan who went to carry her out and take her to the hospital. After that, we didn't follow." Su Miaojun touched her daughter's pale face and said, "Next time, don't go to see things like that. Look at your face, it's so pale." "I'm fine, Mom. We shouldn't get involved in this matter." Su Miaojun also didn't want Wu Haifeng to get involved. But Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang were both at Kai Meijuan's place now. They needed an adult to help keep things under control. "I'll contact your dad. You watch the pot." Su Huayu watched her mother leave and then sat by the stove, looking at the bone soup inside. When Su Miaojun returned with the food, the bone soup was simmering gently, and the smell filled the kitchen. "Did Dad go?" Su Miaojun nodded. "He said he's bringing De Chuan and his brother back." Wu Haifeng, upon learning that Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang were involved with Kai Meiwan, spoke in a very serious and stern tone. "Are you hungry? Let's eat first." A bowl of hot bone soup with noodles made her feel much better. Although Wu Haifeng went to bring Wu Lichuan and his brother back, they didn't appear until 10 o'clock at night. Su Huayu looked at Su Miaojun, who sat silently in the main room, and said, "Maybe something unexpected happened. It's getting late. You have school tomorrow. Go to sleep first," Su Miaojun said in a hoarse, heavy voice. For a moment, she felt like she and her daughter were outsiders in their own home. "Mom, what about you? I'll wait for them. I'll stay with you." Su Huayu didn't want her mother to be alone.
"I'm really fine."
"If you don't sleep now, you won't have energy tomorrow," Su Miaojun said with a smile, gently touching Su Huayu's small face. "Go on." Seeing her mother insist, Su Huayu nodded. "Call me if you need anything." Su Miaojun sat in the main room, waiting until nearly 11 o'clock when she finally heard the sound of the courtyard gate opening. While Su Huayu, who had been unable to sleep due to worries in her heart, heard her mother open the door, she put on her coat and came out of her room. Su Miaojun turned on the light and looked at Wu Haifeng, who had a blank expression, then at Wu Lichuan, whose eyes were red and swollen and looked dazed, and finally at Wu Lijiang, who quietly went to drink water after coming in. "Sit down and rest first. I will heat up some food for you." Su Miaojun felt something was wrong with the three of them. After she said this, Wu Haifeng said, "I'll go with you." Seeing Wu Haifeng's reaction, Su Huayu knew he had something to discuss privately with her mother. After Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojun went to the kitchen, Su Huayu asked Wu Lijiang, who seemed calmer, "Are you all right?" Wu Lijiang, hearing Su Huayu's question, instinctively looked at his older brother and then said quietly, "She has passed away." Su Huayu was stunned by this news. In the kitchen, Wu Haifeng was rebuilding the fire and explaining to Su Miaojun, "When I arrived, Kai Meiwan had already lost a lot of blood and passed away." Su Miaojun looked at Wu Haifeng in surprise. He relit the fire and continued, "But luckily, the baby inside her was saved." The emergency room was chaotic at the time. Wang Yutian was holding the baby and refused to care about Kai Meijuan's remains. He told the doctors to just throw the body away. Although Su Miaojun didn't like Kai Meiwan, she frowned when she heard Wang Youtian's words. This is not the old society anymore, and especially in a hospital, there's no such thing as abandoning a body. Wang Yutian said many harsh things, and De Chuan ended up fighting with him. De Chuan made a move, and Xiao Jiang certainly wouldn't stand by and watch. In the end, Wu Haifeng stepped in to separate them. Wang Yutian didn't want to take care of Kai Meiwan, which was impossible. He had married her to tie her down, and he went to get the marriage certificate with her. Kai Meiwan was his legitimate wife, and he had to take responsibility. Wu Haifeng could have brought Wu Lichuan and the others back earlier, but Wang Yutian didn't plan to hold a funeral for Kai Meiwan. Instead, he wrapped her in a straw mat and had her buried in a rural cemetery. Wu Haifeng didn't go into the cemetery. He waited until the children finished paying their respects to Kai Meiwan before taking them straight home. Su Miaojuan let out a small sigh and said, "Boil some water for them. They can wash up later." When Wu Haifeng explained the full story to Su Miaojuan in the kitchen, Wu Lijiang also told Su Huayu his perspective. Wu Lijiang didn't feel very sad, but Wu Lichuan's mood was clearly much lower. At dinner, Wu Lichuan didn't eat much, but Wu Lijiang's appetite was still good, even more than usual. He had been hungry for a while but had to hold back. Su Huayu had already gone back to his room to sleep, and Su Miaojuan also went inside. Wu Haifeng and Wu Lichuan took a serious hot bath. After they finished, it was almost 1 a.m. when they went to bed. The next morning at 5:30, Wu Haifeng took Wu Lichuan and his brother out for morning exercises in the yard. It looked just like any other day. Su Huayu felt relieved after seeing Wu Lichuan eat a big bowl of noodles in the morning. Not being able to eat when upset is a bad sign. However, when Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang met Ji Yanming and his sister in the morning, Wu Lichuan felt a bit embarrassed after hearing Ji Yanxi ask questions. A night had passed, and his sadness was slowly fading, but because of the scandal caused by his biological mother, Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang wanted to hide their faces. Ji Yanming saw their uncomfortable expressions and tugged at his sister, who had no sense of awareness. Some things are better kept to oneself. Even close relationships shouldn't be openly discussed. Just like Zhong Jiao, when they met, they didn't mention what happened yesterday. The chaos in the big courtyard didn't reach their school. Wu Lichuan gradually became fearful, hoping that the scandal about Kai Meiwan would never reach his school or the courtyard. But his anxious heart sank even more when he saw Wu Chuiying, who was lurking at the school gate. Maybe because Wu Chuiying always brought bad news, Wu Lichuan's first instinct was to hide when he saw her. He moved too slowly. He only managed to step back when Wu Chuiying, who had been watching the school, saw him. At that moment, Wu Chuiying's despair turned into hope, as if Wu Lichuan was her last lifeline. When Wu Lichuan saw Wu Chuiying run over crying, he suppressed his discomfort and asked, "What happened again?" Wu Lichuan felt very nervous. "Big brother, please help me. Now that mother has died, I don't want to stay in the Wang family anymore. Take me to live with you. I promise to be good and listen to you." It was just after school, and the school gate was crowded with people coming and going. Wu Lichuan looked at Wu Chuiying, who was crying and pleading, and his face looked unhappy, especially when he heard the gossip and comments from the people around him. What's really going on? These two don't look like siblings. Isn't Wu Lichuan's mother the director of the brewing factory? How did she die? No, the woman at the brewing factory is his stepmother. The one being talked about is probably his biological mother. Big brother's sister looks so pitiful. That's Big brother's sister? I thought she was some little beggar from somewhere. Various voices exploded in Wu Lichuan's mind like firecrackers. He looked at Wu Chuiying in front of him and patiently said, "Let's talk somewhere else." Wu Chuiying would never agree to leave. Only in front of many people could Wu Lichuan possibly agree. "Brother, if you don't agree, I'll kneel at the school gate and refuse to leave, boo-hoo." Wu Chuiying said she was about to really kneel down in front of Wu Lichuan, but he quickly grabbed her. If Wu Lichuan had any pity or tenderness for Wu Chuiying before, now he only felt annoyance as he watched her force herself in front of him under everyone's watch. "Brother, please help me. I am your real sister. Now that mother is gone, I only have you and our other family members. If you don't help me, no one will. If I stay in the Wang family, I will die. Do you really want to watch me die?" Wu Chuiying's voice was sharp and high-pitched. Ji Yanxi thought it was too embarrassing. Originally standing beside Wu Lichuan, she hurriedly moved to her brother's side and kept her distance from Wu Chuiying when she saw her about to kneel in front of Wu Lichuan. Zhong Jiao then advised Wu Chuiying, "Speak nicely. Don't be so dramatic. I told you," Wu Chuiying cried. "Brother, please ask your father to adopt me. I am your real sister. As long as you ask, he will definitely agree. I don't eat much. I can work. Just give me a place to sleep and a bowl of rice, and that's enough. I really don't ask for much. I can pick up leftovers from Su Huayu to eat and wear. I can do all that, brother." Standing nearby, Su Huayu wanted to say something when she heard Wu Chuiying bring up her own situation. But seeing her tear-streaked face and the crowd watching, Su Huayu turned and left. Talking to someone who won't listen is just a waste of words. Ji Yanming watched Su Huayu walk away and followed her, pulling his sister along. Wu Lichuan wanted to push Wu Chuiying away and follow, but she held tightly onto his clothes. "Brother, help me. If you don't help me, I really have no way out." Wu Chuiying clung tightly to Wu Lichuan, as if holding on to her last hope. Since their mother died yesterday, Wu Chuiying hasn't eaten anything. Last night, Wang Yutian fought with his son Wang Qingfeng. She was afraid of getting involved, so she stayed outside. But when Wang Qingfeng left this morning, she still got hit twice. Wang Yutian didn't hit her, but he told her to get lost when he left. Wu Chuiying really has no options left. She only knows her brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang. She can only rely on these two brothers. Wu Chuiying truly wants to live with her brothers and genuinely hopes to become Wu Haifeng's daughter. She also has the surname Wu, which makes her more like Wu Haifeng's daughter than Su Huayu. If she becomes Wu Haifeng's daughter, maybe she can be as bright and admired as Su Huayu. So Wu Chuiying can't give up this chance, as long as Wu Lichuan agrees to take her home. But Wu Lichuan would never agree. He held back his impatience and said to Wu Chuiying, "Let go first. Let's talk properly." "No, brother, please. I'm your real sister. Do you really want to watch me die? Let me go." Wu Lichuan couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. "I still need my parents to support me. I can't support you. Even if you pressure me, it won't work. I can't be the head of the family. If I can't stay in the Wang family, you should go back to our hometown. Aren't our grandparents still alive?" Seeing Wu Lichuan losing patience, Wu Chuiying cried even louder. "But I don't want to go back to the countryside. I don't want to go back to the village. I want to be with you. I want to live with you. Brother, please don't leave me behind. I beg you." This time, Wu Lichuan couldn't hold back Wu Chuiying. She knelt down in front of everyone in the crowd. Wu Lichuan felt like a leech from a story, feeling sick and scared. "What's going on? Step aside," the school security guard shouted, telling the students to move back. "Which school are you from? Why are you causing trouble at our school gate?" Wu Chuiying was startled by the fierce security guard. She froze for a moment. Zhong Jiao, who was standing next to Wu Lichuan, pushed her away. Wu Lichuan quickly pulled out her leg, and both of them rushed outside. Wu Chuiying saw Wu Lichuan run and instinctively wanted to chase after him. But when she pushed through the crowd to find Wu Lichuan's shadow, she couldn't see him anywhere. Unable to find Wu Lichuan, Wu Chuiying couldn't hold back her tears and sat down on the ground, crying loudly again. Why is she so miserable? Her father died early, and her mother also died giving birth to her. Although she has two brothers, they are selfish and only care about themselves. They live a good life in the capital, eating well and enjoying luxury, but they ignore her difficult situation. She just wants to live with her family. She just wants a good life. They pulled her up, and she could have a life that everyone envies, but Wu Lichuan and the others just wouldn't agree. Forget about being siblings, it's all nonsense. Meanwhile, Wu Lichuan and the others were running desperately forward. If anyone saw them, they would think a fierce dog was chasing them. When they finally reached the alley and couldn't hear any sounds behind them, Su Huayu stopped, panting heavily. Wu Lichuan held Zhong Jiao and leaned against the wall. Ji Yanming didn't react much. He looked at the four of them panting and said, "Let's rest for a moment and run home together. I'm worried she might wait for you at the main gate." Hearing this, Wu Lichuan shivered in fear. He didn't even stop to rest. He stood up immediately and said, "Let's go right now." He was truly afraid of Wu Chuiying now and really didn't want to be involved with her anymore. Fortunately, when they nervously returned to the gate of the courtyard, they did not see Wu Chuiying's figure. After returning home, Wu Lichuan sat heavily in the rocking chair on the left side of the main hall door, staring blankly at the jujube tree nearby, as if his spirit had been drained. Su Monli saw Wu Lichuan's state and said nothing. She simply sighed softly, then went back to the main hall to pour herself a glass of water and asked if Wu Lichuan wanted some. Wu Lichuan naturally accepted the water, especially since he felt a strange fire burning in his chest. After drinking a glass of plain water, he asked, "Did you call the security guard?" "Yes, I couldn't keep her blocking the school gate all the time." "Thank you," Wu Lichuan said sadly, sitting down on the chair. He could already imagine how much attention he would attract when he went to school tomorrow. Right now, he had become the joke of the whole school. Wu Lijiang returned home half an hour later, muttering angrily as he walked. When he saw Wu Lichuan sitting slumped at the table, he asked, "Brother, did you see Wu Chuiying?" Wu Lichuan immediately asked, "You saw her? She's right at the gate of the courtyard now." Wu Lijiang exclaimed, "Is there anyone in the courtyard who doesn't know her now? Thanks to her, we've become famous in the courtyard." Although Wu Lijiang was annoyed with Wu Chuiying before, he was even more annoyed with Kai Meiwan. But now, Wu Lijiang was extremely annoyed with Wu Chuiying as well. They had no real sibling relationship. When they lived in Wujiakan, they barely spoke to each other. Now, she only wants to be their sister because she sees they're doing well with their parents. She just wants a share of the benefits.
But why?
When he and his older brother were in Wujiakan, struggling to eat and stay warm, he never saw her or Kai Meiwan help them. They never called them brothers. Why does just calling them brother now make her think they should pay for her? Wu Lijiang has disliked Kai Meiwan and Wu Chuiying from the start, and his feelings haven't changed. She said she can't stay at old Wang's house anymore, and begged us to take her in. "She's willing to work hard for us." Wu Lijiang angrily said, "What era are we in now? We're not wealthy landowners. Why should anyone be a servant or a laborer?" He also said loudly, "And you want Dad to adopt her? If we really bring her into the house, our family won't survive." In Wu Lijiang's eyes, Wu Chuiying and Kai Meiwan are both troublemakers who disturb the family. Maybe at first, she wasn't like this, but under her mother's influence, Wu Chuiying and Kai Meiwan are now very similar. Is she still at the gate of the courtyard? Wu Lijiang listened to Wu Lichuan and looked at him cautiously, asking, "Are you thinking of letting Wu Chuiying live with us?" "What are you thinking?" "That's impossible." Wu Lijiang, hearing Wu Lichuan's rejection, reassured him, "That's good. I admit she's having a hard time now, but that doesn't mean we should bring her home," Wu Lijiang said. "We still rely on our parents to support us. If she can't stay at old Wang's house, she might as well go back to her hometown." Wu Lichuan sighed and said, "I've already told you, but she doesn't want to go back." "If she doesn't want to go back, then she stays at the Wang family. She can't come to our house." Wu Lijiang probably understood Wu Chuiying's feelings a bit, but their family is doing well now and doesn't need another member. Besides Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang, Wu Haifeng almost stopped Wu Chuiying from entering. However, Wu Haifeng was with Su Miaojuan at the time. When he saw Wu Chuiying at the gate, he immediately rode his bike quickly back inside the courtyard. They only learned why Wu Chuiying was waiting at the gate after they returned home. Su Miaojuan looked at Wu Haifeng, who remained silent after hearing this. Even though she's young, her actions are already causing trouble for the children in the family. She still has relatives in her hometown. "I'll call someone in the village to take her back," Wu Haifeng said. Su Miaojuan nodded after he finished speaking. Living with her own family back home is better than staying here in the capital with those two men from the Wang family. Mainly, Su Miaojuan thinks those two men from the Wang family are not good people. Wu Chuiying is a girl, and even though she's still young, she's still a girl. It's not that Su Miaojuan thinks people are too ugly, but a young girl who grows up in a house with two single men, who knows what might happen. Human nature is the most unpredictable thing. I'll go make a call. Wu Haifeng clearly also realized this. Because of his job, Wu Haifeng has seen more disgusting things than Su Miaojun knows. Their family definitely won't adopt Wu Chuiying, and it's best for Wu Chuiying not to stay in her stepfather's house. The best solution is to go back home, to her hometown. Wu Haifeng is now the most successful person in Wujiakan. With just one call, even if Wu Chuiying's family doesn't want to travel all the way to the capital, arrangements were still made for her to come. The people coming to the capital are Wu Chuiying's eldest uncle, Wu Xinghui, and Wu Haifeng's older brother. They came together. Wu Xinghui mainly came to pick up his niece and take her home. Wu Haishan, besides accompanying Wu Xinghui, also had his own reason, to talk with his second brother. The purpose of the talk was, of course, because Wu Haifeng had sent too little money back to their hometown these past few years. Actually, Wu Haishan's family doesn't get along well with Wu Xinghui's family, but Wu Haishan is one of the few people from the village who has been to the capital. Wu Xinghui was worried about losing his way at the train station or even in the city, so he asked the team leader to have Wu Haishan come along. For this, Wu Xinghui bought round-trip train tickets for Wu Haishan. When they arrived in the capital by train, it was just Saturday. The Wu brothers timed it well to go to the train station to pick them up. After picking them up, Wu Xinghui didn't take them to the public security compound, but instead took them to a guest house near there, where they stayed overnight. They had lunch outside. Wu Haishan looked at the two brothers, Wu Lichuan and Wu Xinghui, who looked very different from when they were kids. He really wanted to ask why they didn't take them home, since Wu Haifeng's house was big enough, and staying there wouldn't cost anything. But because Wu Xinghui was there, Wu Haishan didn't dare to ask. After lunch, Wu Lichuan took Wu Xinghui and Wu Haishan to the Wang family. Wu Lijiang didn't want to cause trouble, so after they left, he went straight to the youth palace. Su Huayu finished her calligraphy and painting class, chatted briefly with Xing Xiaojie, and then, when she and Ji Yanxi left the youth palace, they saw Wu Lijiang waiting at the door, not knowing when he had arrived. "Brother, when did you arrive?" Wu Lijiang was used to Su Huayu sometimes calling him Little Jiang and sometimes brother. He casually took the school bag from Su Huayu and said, "In a little while." Where is Dechuan? He went with his uncle and others to the Wang family. As for the rest, Wu Lijiang didn't say anything, even though Ji Yanxi was giving him a curious look. They left the youth palace directly and went home. When they arrived, Wu Haifeng was busy in the kitchen. "Dad, what are you doing?" Wu Haifeng poured the rice he bought from the cafeteria into a plate and said, "Your big uncle and the others are coming for dinner tonight. I prepared the food early." Wu Lijiang looked at the braised pork in the plate and said, "They don't even know when they'll be back." Just as he finished speaking, Wu Lichuan, along with Wu Haishan and Wu Xinghui, who looked unhappy, arrived home. While Wu Haifeng and Wu Haishan were talking, Su Huayu and the others carried the dishes from the kitchen into the main hall. Wu Lijiang leaned over to his older brother and asked, "What happened at the Wang family? Why does Uncle Wu Chuiying look angrier than a shoehorn?" Before speaking, Wu Lichuan sighed heavily. Wu Chuiying didn't want to go back to her hometown with her uncle. "Really?" Su Huayu and Wu Lijiang both looked surprised and asked, "Why?" Wu Lichuan explained, "Wu Chuiying said her stepfather and brother treat her well, and this is her home. If she leaves, her brother won't have anyone to take care of him, so she wants to stay." At first, Wu Lichuan thought Wu Chuiying was threatened by Wang Yutian and his sons, but that wasn't the case. It was all her own choice. Wu Chuiying told Wu Lichuan that if he couldn't take her to live at Wu's house, he shouldn't interfere in her affairs anymore. Wu Lichuan looked at Wu Chuiying, who was giving him a resentful look, took a step back, and after steadying himself, told her he would never interfere in her matters again. Her uncle tried to persuade her for a long time, but she refused to leave. She even said that if Zheng Hui's uncle kept pressuring her, she would call the police, claiming we wanted to kidnap her. Wu Lichuan said almost with a serious face, "I don't want to get involved anymore. Let her do whatever she wants. You better keep your word," Wu Lijiang said to his older brother. When Wu Lichuan explained what happened to Su Huayu, Wu Xinghui and Wu Haishan outside also told Wu Haifeng about what happened to the Wang family. "Anyway, I've said everything I need to. If she doesn't leave, There's nothing we can do. Wu Xinghui thought it was good for Wu Chuiying to stay in the capital. At least it would save some food for their family. Not only would it save food, but when she grows up and marries someone from the capital, their family would have support. Maybe in the future, with her sister's help, she could even become a true city person. Also, when they went there, Wu Chuiying was watching the children. As she said, if she left, no one would take care of the child born to her mother. The Wang family father and son both had to work. That's why Wu Xinghui only advised her twice, and didn't say more. Wu Haifeng didn't say anything after hearing this. He had already said and done what he needed to. Now it was Wu Chuiying's own choice. What you sow, you will reap. It's all her own business. Tonight, Wu Haifeng was hosting a dinner at home for Wu Haishan and the others. Su Miaojun knew about it. When she returned, she specially packed a roast duck. Wu Haishan and Wu Xinghui looked at the table full of dishes. They wished there was some wine to drink. They heard Su Miaojun worked at a wine factory, so she probably had plenty of wine. But Wu Haishan was a bit afraid of his younger brother and didn't dare say anything to Su Miaojun. When they almost lost Wu Lichuan and his brother before, it was Su Miaojun who helped find the children. As for Wu Xinghui, he didn't dare say much either. After entering the police compound, he kept his hands and feet close to himself. Even if he felt a little regretful about not having wine at dinner, he didn't speak and just ate his food loudly. They had never eaten so well during the New Year at home. Coming to the capital was really a change. After they finished eating, Wu Haifeng asked, "What time are you planning to leave tomorrow?" Wu Haishan was surprised. He just arrived today, and now he's leaving tomorrow? He didn't say he was leaving. Wu Xinghui glanced at Wu Haishan and said to Wu Haifeng, "Maybe early in the morning. The sooner we go home, the sooner we can get to work." "All right, I'll have someone buy your tickets." When Wu Haishan heard that he would be leaving early the next morning, he quickly said to Wu Haifeng, second brother, about our mother. "Is our mother sick?" Wu Haishan shook his head. "I'm glad she's not sick. Miao Jun bought some things for the family. Take them when you leave." Wu Haifeng didn't give Wu Haishan a chance to speak. By the time he finished speaking, Su Miaojun had already come out carrying 2 bags. One bag was larger, containing clothes and shoes bought for Wu Haifeng's mother, along with 4 bottles of wine and 2 packs of snacks. The smaller bag held only 2 bottles of wine and 2 packs of snacks. The larger bag was obviously for Wu Haishan, and the smaller one was for Wu Xinghui. Wu Xinghui was so happy when he saw what was inside that his eyes lit up. This trip to the capital was truly worth it. Wu Haishan looked at the things in the bag, wanting to say something, but in the end, he just nodded. His brother politely saw him off from the police compound. He didn't get a chance to tell his mother the words she had asked him to say before he left. Wu Lichuan was the subject of gossip for nearly a week because of the trouble Wu Chuiying caused at school. Later, new gossip appeared, and Wu Lichuan's story gradually faded from people's minds. Especially after that day, Wu Chuiying had to stay home to watch the children, so she no longer had the chance to go out and about. After all, children need someone to look after them. With the upcoming high school entrance exams, Su Huayu spent most of her time studying, only occasionally going to the youth palace or the song and dance troupe for training and rehearsals. Since moving from middle school to high school required passing exams, if she didn't pass, she wouldn't be able to attend high school. Although Su Huayu was confident in her grades, she didn't want any surprises. As the exams approached, the school was filled with constant testing and review. Since Ji Yanmeng transferred to their school, either Su Huayu or Ji Yanmeng has been the top student in the 9th grade. Wu Haifeng and Ji Shan were very childish. When Su Huayu was first in the class, Wu Haifeng wanted to show off at Ji Shan's house. When Ji Yanmeng was first, Ji Shan also wanted to boast, but Wu Haifeng said, "Our little Yu is only 10 years old," which shut Ji Shan up completely. Indeed, a 10-year-old middle school student. What does it matter if they don't always come in first? Because Su Huayu had the high school entrance exam, all household chores were shared equally by the brothers Wu Lichuan and Wu Lichuan's family. The whole family did everything they could and arranged everything possible just to let Su Huayu focus on studying. Because of this, Even Lu Zhongbai, who was far away in the northeast, rarely called Su Huayu anymore. Actually, there was something Lu Zhongbai didn't tell Su Huayu. Since they separated last year, when the new semester started, Lu Zhongbai also moved directly to the third year of middle school. So this year, besides Su Huayu's high school entrance exam, Lu Zhongbai also had his exam. During the tense preparation and waiting, the day of the exam arrived as scheduled. Su Miaojuan took leave early, and Wu Haifeng specially adjusted his work schedule to accompany Su Huayu to the exam. Jishan couldn't change his schedule. He originally wanted Song Wanru to accompany his son, but Ji Yanming thought it was just a test, so there was no need for a big fuss. Su Huayu's parents went because she was young and a girl, so they didn't need to go. But Jishan was worried, so he finally asked Wu Haifeng to help watch over her, and Ji Yanming rode his bike with their family of 3 to the exam. To ensure Su Huayu ate well and rested properly during the exam, Su Miaojuan rented a room outside the exam site. After the morning exam, Wu Haifeng took the children to a resting place about 5 or 6 minutes away on foot. Su Miaojuan prepared lunch in advance. They ate lunch and then took a nap, resting well before continuing with the afternoon exams. Lunch was arranged by Su Miaojuan, and dinner was arranged by Song Wanru. Although it was the children taking the exam, the parents were more nervous than the kids, worried about any mistake. After the exams ended, the adults' tense nerves finally relaxed. Su Huayu was somewhat satisfied with her estimated score. After resting at home for 2 days, she went back and forth between the song and dance troupe and the youth palace, staying busy. On the day the exam results were announced, after breakfast, Su Huayu's family and Ji Yanming's family met at the small vegetable garden and then went together to the 4th middle school to check the results. The 4th middle school would list the admitted students on the school notice board, ranked by scores. When the two families arrived at the school gate, many people had already gathered in front of the notice board. When Wu Haifeng and Jishan tried to move forward using their height advantage, they hadn't even reached the notice board before they already knew Su Huayu's score. This Su Huayu must be a girl, right? 595 points, only 5 points away from full marks. Definitely a girl. She lost 2 points in Chinese and physics, 1 point in chemistry, and got full marks in everything else. That's an amazing score. The second place is also good, 591 points. Su Miaojuan's nervousness instantly disappeared when she heard people around talking about her daughter's results. Out of 600 points, her daughter had scored 595. Su Huayu was also excited. She had estimated her score to be 588, but she had done even better than expected. Wu Haifeng and Jishan cleared the way, leading both families to the notice board. When Wu Haifeng saw Su Huayu's name at the top, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Using his height, he pointed at her name and announced to everyone nearby, "That's my daughter. That's my daughter. Yes, the one who got first place is my daughter. This is my daughter." Wu Haifeng shielded Su Huayu, who was almost pushed aside, and said proudly, "My daughter may be young, but she's really good at studying. She's always been first before, and now she's first again in the high school entrance exam. My daughter isn't just good at studying, she's also alright." Wu, that's enough. Su Miaojuan was proud too, but Wu Haifeng's over-the-top display, as if he wanted the whole world to know his daughter was first, made her feel a little embarrassed. The funniest part was that no one had even asked him anything. He was just talking excitedly to himself. Didn't he notice that when he said, "My daughter may be young, but she's really good at studying," the people around had already taken 2 steps back? Haha. Wu Haifeng grinned at Su Miaojuan, then turned to Jishan and asked, "So, how many points did your son get?" Jishan looked at him speechlessly. His son's name was right below Su Huayu's. Wu Haifeng had been pointing at Su Huayu's name for so long. How could he not see the name right under it? Jishan placed his hand on his son's name. 4 points less than your daughter. Wu Haifeng followed his hand, then laughed and patted Jishan's shoulder. "Ha ha ha, don't worry. It's not the first time your son has been second place." Jishan. "Sorry, I was so focused on my daughter's name just now that I didn't notice your son's name at all," Wu Haifeng said. Both kids did so well on their exams. We should celebrate today. Jishan helplessly nodded and agreed. Yes, of course, we should celebrate. Although Song Wanra didn't quite like Wu Haifeng's bold attitude, she kept silent because she knew he held a higher position than her husband. When looking at the exam results, Su Huayu was quite calm. After leaving the crowd, he exchanged a look with his mother, and they couldn't help but happily hug each other. My precious daughter is so amazing. I'm so proud of you, Mom. Hee hee, because you're my daughter. That's why I'm proud. Ji Yanming looked at Su Huayu with some curiosity. Since they met a few months ago, this was the first time he saw Su Huayu act so childishly. To celebrate, Su Huayu and Ji Yanming, both families first bought each of them a bicycle at the department store. Then, seeing that the time was right, they went together to the Moscow restaurant, one of the few places in the capital where you can enjoy authentic Western food. After ordering, Su Miaojun noticed Song Wanra looking at her and asked with a smile, "Comrade Song, is something wrong?" Song Wanra smiled and replied, "Nothing much. I just think Comrade Su orders so skillfully, like she eats here all the time." Su Miaojun's mind sounded an alarm, but she kept her smile and said, "It's easy to imitate. We just follow how others order." She couldn't say she used to often accompany Huiyu to places like this. "When we came last time, we didn't know what to order. We even asked the waiter," Su Huayu said with a smile after his mother finished speaking. Song Wanru envied. "It's better in the capital. You get to see more things. Later, you should try their red vegetable soup. It tastes pretty good and is quite a classic dish," Su Miaojun recommended. The topic naturally moved on. Once the dishes arrived, the conversation shifted to the food and the summer plans of Su Huayu and Ji Yanming. At 6 in the evening, Su Huayu called Lu Zhongbai. Earlier, Lu Zhongbai had repeatedly told him to share the results once they came out. So, Su Huayu chose a time when Lu Zhongbai was at home to make the call. When the phone connected, Su Huayu heard Lu Zhongbai's voice on the other end. She smiled and said, "Guess what rank I got?" "Definitely first," Lu Zhongbai replied. Just from her tone, he knew her results were very good. While Su Huayu and Lu Zhongbai were talking on the phone, Ji Yanxi nearby asked her brothers Wu Lichuan, "Is little Yu's relationship with that Lu Zhongbai so close?" Wu Lichuan nodded and said, "Of course. They're very close friends, like family." "It's well known." "What do you mean, like family?" Ji Yanxi asked curiously. "It means since they were kids." When Wu Lichuan told Ji Yanxi about the kidnapping incident involving Su Huayu and Lu Zhongbai years ago, a secret letter arrived at the Hui family's large house in Gangcheng. A Hong watched Huiyu, dressed in a jade-colored long gown, holding a tortoise shell and carefully doing a divination. He stood quietly nearby without speaking. After Huiyu finished the divination and saw the result, a rare smile appeared on his usually stern face. "Good luck." "I like it." A Hong smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Master, this is indeed good news." "News from the capital," says the young master. Only 10 years old, skipped several grades and ranked first in the capital's number 4 middle school. Huiyu raised his eyebrows slightly, looking satisfied. "No wonder she is my daughter, Huiyu." Huiyu was unaware that Huiyao was being watched by Su Miaojun. Su Miaojun cared a lot about her daughter. She didn't notice anything suspicious or sneaky around Su Huayu, and Su Huayu was not the type to be careless. If Su Miaojun knew that Huiyu was monitoring her daughter, she might suspect everyone around Su Huayu who could possibly come into contact with her. Su Huayu's summer vacation was very busy. Her daily routine included practicing dance, playing the piano, calligraphy, studying ahead, and making pickled vegetables. The weather was good this year. Wu Haifeng's farm had a bumper harvest of cucumbers, peppers, and beans, which were all eaten quickly. So, when at home, Su Huayu pickled all the leftover cucumbers and peppers into salted vegetables. Especially the cucumbers, after pickling, they became crisp and tasty, perfect to eat with noodles. Throughout the summer, Lu Zhongbai seemed to disappear. Su Huayu's letters went unanswered, and her weekly phone calls stopped coming. Su Huayu once called Lu Jia, and after learning that Lu Zhongbai went to training, she did not contact him again. As the high school start approached, Su Miaojun bought new clothes for her 3 children. In addition, Su Huayu received 2 sets of clothes sent by Bai Hui, who was far away in Shanghai. When Su Miaojuan took out those 2 sets of clothes, she touched the fabric and said to Su Huayu, who was preparing packages for Bai Hui and her husband, "These clothes look like they were made by Grandma by herself." I wonder how long it took. Although Su Miaojuan was somewhat annoyed by Lu Zhongbai's possessiveness over her daughter, she liked Lu Zhongbai's grandparents very much, especially Bai Hui. Su Miaojuan liked this gentle old lady very much. This time, Bai Hui prepared 2 sets of clothes for Su Huayu. One was a simple, elegant white knitted sweater with a dark blue woolen pants. The other was a navy blue sweater with a white stripe on the collar, very pretty, paired with dark brown woolen trousers. In the past, Bai Hui preferred to send dresses to Su Huayu, but later mostly sent pants, and the colors became darker. Su Miaojuan understood why. Nowadays, clothes on the street are very similar, but that was fine. Bai Hui treats me very well. Compared to Bai Hui and her husband always sending her clothes and daily necessities, Su Huayu usually sent food back to Bai Hui and her husband, especially durable snacks. This time, Su Huayu packed dried winter melon and dried cucumbers she had sun-dried, along with some dried meat and 2 cans of malted milk. Although Bai Hui and her husband probably didn't lack these items, Su Huayu felt something was strange when she received Bai Hui's last letter. When she was packing things this time, Su Huayu realized that Bai Hui mentioned Qi Xuan really liked the dried meat she sent before, and he would lie in the rocking chair asking her to fetch it. But in reality, if Qi Xuan could move, he wouldn't let the petite Bai Hui go to get it. Thinking of this, Su Huayu added some medicine she kept in her space for treating bruises and injuries into the package, along with a few common medicines. After seeing this, Su Miaojuan said, "That's true. They now live in the countryside, and it's not easy for them to see a doctor. I remember there is a jar of honeysuckle. Let's pack it with the other things for them." After Su Huayu finished organizing everything, there was a big, full package. Su Huayu and Su Miaojuan sent the package and also wrote 2 letters. One letter was for Bai Hui, and the other was for Lu Zhongbai. Lu Zhongbai hadn't been in touch for nearly 2 months. Su Huayu guessed that when the letter arrived in the northeast, he might just receive it. However, after sending the letter, Su Huayu still felt uneasy about Bai Hui's previous letter. So, before going home, she called Lu Zhongbai's house directly. The first call didn't go through. Su Huayu is a stubborn person. When the call didn't connect, at 6:30 in the evening, she called the reception room in the courtyard again. This time, the call was answered by Qi Zhali. Qi Zhali was a bit surprised to hear Su Huayu's voice. Usually, Su Huayu's calls were answered by her son. She just said hello. But this time, she had a chance to chat properly. "Hello, Auntie. Hello, Xiaoyu. I heard from Xiao Bai that you scored first in the entrance exam for Capital Number 4 Middle School. You're really amazing. Capital Number 4 is a good school." Qi Zhali looked at the calendar hanging on the wall and asked, "Oh, is the school about to start?" Su Huayu smiled and replied, "Yes, Auntie Qi. The school starts in 2 days. Are you trying to find Xiao Bai?" "Xiao Bai isn't here. He's still in training. He probably won't come back until high school starts. When he returns, I will tell him you called." "Okay." Actually, Su Huayu paused and asked Qi Zhali, "Annie, have you recently contacted by Nai Nai and Grandpa Qi?" Qi Zhali heard Su Huayu's voice and asked with some doubt, "Things at the hospital have been busy lately, so I haven't had time to contact them." "Is something wrong?" "I don't know either. I just felt something strange after reading by Nai Nai's letter. I don't know if I'm overthinking, but I feel like Grandpa Qi might be hurt." After Su Huayu finished speaking, there was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Then Qi Zhali's voice came through. She smiled and said, "Okay. Thank you, little you. I'll call back later after I check with them. Don't worry, I'll get back to you once I know more." "Alright, Auntie, don't worry too much. Maybe I'm overthinking it." Qi Zhali smiled when she heard this and said, "No, Annie should thank you. I've been neglecting them a bit lately. With the busy hospital work, it's normal not to pay attention to other things. I won't bother you anymore, Auntie. We'll talk again next time." "Okay, little you."
Goodbye.
After hanging up, Qi Zhaoli's smile disappeared from her face. She frowned and, without much hesitation, dialed another number again. After Su Huayu shared her doubts, she finally felt at ease. At the same time the next day, Qi Zhaoli called Su Huayu again. When Su Huayu heard that Qi Zhaoli said Qi Xuan had sprained his ankle last month while working and was now almost fully recovered, she let out a long breath of relief. She was worried that Qi Xuan and Bai Hui, being older, wouldn't get proper care in the countryside. But now that Qi Zhaoli said they had someone watching over them at all times, Su Huayu felt much better. Qi Zhaoli is their biological daughter and would definitely take good care of her parents. On the first day of high school, Su Huayu had planned to go to school alone. In the end, she was accompanied by Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng to the school gate. Su Huayu had a bicycle as a reward for passing high school entrance exams, which she kept at home. Today, her father took her to the school gate. Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng could only see her off at the school entrance. Since there were other parents dropping off their children too, their presence didn't seem out of place. Carrying her backpack, Su Huayu entered the school gate. She turned to wave at Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng, who were still outside, then turned to walk with Ji Yanmeng, who had been waiting for her, toward the teaching building. Their class was class 1 of the first year of high school. Because she was younger and performed well, Su Huayu became the star of the grade on her first day. After school started, except for the first day when Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng saw her off, she then rode to school every day with Ji Yanmeng. Li Zhongbai, who had been missing for an entire summer vacation, finally called after a week of school at Su Huayu's school. When Su Huayu first answered the call, she was a bit suspicious because the voice on the other end sounded quite different from Li Zhongbai's usual voice. Su Huayu always spoke honestly in front of Li Zhongbai. After she finished speaking, there was a moment of silence on the line, and then he said, "Your voice has changed." "Is that so? Did you receive my letter?" she asked. Yes. The first thing Li Zhongbai did when he got home was to read all the letters Su Huayu had written to him on his desk, arranged by date. Although there were only 3 letters, Li Zhongbai was already very happy. When he read the last letter, his relaxed expression suddenly disappeared. He hurried downstairs to call the local team where his grandparents lived. He tried calling the first number, which didn't go through, then the second, which also didn't work, and finally the third number was answered. Li Zhongbai waited for over an hour before finally talking to his grandmother. When Su Huayu's guess in her letter was confirmed, Li Zhongbai held the phone tightly and didn't speak for a long time. Hearing the silence on the line, Bai Hui was worried that Li Zhongbai might rush from the northeast to Shanghai in a hurry. She quickly comforted him softly. It was just an accidental twist of the ankle while walking, nothing serious. Recently, there was medicine in the package Xiaoyu sent. Although your grandfather's ankle has almost healed, I used some of it, and it really works well. Bai Hui continued, Xiaoyu is such a thoughtful child. Li Zhongbai listened to Bai Hui praising Su Huayu, but still didn't speak. Bai Hui kept talking. Your mother also called us before and sent us some medicinal herbs. You know, your grandfather knows a little about traditional Chinese medicine, Li Zhongbai. Hearing his grandmother's helpless tone on the other end, Li Zhongbai said again, you and grandfather should move to the northeast to live. Li Zhongbai, she started to say. Grandma, I haven't discussed this with you, Li Zhongbai interrupted. They haven't been kind to you. I don't understand why you insist on staying there. If Xiaoyu hadn't noticed the injury this time, would you have just not told me and Mom? We listened to her grandson Lu Zhongbai's angry voice on the phone and sighed softly. Xiaobai, stay calm. Xiaobai, you're not a child anymore. Hearing his grandmother's voice on the other end, Lu Zhongbai pressed his lips together. We know our bodies best. The reason we didn't say anything is because it's really just a small injury. Last time, your mother already contacted the people in the village to watch over us, and a doctor visits us every month to check on our health. If you're worried, you can call us every week, Hui said sincerely. Xiaobai, your grandma and grandpa are both old. We can't handle too much trouble or too much traveling, and we don't want to cause any trouble for our daughter and grandson. Plus, we have some things to take care of and can't leave for too long. Xiaobai, did you hear what I said? Lu Zhongbai really wanted to hang up his grandmother's call without saying anything, but he didn't want her to worry or be sad. So he simply said, "I understand." After Hui hung up, he called Su Huayu. When he heard Su Huayu's voice, the anger and restlessness in his heart gradually eased. It was strange, Su Huayu seemed to have a calming effect on him. "I called Grandma. She said Grandpa's foot injury is almost healed, but I'll have someone check again tomorrow." "That's good. Thank you, Xiaoyu." Hearing Lu Zhongbai's sincere thanks, Su Huayu smiled and said, "No need. I'm just worried about Grandma Bai and Grandpa Qi. As long as they're okay, that's what matters. If you're worried about Grandma Bai and Grandpa Qi, call them often." "Is it easy to install a phone now?" If they could have a phone at home, it might be easier to stay in touch, but it probably isn't that simple. Having a phone in the village is already a big deal. Still, Lu Zhongbai took Su Huayu's words to heart. "I'll find a way. Don't worry too much," Su Huayu said to Lu Zhongbai, who seemed a bit down.
"I'm fine," Lu Zhongbai replied.
Seeing his parents come back, he told Su Huayu on the phone, "I might not have time to call you often. Let's write letters." After Lu Zhongbai hung up the phone, he told Lu Hai and Qi Zhaoli, who entered one after the other, "I have something to tell you." Qi Zhaoli saw Lu Zhongbai making the call and guessed he was probably calling Su Huayu. She asked, "What's the matter?" Qi Zhaoli smiled and said, "I can tell you like Xiaoyu. You were eager to call her as soon as you got back. Xiaoyu is quite good." Lu Hai sat on the sofa and smiled. "She's only about 10 years old this year, and she got into high school already. That's impressive. It's definitely not easy." Qi Zhaoli teased her son. "Since she was little, I thought she was smart. Not only smart, but also pretty and sensible. Who do you think she'll end up with in the future?" She joked with her son. "It would be nice if she ended up with our family, don't you think?" If the old Lu Zhongbai from before had heard this teasing, he would have confidently agreed. He had never hidden his feelings for Su Huayu from his parents or anyone close to him. But today, Lu Zhongbai didn't follow his mother's words. He went to his parents and looked at his father. He said, "I want to bring my grandma and grandpa to the Northeast. Can you find someone to arrange that now?" After Lu Zhongbai said this, the living room suddenly fell silent, and even the air seemed to become still. About 2 minutes later, Qi Zhaoli looked at the father and son facing each other. She slowly folded her hands and, smiling, said to Lu Zhongbai, who was looking at her father, "Xiaobai, your grandma and grandpa are old. It's not convenient for them to travel far, and they've lived in the south for many years. They wouldn't be able to adapt to the climate in the northeast. If you don't believe me, call your grandma and grandpa. They don't want to come to the northeast either." Lu Zhongbai shifted his gaze from his father's face to his mother's. Seeing the plea in her eyes, he lowered his head. "Xiaobai." Lu Zhongbai turned and went upstairs without saying another word. He thought he had grown up, but in this family, he still had no real say. Qi Zhaoli watched her son's back and let out a trembling breath. She didn't know that in the world of adults, there were always many things they couldn't control. After Lu Zhongbai went upstairs, Lu Hai called over Xiao Jiang, who had been following him. He said, "Keep an eye on Zhongbai. Don't let him go to the station." Qi Zhaoli looked at Lu Hai, who had been given orders and wanted to say something. In the end, she didn't say a word. After Lu Zhongbai returned to his room, he never came out. When Qi Zhaoli went upstairs to call him for dinner, no matter how she knocked, he didn't respond. When she knocked a third time, Lu Hai had already called the security at the main gate. "Xiaobai, aren't you hungry? It's time to eat. Xiaobai, open the door for Mom." Qi Zhaoli planned to keep calling, but she didn't know when Lu Hai, who had gone upstairs, leaned against the door and used force to open it. Inside Xiaobai's room, the window was wide open and there was no sign of him. Qi Zhaoli ran to the window and looked around but saw no one. She was anxious and asked, "Did you call the security?" "What about Xiao Jiang?" "Don't worry. How can I not worry? He must have gone to find my parents." Qi Zhaoli's voice trembled as she said, "You know how emotional Xiaobai is. He was almost raised by my parents himself." "Lu Hai, your attitude today really hurts." During those 2 silent minutes, Qi Zhaoli felt like time was standing still. Every second felt like 1,000 arrows piercing her heart. She wasn't really asking Lu Hai to promise anything. She just wanted to see his attitude. Silence itself was a kind of response. Lu Hai looked at Qi Zhaoli. trembling all over, and stepped forward to hold her arm gently, trying to comfort her. I've already asked someone to stop him. I know what kind of person Xiaobai is, but Zhao, don't you see what the situation is now? Do you realize how many people are watching our every move? Do you know why you were taken away for questioning a week ago? What we need now is caution. Caution for ourselves and for the children. The reason I volunteered to transfer to the Northeast is also known to you. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. One wrong step could lead to disaster. Lu Hai looked at the silent Qi Zhao Li and sighed softly. Your parents have already made their choice for you. We also need to make choices for the children. You are an experienced person. You should know what to do. After a long pause, Qi Zhao Li finally said, I understand. As the door gently closed, the bedroom returned to silence. Besides the sound of wind and cicadas coming through the open window, almost no other sounds could be heard. The moon was high in the sky when someone gently pushed open the closet door from inside. Lu Zhongbai, whose whole body was already stiff, stepped out of the wardrobe and stood there for a while before feeling his blood start flowing again. He looked at the moonlight spilling into the room from outside the window, then walked to the window. Earlier, he overheard his parents talking in the room. He heard everything clearly. Not only did he hear clearly, but he also understood the hidden meaning behind their words. Adults are not easy to deal with. Lu Zhongbai stood by the window for a long time, then finally turned around and opened his bedroom door. As soon as the door opened, he saw Lu Hai standing at the door for how long he didn't know. Lu Hai didn't seem surprised that Lu Zhongbai came out of his room. He turned to look at him and said, I left dinner in the kitchen. If you're hungry, go eat something. He looked at Lu Zhongbai, who still said nothing, and said, if you're still upset, go for a 10-kilometer run with a heavy load. After running, you'll understand everything. What if I can't understand? Lu Zhongbai looked up at his father. Lu Hai looked at the suppressed fire in his son's eyes and said coldly, if you can't understand, hold it in. Don't cause trouble that could harm the whole family. Even I don't do whatever I want just because I can. Or perhaps because he had reached his current position, he needed to be more disciplined and constantly restrain himself. Lu Hai looked at his son, who resembled a small wolf, and sighed before patting his shoulder. Think about it carefully. After saying that, Lu Hai turned and left, leaving Lu Zhongbai standing alone. In the golden autumn season, the persimmon tree in the yard was full of large, yellowish persimmons. It was the weekend. Su Huayu, who rarely had free time in the afternoon, took Wu Lichuan with her. They carried baskets and homemade hooks, ready to pick all the persimmons from the tree. In recent years, besides eating the ripe persimmons fresh, their family also selected firm persimmons, peeled them, and hung them under the eaves to dry in the sun and dew, making persimmon cakes that could be stored longer. Additionally, Su Miaojuan made seasonal desserts with persimmons every year, which were their family's special treats. Wu Lijong looked at the basket of persimmons he had picked alone and asked Su Huayu, is this basket for Uncle Ji's family? Yes, Wu Lichuan replied. He used a hook to break off the branch and then carefully lowered it in front of Su Huayu so she could pick all the persimmons. Also, I want to give Yao Yao another basket. She said she wants to make dried persimmons this year, Wu Lichuan added. Okay, but I won't go deliver it. Yao Yao's house is a bit far from ours. Wu Lijiang is getting older now and doesn't want to make the trip. Plus, the older aunties in our courtyard often tease us when they see us together. They say Yao Yao will marry him or his older brother. Before, they said Su Huayu would marry Lu Zhongbai, but now that Lu Zhongbai is gone, they think she might marry Ji Yanming. Basically, every passing duck seems to end up paired with someone. But even if you don't like these jokes, you shouldn't get angry. Getting angry means you can't even joke around a little. You need to be more tolerant. I'll go. Wu Lichuan knew he couldn't persuade Wu Lijiang. After they picked enough persimmons, Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang worked together to gather more. Su Huayu sat on a small folding stool nearby, sorting the persimmons and preparing to hang them under the eaves to dry. When Su Miaojuan finished work, a string of orange curtains was already hanging under the main house's eaves. I'll do the rest, she said. Su Miaojuan saw her daughter still peeling persimmons and rolled up her sleeves to help.
No need, Mom.
That's the last one, Su Huayu said. After Su Huayu finished, Su Miaojuan hung the last persimmon. Where are De Chuan and Xiao Jiang? De Chuan went to deliver persimmons to Yao Yao, and Xiao Jiang went to buy soy sauce, Su Huayu replied. Although the weather is a bit cooler now than before, Su Miaojuan still felt a little worried seeing her daughter's forehead beaded with sweat. What do you want to eat tonight? Mom will cook for you, she asked. Su Huayu thought for a moment and said, This afternoon, Ji Yanming brought some chestnuts. Let's make chestnut chicken tonight. Su Miaojuan smiled and agreed. Good. She always kept a basket on her car, mainly to sneak some ingredients home. Our family has 3 big eaters, so just making chestnut chicken wouldn't be enough. Su Miaojuan was making chestnut stew chicken when Su Huayu blanched fresh spinach, preparing a cold dish of spinach with vermicelli and minced garlic eggplant. After preparing the cold dish, Wu Lijiang came back carrying soy sauce, and not long after, Wu Haifeng and Wu Lichuan returned together. Wu Haifeng was holding a lunchbox and also carrying something wrapped in layers of newspaper, though it was unclear what. As soon as they entered the house, Wu Lichuan, smelling the rich chicken soup, rushed to the kitchen door. Mom, it smells so good. That's because I made chestnut stew chicken. Tonight's dinner is really rich. My dad even brought back a lamb leg, saying he wants to roast it. Really? I want to eat, Wu Lijiang said excitedly. Wu Haifeng, carrying the lamb leg, went to the kitchen and pretended to be angry. You're so quick to speak. I was planning to surprise you and Mom. Su Miaojuan smiled and said, If you're going to roast the lamb leg, you'd better start now. Wu Haifeng built a roasting rack for the lamb leg by hand. As he started turning it slowly, Su Huayu and the others gathered around him. Su Huayu looked at Wu Haifeng's skilled technique and said, Dad, your skills are quite professional. Of course. Back in the day, I used to roast a whole lamb with garlic and onions and wash it down with some wine. Those days felt like living in heaven. Dad, where did you get the lamb leg? A comrade gave it to me. His family's sheep accidentally got hit. Otherwise, waiting for fresh lamb meat would take time, money, and tickets. That evening, a table full of dishes, including roasted lamb, was more lavish than during the New Year. In the middle, Jishan smelled the aroma and came over with some cured meat to exchange for a plate of roasted lamb. No wonder. Wu Haifeng's roasted lamb was so delicious that they couldn't ignore it, even though they lived so close. In the evening, after hearing Wu Haifeng chatting with the children, Su Miaojuan prepared garlic and wine for Wu Haifeng during their dinner of roasted lamb. This was because Wu Haifeng was taking a day off the next day. Otherwise, he usually never drank alcohol. After eating and drinking happily, the family sat in the yard chatting. Wu Lichuan turned to Su Huayu lying in the rocking chair and said, I haven't seen you call old Lu lately. Yeah, he's busy. We only write letters now. Actually, they had been writing fewer letters. After Su Huayu sent 3 letters to Lu Zhongbai without receiving any reply, she stopped writing to him for almost a month. Indeed, when we called Huayang earlier, he said his grandfather was very strict with Lu Laoda, Wu Lijiang said. Usually, besides going to school, he was training. Lu Laoda will probably join the army soon. Next to them, Wu Haifeng, who is peeling edamame for Su Miaojuan, said after hearing his son, he will definitely join the army. Lu Zhongbai has no other choice. Su Miaojuan listened and said, being a doctor is also good. In Su Miaojuan's eyes, being a doctor is very respectable, high social status, good salary and benefits, and most importantly, no life danger. Wu Haifeng shook his head with a smile. Doctors are good, but Lu Zhongbai will definitely join the military. As long as his father was alive, he had no other options, and there would be no other choices. Su Huayu didn't expect that their next contact would be in July 1965. By then, she had already graduated from high school and successfully passed the college entrance exam to Beijing University. During these 3 years, apart from sending her a package and a letter on her birthday and New Year's, Lu Zhongbai had no other news. Over time, Su Huayu only replied and wrote letters on his birthday and New Year's. She was already prepared for the distance between them. Life is like that. Being able to occasionally communicate now was already a good ending. She didn't feel any regret because she knew Lu Zhongbai was doing well now. Compared to her distant relationship with Lu Zhongbai, Su Huayu and Bai Hui still kept a pen-pal relationship, exchanging one letter each month. When she heard the good news that she was accepted to Beijing University, she immediately wrote a letter to Bai Hui. After finishing, she looked at the extra stamps and the letter paper beside the postal workers, hesitating whether to also share this good news with Lu Zhongbai. While she was hesitating, Ji Yanmeng, waiting outside the post office on his bicycle, called out, "Xiao Yu, are you done?" Su Huayu put the remaining stamp into her pocket and gave up on the idea of writing to Lu Zhongbai. She felt that over these years, her relationship with Lu Zhongbai was no longer even that of ordinary pen pals. Also, she was afraid she was just imagining things. Over the past 3 years, Lu Zhongbai's letters to her have become shorter and more formal. Maybe someday, he won't write to her at all. "Xiao Yu, what are you thinking about?" Ji Yanming asked as he saw Su Huayu standing lost in thought outside the post office. "Nothing." Su Huayu ran from the post office entrance to Ji Yanming and then sat on his back seat, holding on to him. Today, Su Huayu planned to ride her own bike, but her mom's bike had a flat tire, so she had no choice but to ride her own instead. Luckily, Ji Yanming was with her, or else she would have had to find a way to get to the post office and then go to Quanjude for her class reunion. "Hurry up, I want to speed up." Hearing Ji Yanming's exaggerated tone, Su Huayu smiled and said, "Okay, go ahead and speed up." As Ji Yanming stood up and pedaled hard, Su Huayu was startled. She angrily slapped Ji Yanming's arm, but in his loud laughter, she silently held onto his clothes. Lu Zhongbai, who had been following Su Huayu and Ji Yanming from the police compound to the post office, stood there silently with his luggage, watching their figures leave with a blank expression. Lu Zhongbai, almost 17 years old, was already 1.85 meters tall. Standing among the crowd, you couldn't tell he was still a teenager just by his back. He looked very different from the Lu Zhongbai Su Huayu remembered. Plus, he wasn't showing his face, so when she hurried past, she didn't recognize him. Moreover, Su Huayu never expected Lu Zhongbai to appear in the capital. He came to the capital to surprise her, but he received a surprise first. At 13, Su Huayu was bright and beautiful, so stunning that people turned to look at her on the street. Lu Zhongbai saw her at first glance and naturally couldn't take his eyes off her. But she didn't see him. Her attention was entirely caught by a flashy young man with slicked back hair. Lu Zhongbai didn't like this surprise. If he had more time, he would have rushed over, but he only stayed in the capital for half a day. In the evening, he had to catch a train to Hushi. Lu Zhongbai looked in the direction where Su Huayu had left, then turned to head back to the police compound. It has been 3 years. He finally seized the chance to run out. He didn't want to scare Su Huayu with his impulsiveness during this brief meeting, nor did he want Su Huayu to dislike him. Before walking 10 meters, Lu Zhongbai turned back, carrying something, and chased after Su Huayu and the others. The years of tough training were not wasted. Even with something in his hands, Lu Zhongbai caught up with Su Huayu and the others after 15 minutes. Or rather, Lu Zhongbai directly blocked Ji Yanming at the alley entrance, who was riding a bike. Ji Yanming frowned when he saw the young man blocking their way. He was about to speak and ask him to move aside, but the young man spoke first. Su Huayu had already noticed the person blocking their way when Ji Yanming suddenly braked. But when she saw clearly who it was, she was surprised and slightly opened her mouth. Lu Zhongbai was dressed simply in a white shirt. His broad shoulders and narrow waist were clearly outlined by the shirt. Because he was slightly sweaty, you could faintly see his well-shaped abs under the fabric. He wore sturdy military green pants tucked into black boots, making his legs look straight and strong. Since the first time Su Huayu saw Lu Zhongbai, she knew he was good-looking. Now that he had grown up, his face looked like it had been carefully carved by a master artist. His eyebrows were sharp, and beneath his sword-like brows were deep, mysterious eyes. His nose was high and straight, and his jawline was clear and sharp. When he saw Su Huayu get out of the car, he smiled. His cold, distant aura gradually softened and became a little tender and slightly sad. Lu Zhongbai. Su Huayu looked at him with some surprise and confusion. In the past, Lu Zhongbai was handsome and delicate. Now, he had a bit more wildness and fierceness in his expression. Su Huayu was amazed that her beauty kept getting better, but she also felt a strange unfamiliarity. And he was very tall. Su Huayu looked at Lu Zhongbai walking toward her and felt a strong sense of pressure. Did you just arrive? People tend to ask obvious questions when they are nervous. His luggage was left at the alley entrance.
Of course, he just arrived.
He had many things he wanted to say to Su Huayu. But when they faced each other, all he wanted was to look at her like this and then hold her tightly in his arms. Lu Zhongbai decided to turn around and catch up because he knew that if he didn't see her this time, he might not get another chance for a long while. He really couldn't hold back anymore. When Su Huayu was suddenly pulled into Lu Zhongbai's arms, she was surprised and widened her eyes. Meanwhile, Ji Yanming, pushing his bicycle, saw Lu Zhongbai holding Su Huayu and immediately knocked his bicycle against the wall, shouting angrily, "What are you doing? Let go of her." But before Ji Yanming could reach Lu Zhongbai, Lu held back the urge to kick him away and released Su Huayu. He wasn't afraid to kick. He just noticed that Su Huayu was struggling to get free from his embrace. If he had really kicked the young man in front of him, it would have scared her. "You're an adult now. Don't you know that men and women shouldn't touch each other like that?" Ji Yanming said, shielding Su Huayu behind himself. From the moment Ji Yanming first saw Lu Zhongbai, he didn't like him. Lu Zhongbai's gaze was too aggressive, like a sharp sword piercing through people's hearts. "Is he your classmate?" Lu Zhongbai didn't answer Ji Yanming's question. Instead, he looked at Su Huayu, who was standing behind Ji Yanming, and spoke. Su Huayu nodded and patted Ji Yanming's arm, saying, "It's okay, I'll introduce him. This is Lu Zhongbai, the big boss that Dechuan and Xiao Jiang mentioned before. He's our childhood friend." Hearing Su Huayu say that he was her childhood friend made Lu Zhongbai feel uncomfortable. After introducing Lu Zhongbai to Ji Yanming, Su Huayu added, "This is Ji Yanming. He's my classmate and also my neighbor." Actually, Ji Yanming already knew who Lu Zhongbai was when Su Huayu mentioned his name. He was the close friend Su Huayu always talked about, even though he wasn't around her much. But those were all past things. In recent years, fewer and fewer people mentioned Lu Zhongbai, to the point that Ji Yanming almost forgot he existed. Lu Zhongbai reached out his hand first. Ji Yanming hesitated for a moment, but then shook his hand. But the next second, he regretted it. When Ji Yanming instinctively wanted to cry out in pain, he remembered Su Huayu was nearby and forced himself to hold back. Lu Zhongbai's hand made him think of pliers. Ji Yanming knew that Lu Zhongbai was deliberately trying to embarrass him. He wanted to fight back, but he was no match for Lu Zhongbai. When Su Huayu said this, Lu Zhongbai let go of Ji Yanming's hand. Ji Yanming looked at his red, swollen hand and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Su Huayu saw Ji Yanming's hand turning white from the redness and frowned. She hadn't looked at Lu Zhongbai yet, but his apology came quickly.
"I'm sorry.
I'm used to the army, and I didn't think your classmate was so fragile." Hearing this, Ji Yanming almost couldn't hold back a laugh at the unfair remark. Su Huayu glanced at Lu Zhongbai, who didn't seem very sorry, then turned to Ji Yanming and asked, "Are you okay?" Lu Zhongbai, noticing Su Huayu's concern for Ji Yanming, gave him a cold look. Ji Yanming was already embarrassed by Lu Zhongbai's teasing, so he wouldn't admit that his hand was numb from pain.
"I've fine."
"It's nothing." Su Huayu looked at him doubtfully. She had seen his hand trembling just now. "You heard me. I didn't use much force," Lu Zhongbai said coldly, though his voice sounded a little wronged, which didn't match his usual cold and sharp demeanor. Lu Zhongbai, Su Huayu looked at him helplessly, who was pretending to be innocent. She wasn't stupid and could sense Lu Zhongbai's hostility toward Ji Yanming. She sighed softly and said, "Yanming, go to Quanjude first. I'll come later, but it's okay. We haven't seen each other in a long time, so I want to talk alone for a bit." Su Huayu smiled. "You go ahead." Ji Yanming saw that Su Huayu insisted, so he nodded. Before leaving, he still warned Lu Zhongbai seriously, Comrade Lu, men and women shouldn't be too close. Xiaoyu is a girl, so I hope you'll be respectful. After that, he also reminded Su Huayu, Xiuyu, there's a police station nearby. If, really it's nothing, Yanming, Su Huayu said with a smile. Don't worry, Lu Zhongbai is a good person. Ji Yanming looked at Lu Zhongbai, who was coldly staring at him, but he couldn't see what Su Huayu saw in him. If you don't come in an hour, I'll come find you. Ji Yanming did not believe that the person in front of him, who looked like a spoiled young master, was Lu Zhongbai. Moreover, Su Huayu and Lu Zhongbai hadn't seen each other for at least 3 years. Who knew what Lu Zhongbai had experienced or how he had changed during that time? Anyway, he didn't look like a good person. Su Huayu watched Ji Yanming carefully nod and said, "Okay, I will definitely go back in an hour." After hearing this, Ji Yanming nodded and left the alley quickly, only glancing back a few times. As soon as he left, Lu Zhongbai's dissatisfied voice came from behind. "You never call me brother." Su Huayu replied, "Brother." Was he satisfied now? Lu Zhongbai was very dissatisfied, very unhappy. If he hadn't mentioned it, Su Huayu probably wouldn't have called him brother. "How many days will you stay in the capital?" "Where do you plan to stay?" Su Huayu asked, changing the subject, looking at Lu Zhongbai, who seemed to be sulking in front of him. Lu Zhongbai looked at his luggage behind him and said, "I will take the train to Shanghai this evening." "Are you in such a hurry?" "Yes, I only have a week off." Su Huayu remembered what Lu Zhongbai had said before and asked, "Have you joined the army? But you're not even 18 yet." Seeing that Su Huayu finally cared about him, Lu Zhongbai smiled and explained, "Because it's a special position in a special area, so I get special treatment." "I see." She had heard about this from Wu Haifeng before. "So, you didn't take the college entrance exam this year?" "Yes, but I will go to military school later." "That's good too." Su Huayu could tell that Lu Zhongbai's future had already been arranged. "How did you do on the college entrance exam?" Su Huayu smiled and said, "I got into Capital University, for economics. Now I'm just waiting for the semester to start." Originally, Su Huayu was hesitant about sharing her good news of getting into college with Lu Zhongbai, but now she didn't have to worry about it anymore. The reason she chose economics was because she discussed it with her mother. Economics is relatively easy to find a job in. Even if university classes are suspended next summer, she can use her status as a student at Capital University to find a job at her mother's brewing factory. Promotion would be easy then. Now, Su Miaojun has been working at the brewing factory for 10 years, and last year she was promoted to deputy director of the factory. In short, because of the special times we live in, becoming a worker is one of her best options right now. These days, there's no need for people to stand out. She just wants to live peacefully with her mother during these turbulent 10 years. "Congratulations." After exchanging polite words, the two fall silent again. There's no other choice. They haven't seen each other in a long time, nor have they kept in touch. "I'm leaving soon." Su Huayu nods. "Who knows when we'll meet again?" Su Huayu continues to nod.
"Ganyu-gyo."
Su Huayu hesitates. She finds it hard to treat Lu Zhongbai as a child anymore, and his presence is so strong that when he hugged her just now, she could only feel him, nothing else. If not, that's okay. Just as Su Huayu is about to breathe a sigh of relief, she hears Lu Zhongbai say sadly, "You're my only friend. I just want to hug you, that's all." Su Huayu. Lu Zhongbai looks straight at her with unwavering eyes. "These past 3 years have been so exhausting for me." He feels a little relaxed only when holding the letters she sent him each day. Originally, his holiday was too short, and he hadn't planned to come to the capital, but he couldn't resist. He really wanted to see Su Huayu. For the past 3 years, besides training and missions, he's been writing letters to his grandparents and Su Huayu. But all his letters are stored in thick boxes, 6 of them. Unsent letters from these 3 years. When Su Huayu heard Lu Zhongbai say that last tired sentence, she suddenly remembered a boy from many years ago, lying silently on a tree branch, waiting quietly for death. Su Huayu stepped forward and hugged Lu Zhongbai. At that moment, she was lifted off the ground and tightly held in his arms. She was holding a large package, standing in front of Quan Jude, watching that tall, handsome figure gradually disappear from her sight. Xiaoyu, are you okay? Ji Yanming saw Su Huayu standing at the door without moving and asked worriedly, did that person do anything to you? Su Huayu heard Ji Yanming's concern and smiled, saying no, he just looks a bit fierce. Actually, he's very kind. Just think it's good enough. Let's go. Everyone has arrived, Ji Yanming said as he took the package from Su Huayu's hand. This is a gift he brought for you. It's hard to carry on the way back. It's easy to carry. I'll see if I can tie it directly onto the bicycle. When Su Huayu entered Quanjude, Lu Zhongbai went to the military compound again. Lu Zhongbai didn't originally plan to visit Lu Jianjia, but since he was already here and Lu Jianjia was about to be transferred to Yunnan province, he thought it might be the last chance to see him for a long time.
So he decided to drop by.
After finishing their meal, Su Huayu and Ji Yanming, carrying the package, returned to the courtyard. As soon as they entered the small vegetable garden, they heard a loud argument coming from Ji Yanming's house. It was a quarrel between Ji Shan and Song Wanru. Hearing the noise, Ji Yanming helped Su Huayu carry the things to the door, then waved her away and said, I'll go home first. Okay, alright. Su Huayu watched Ji Yanming's anxious movements and sighed softly. Recently, Ji Shan and Song Wanru argued often. Because their two families lived very close, Su Huayu and others could hear every word clearly. Wu Lijiang came out of the house when Ji Yanming and Su Huayu said they were going home. He took the package from Su Huayu's hand and leaned close, whispering, it seems that Uncle Ji and Annie Song are really going to divorce this time. Su Huayu looked at Wu Lijiang helplessly and said, you didn't go out today just to listen to their arguments, did you? Don't accuse me unfairly. Am I the kind of person who's that nosy? Wu Lijiang said seriously, then smiled and added, just as I was about to leave, I heard them arguing again. This time, it was even fiercer than before. I was worried they might fight, so I thought if things got worse, I'd quickly run to the back to break it up. Su Huayu. She believed Wu Lijiang was just making things up. I'm telling the truth. Uncle Ji was especially angry this time. He said that if Auntie Song brought her niece over, he would make her pack her things and go back to her parents' house. Hearing this, Su Huayu couldn't help but sigh. Recently, the reason for Ji Shan and Song Wanru's fights was because of Song Wanru's family. Although it wasn't yet 1966, many signs of upcoming trouble were already appearing. Song Wanru comes from a small landlord family near Hang City, and her background is not very good. The niece's mother who argued with Song Wanru is her sister's daughter. When her sister was young, she worked for a wealthy family, having one son and one daughter. The son is said to have gone abroad years ago, and now only the daughter is left without a future. Now, as the family faces trouble, Song Wanru's sister wants to find a way for her daughter, and her eyes fall on her own sister's son. Perhaps before the founding of the country, there were old customs like cousins marrying cousins, but nowadays, except in a few places, few families still do such close-kin marriages. So, it's understandable that Ji Shan was angry. First, because Song Wanru wanted her well-off son to marry a close relative. Second, because she was willing to risk her own family to help her sister's child. Now, everyone wants to distance themselves from wealthy landowners, but only Song Wanru stubbornly clings to these tangled relationships. At this moment, Song Wanru's crying voice from the back window is heard. Yanmeng, it's not that I want to hurt you. I just beg you to help your cousin and your aunt. When I was young, your aunt locked me up and almost starved me, but she saved me. When I did wrong and was whipped, she was the one who took the punishment for me. Even the person the Yu family liked was me. Your aunt married into the Yu family to give me a chance to marry your father. I owe her so much, sob. Ji Yanmeng tightly grips his mother's arms and tries to hold her up. As a child, he can't let an elder kneel before him. Ji Shan, seeing Song Wanru forcing her son, becomes angry and pushes Ji Yanmeng away. He grabs Song Wanru's shoulders and lifts her up, saying, so, because you owe your sister, you want our son to pay it back. Are you trying to force Yanmeng to death? He still has a bright future. Do you want to ruin everything? Ji Shan, even though angry, lowers his voice. Song Wanru looks at Ji Shan with despair and says, but my sister is already close to death. The hair and farewell letter she sent show that as long as her daughter is arranged properly, she will commit suicide. Song Wanru cannot even fulfill her last wish, especially after so many years when her sister never asked anything from her. She cried as she looked at her husband. With you here, you can definitely protect Yenming and Jingyi, right? Yenming might just face some rumors, but for Jingyi, it's like saving her life. Jishan trembled with anger and pushed Song Wanru away. I don't mind your background, but I do mind your family. Song Wanru, if you really want my son to help your family, then we should divorce. I will not let my son be used as a stepping stone for anyone. After saying this, Jishan turned to his son. Did you hear that clearly? Ji Yenming clenched his fists and nodded. He had received a modern education and couldn't accept marrying his cousin, who had serious issues with her background, right after turning 18. Mom, there must be other ways. Just because we are related by blood, our marriage can't be valid. Song Wanru looked at Ji Yenming, who was as cold as his father, with tears in her eyes. Even if we are just nominal husband and wife, as long as we don't tell anyone, no one will know she is your cousin, she said quietly. Ji Yenming was very disappointed in his mother. Or rather, the mother he thought was reasonable lost her mind after receiving a letter from his aunt. Jishan didn't let Ji Yenming answer. He said directly, I won't let my son marry to save your sister's daughter. Song Wanru, forget it. Like I said, if you insist on doing this, we will divorce tomorrow. Perhaps because he was repeatedly rejected by Jishan and Ji Yenming, Song Wanru, when threatened with divorce again, suddenly raised her voice. I know you've wanted to divorce me for a long time, even over 10 years ago. If it weren't for your pride, your face, and your reputation, I would have left that place long ago. At this moment, Song Wanru, pushed by her husband and son, had lost her usual gentleness. She just wanted to vent her anger and frustration. Is reputation more important than life? That was her own sister and niece, people who mattered, not insignificant strangers. Jishan looked at Song Wanru, who seemed to have lost her mind, and said coldly, Do whatever you want. My son's future will never be sacrificed for your family. After saying that, Jishan took Ji Yenming and left the house. When the door of the Ji family closed, Su Huayu and Wu Lijiang exchanged a look and sighed. Then they turned to look at Su Miaojuan, who had returned unexpectedly, and looked startled. Su Miaojuan had been standing in the living room for a long time, listening quietly. Her face was not looking good at this moment. Su Miaojuan's expression also became grim, especially as the situation grew more serious. Even though she and Su Huayu kept their identities secret, one person knew who they really were. They had been married for many years and had a good relationship, but Su Miaojuan still couldn't fully trust him. Because when a man loves you, he truly loves you. But if he stops loving you, he can be very harsh. Su Miaojuan was scared. She feared that today's events might become her and her daughter's future. Mom, are you okay? Seeing her daughter's caring look, Su Miaojuan smiled and said, I'm fine. After she spoke, her eyes fell on the package in the living room and she asked, Whose is this? Wu Lijiang only realized after Su Miaojuan asked. When he took the package from Su Huayu's hand, he also wanted to ask about it. Yes, Xiaoyu, who sent this. Lu Zhongbai. When Su Huayu mentioned this name, both Su Miaojuan and Wu Lijiang looked at her in surprise. Old Lu sent you another package. Over the years, Lu Zhongbai had been sending packages for Su Huayu's birthday and New Year. Why did he send another one now? Out of the usual schedule. No. Today Lu Zhongbai came to the capital. We just happened to meet, so he handed me the package. Old Lu is in the capital. Why didn't he come to our house? Wu Lijiang said excitedly. He hadn't seen Lu Zhongbai in almost 3 years. Su Huayu raised her hands and pressed down, telling Wu Lijiang not to get too excited. He was just passing through. After meeting me, he went straight to his older brother's house. He has to catch a train to Husher later this evening. Hearing this, Su Miaojuan frowned and asked, Is he going to see his grandparents? At least he knows how to be grateful, Su Miaojuan said softly, sighing gently. Su Huayu noticed that Su Miaojuan seemed upset and kept a close eye on her. Go play, I'll go back to my room to change my clothes. After speaking, Su Miaojuan returned to her bedroom. Wu Lijiang stared intently at Su Huayu's package, smiling and asking, Xiaoyu, can I open your package now? Usually, whenever Lu Zhongbai sent something to Su Huayu, he would bring a few things for them. Although Su Huayu wanted to ask her mother what was wrong and see if her worries were right, she hesitated. When she opened the package, the first thing that caught her eye was a soft, beautiful wine-red fabric. Almost immediately, Su Huayu was drawn to the color of the fabric. It looked nice, but nowadays, wearing it outside might attract too much attention. Su Huayu took out the fabric, which was enough to make 2 outfits, and neatly folded it on a nearby chair. Underneath the fabric, there was indigo blue cloth and red cloth, both suitable for making clothes. They took the fabric away, revealing 2 pairs of casual shoes of different sizes, clearly meant for Wu Lijiang's brothers. Wu Lijiang also noticed this. He usually took good care of his shoes and was very happy to see a pair of white shoes. Boss Lu is really amazing. He even knows what shoe size my brother and I wear. Hearing this, Su Huayu frowned slightly. She looked at the 2 pairs of dance shoes, which were definitely her size. In theory, since they hadn't been in contact much over the past 3 years, Lu Zhongbai shouldn't be so familiar with their family's details. Oh, I just remembered, Wu Lijiang suddenly said as if he had an epiphany. Earlier, Huayong asked me for your shoe size and also asked for ours. Maybe it was all for Boss Lu. After saying this, Wu Lijiang muttered, strange, why didn't Boss Lu call to ask himself? Who knows? Besides the 4 pairs of shoes, there were 2 packs of cigarettes for Wu Haifeng, 2 handmade combs for Su Huayu and Su Miaojuan, and 2 scarves, 1 for each of them. Not much was left. Only 2 jars of wild honey and a wooden box. When opened, the box still contained wild ginseng. Overall, Lu Zhongbai's package this time was similar to previous years. Although it could have been mailed, he insisted on personally bringing it himself. Wu Lijiang couldn't wait to put on the new shoes Lu Zhongbai gave him. After jumping a couple of times, he told Su Huayu, I'm going out to play. I'll be back in 2 hours. After Wu Lijiang left, Su Huayu sorted the items Lu Zhongbai sent and then knocked on her mother's bedroom door. Mom, can I come in? Come out then. As soon as Su Miaojuan finished speaking, she pushed open the door and came out of her own room. She patted Su Huayu's head and said, let's go to your room. The 2 of them walked into Su Huayu's room, one after the other. As soon as Su Miaojuan entered, she closed the door behind her. Mom, Su Huayu was sure her mother also had something to say. Su Miaojuan lowered her voice and looked at Su Huayu. She said, you heard Aunt Song and Uncle Ji arguing earlier.
So why you nodded?
Su Miaojuan swallowed hard and reached out to touch her daughter's fair, beautiful face. She said, we need to be prepared. Hearing this, Su Huayu's heart sank. Could it be that her mother thought something was wrong with Wu Haifeng? Dad. Su Miaojuan shook her head. He's the same as before, but we can't rely solely on his conscience and sense of responsibility. People come and go, and mountains fall. Su Miaojuan felt she had to find a way out for herself and her daughter. Su Huayu nodded, agreeing with her mother. It's not that Wu Haifeng is bad, but they need to prepare for all possibilities.
But
what kind of preparations can they make? In this era, where you need a letter of introduction and proof to go anywhere, and where every move must be reported, they seem to have few options. Su Miaojuan also thought of this. At this moment, she regretted not leaving with the boat back then. Maybe she could have taken her daughter to a quiet corner in Gangcheng and lived there without anyone knowing. But as soon as this idea appeared, Su Miaojuan dismissed it. Because the port city is not stable, a woman with a good appearance, without support, finds it hard to raise her daughter honestly. She has seen the lives of women at the bottom of society and feels that living with dignity in her home country is better. Of course, she might be biased, but this is her one-sided view. Su Miaojuan secretly has an idea, but it only works for Su Huayu. Thinking of this, Su Miaojuan suddenly feels relieved. As long as Su Huayu is okay, she can handle everything. You should trust your father. Su Miaojuan feels herself getting anxious, and her worry makes her daughter uneasy too. That's not what a mother should do. She wants to be her daughter's support, not her source of worry. Su Miaojun thinks she can prepare for the worst, but she shouldn't blame Wu Haifeng for something that hasn't happened yet. Especially since her plans for Su Huayu might involve Wu Haifeng. He's been doing well all these years. We should trust him a little, right? Su Miaojun smiles and says to her daughter. Wu Haifeng is different from Huiyu. Huiyu can sacrifice everything for his own and his family's benefit, even his own children. But Wu Haifeng wouldn't. At least, the Wu Haifeng Su Miaojun knows now wouldn't. Yes, Su Huayu nods. She knows Su Miaojun is comforting her. Mom is now the deputy director. According to him, my value, while not irreplaceable, is hard to replace. Where else can we find a wife who can be a deputy director? Su Miaojun has worked so hard in her career all these years to make herself less replaceable and to strengthen her daughter's support. But why, even after 10 years, does she still remember Huiyu's words? When Su Huayu heard, according to him, she automatically associates him with her biological father, Huiyu. Huiyu is the nickname they use for him between them. Mom is right. After 10 years together, they still trust Wu Haifeng's character. If someday they really turn against each other, at least they won't have to worry about Wu Haifeng using any means to harm them. Su Miaojun looked at her young daughter and smiled, saying, Don't worry. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen. When Wu Haifeng came home, he was carrying a large grass carp about the length of his arm. Before entering the door, he happily shouted, Miaojun, Suyu. Come look what I brought back. Su Miaojun and her daughter peeked out from the kitchen and saw Wu Haifeng proudly waving the big fish. Look, I caught this myself today while fishing with the boss. He wanted to trade me his 2 or 3 gene small fish, but I didn't want to. Just joking, catching such a big fish was the first time for him. For future catches, he wouldn't bother with smaller ones. It must be about 10 gene. Haha, a little over 10 gene. Wu Haifeng proudly carried the fish to the kitchen door. Our family doesn't have a camera, but I wish I could take a photo of this fish to remember it. Su Miaojun smiled and said, No problem. In the past, we carved height marks on a pole for the kids. Today, you can also mark the length of this fish, so it will be a good reference for bragging later. Good idea. Wu Haifeng immediately got to work, carving the fish's length on the nearest pole. He also confidently said, In the future, I can catch even longer fish than this. Haha, I believe it. Tonight, we'll cook this fish. Miaojun, come see how to prepare it. Wu Haifeng said happily after finishing the carving. Just tell me what to do, I'll help. Seeing Wu Haifeng so enthusiastic, Su Miaojun's earlier worries gradually eased. She smiled and said, This grass carp is big. We can scrape some fish meat to make fish balls, then prepare a refreshing winter melon fish ball soup. The rest of the fish can be used for pickled vegetable fish. How does that sound? They rarely ate at the cafeteria anymore. Only when they were too busy at home did they go to the cafeteria for meals. Wu Lijiang and Wu Lichuan came back together. When they arrived, Su Huayu was talking to Wu Haifeng about meeting Lu Zhongbai that day. Lu Zhongbai isn't young anymore. He's about 17 this year. In principle, joining the army at age 18 is standard, but it should be flexible based on the situation, time, and specific circumstances. Each case needs to be analyzed carefully, said Wu Haifeng as he looked at his 2 sons. Although Mingming grew up with them, Lu Zhongbai has been in the army for almost 2 years, yet these 2 still seem like children to him. Over the years, many young people have responded to the call to go to the countryside or frontier areas to support agricultural development. A few years ago, Wu Lichuan was also tempted, but Wu Haifeng advised him against it. Speaking of which, Wu Lichuan is the same age as Lu Zhongbai this year. He would prefer his eldest son to join the army, like himself. Even though he is no longer in the military, many of his former comrades are still there. Wu Haifeng believes that joining the army would be a better future than going to the countryside.
Dachuan, come ir.
Wu Lichuan had just picked up his brother Lu Zhongbai's shoes when he heard his father calling him. What's up, Dad? Don't you have any sense? Mom, sister, and everyone are working, and you're just waiting to eat. For some reason, Wu Lichuan always felt that his dad had a problem with him. Even though they did all the hard work like chopping firewood and fetching water at home. But Wu Lichuan didn't argue and quickly said, Coming. I'm coming too. Wu Lijiang jumped down from the steps with a big leap, looking like he could fly if given a stick. Wu Haifeng handed the fish directly to Wu Lichuan and watched him prepare it. After Wu Lichuan finished cleaning the fish, Su Miaojuan scraped the fish meat from the belly, and Wu Haifeng's family of 3 prepared to make fish balls. Su Miaojuan planned to use the remaining fish to make sour fish, while Su Huayu continued preparing her cold dishes. At dinner that night, Wu Lichuan, who had always felt that his father didn't like him, finally received another question from his father. After the autumn, you'll be in senior high school. What are your plans? Wu Lichuan quietly put down his bowl and chopsticks and replied, just plan to finish senior high. Wu Haifeng thought his answer was a bit vague. As the saying goes, take one step at a time and look ahead. Right now, you seem to be taking things step by step. Do you think that's right? Wu Lichuan thought that taking things step by step was not a bad idea, especially given the tense situation now. Who knows what the future holds? However, Wu Lichuan only dared to think these words silently. He looked at his father with sharp eyes, about to speak, when Wu Haifeng continued, you are the oldest in the family. You need to set a good example for your younger brothers and sisters. I don't expect you to become famous or successful, but you must serve the country and be responsible to society, and… Haifeng let the kid say a few words. Over the years, Wu Lichuan had become more afraid of Wu Haifeng as he got older. Of course, this was understandable. Sometimes Wu Haifeng was too strict and demanding, and even Su Miaojuan felt it was a bit much. For example, now, under Wu Haifeng's strong presence, Wu Lichuan almost wanted to hide his face in his chest.
Wu Lichuan.
Here. Wu Lichuan stood up quickly, chest out, head high. I've asked you this question more than once. I thought I was asking you for the first time. When you can't answer, you should think carefully. Wu Lichuan pursed his lips tightly. He really wanted to argue with his father. When he asked the first time, he had already spoken his mind. He was almost 16 then, wanting to go to the frontier with his classmates to support agricultural development. But his father said he was too young and not mature enough, so he rejected his decision. Seeing that Wu Lichuan didn't speak, Wu Haifeng frowned and said, are you trying to argue about me not letting you go to the countryside? If you really want to go, I'll just send you back to your hometown. I don't think you genuinely want to build the frontier. You just lack your own opinion. Seeing your classmates go there, you wanted to follow along. But the future must be carefully considered. You shouldn't do something just because others do. If you truly want to help build farms and develop the frontier, there's still a chance. I can support you. As long as you don't regret it later and don't blame me for a bad future, Wu Haifeng said seriously and earnestly. If Wu Lichuan was sincere, that would be fine. But at that time, he was just acting on impulse and wasn't serious at all. Wu Lichuan clenched his fists, pressed his lips together, and said nothing. The dinner was quiet and tense, the atmosphere suddenly heavy. There is still a year to consider, so there's no need to rush, Su Miaojuan said calmly to ease the mood. Wu Haifeng sighed after hearing Su Miaojuan and said, it's not that I'm in a hurry. Look at Xiaoyu. Since she was young, she has had her own ideas and has never made us worry. Xiao Jiang. I joined the army. I enlisted when I was young. Wu Lijiang immediately stated his position, secretly kicking his brother under the table. Knowing what our father wants to hear, why don't you just say it? Xiao Jiang also has his own plans. Wu Lichuan, what about you? Just the way he was addressed already showed favoritism. After their father finished speaking, Wu Lichuan instinctively wanted to be stubborn and say he wanted to go to the countryside, stay far away from him, so he wouldn't have to see him disapproving. But Wu Lichuan also understood that his father was right. When he first said he wanted to go to the countryside, it was really on impulse, especially since everyone around him was talking about it, full of passion to make a difference in the frontier. But now, more than a year has passed, and Wu Lichuan has gradually calmed down. Is this really what he wants? It doesn't seem so. I will think about it carefully, Wu Lijiang said. When Wu Lijiang heard his brother say this, he wanted to sigh. If only he would say what his father wants to hear, then there wouldn't be so many problems.
Good.
Before the start of senior year, give me an answer, their father said. Wu Lichuan silently nodded. Seeing that the argument was over, Su Miaojun quickly called everyone to eat. If you don't eat now, the fishball soup will get cold. But just as the Wu family finished eating, there was another quarrel in the backyard. It seemed like there was no peaceful moment all day. At night, after dinner, Su Huayu's family was relaxing in the yard when Ji Yanming and Ji Yanqi came to knock on the door. Wu Haifeng knew a little about their family affairs. When he saw the brother and sister come over, he greeted them. "Here's some freshly cut sweet melon. I grew it myself. Try some." Wu Lijiang thoughtfully handed them a small stool. Just as Ji Yanming and Ji Yanqi sat down, faint sounds of their parents arguing came from behind, and their faces showed some embarrassment. Su Miaojun glanced at Wu Haifeng. Seeing his helpless expression, she said to Wu Lichuan and the others, after eating, "Don't just sit around. Take the melons and go for a walk in the yard. Staying at home all the time is boring. Okay?" Wu Lichuan and the others eagerly stood up. Ji Yanming seemed to want to say something to Wu Haifeng and Su Miaojun, but in the end, he swallowed his words at Wu Lijiang's urging. As the children left, Su Miaojun sighed quietly while listening to the increasingly loud argument behind her. Wu Haifeng took her hand and said, "How about we go for a walk outside?" Su Miaojun shook her head. "I don't want to go out." Wu Haifeng looked at her sitting on a bamboo chair, seeming thoughtful. He pulled the chair closer and gently pulled her to his side, then hugged her. "What's wrong? Are you upset?" Su Miaojun turned around, hugging Wu Haifeng's neck, and said, "I just got a little scared listening to their fight." Because of what happened in the afternoon, Su Miaojun was testing Wu Haifeng's feelings. Talking to smart people has its benefits. You don't have to say everything clearly. They understand your meaning. For example, now, after Su Miaojun finished speaking, Wu Haifeng looked at her and said, "You don't need to be afraid. When we got married, we checked everything thoroughly. Your background check passed. You're my wife and Xiaoyu is my daughter. I will take responsibility for you both." Wu Haifeng spoke seriously. He looked at Su Miaojun's reddening face and said with an apology, "Sorry, I've been so busy lately I didn't pay attention to your feelings." For the first time in many years, Su Miaojun took the initiative to get close to Wu Haifeng during the hot summer. There was no choice. He was like a furnace in the summer, and every time she got close, Su Miaojun felt the temperature rise several degrees. Wu Haifeng was happy about his wife's initiative. While the children weren't home, he held her and kissed her several times, saying, "We won't get involved in Ji's family matters. It's none of our business." He then sighed softly and added, "But if he doesn't handle this matter well, it could affect his chances of promotion later."
Su Miaojun nodded.
She had thought about this, which was why she believed that Ji Shan's recent talk about divorcing Song Wanru was serious. Because if he divorces Song Wanru, all these hidden threats will disappear. It won't affect his career, nor will it impact his son's future. "Today, I also have something to tell you." Su Miaojun looked at Wu Haifeng's serious expression. Just as she was about to get off, he grabbed her and said, "Just listen to me. Didn't I go fishing with the old leader today? Above, they asked whether I want to stay in the capital for a transfer or go to a local place for a promotion and experience." Hearing this, Su Miaojun's eyes widened in surprise. Wu Haifeng saw her reaction and smiled, saying, "Don't get too excited, just listen. Staying in the capital is a transfer, but the old leader means there are many opportunities for promotion soon." However, Wu Haifeng didn't feel excited when he heard this. "And you know, the waters here are getting more complicated." He sighed softly and said to Su Miaojun, "I know staying in the capital could mean a better career, but I'm really afraid of making a wrong move and ending up in trouble forever. So, are you thinking of transferring to a local place?" After hearing Wu Haifeng admit this, Su Miaojun was silent for a moment, then asked, "Is it already decided?" "Not yet. I told the leader I need to think about it and will give him an answer tomorrow." Wu Haifeng said this because his transfer was not just his own matter, but also a big family issue. He had to go home and discuss it with Su Miaojun. "What do you think?" Wu Haifeng looked at Su Miaojun and said, "Actually, staying in the capital is fine. I could go to the border." "Then just go." Su Miaojun looked at Wu Haifeng with firm eyes. "As long as you think it's good, I'll support you." Maybe leaving the capital is a good idea now, especially since Lu Zhongbai's parents have left and Lu Jianwei's family has also moved away. Wu Haifeng noticed that Su Miaojuan's tone was a bit off and asked, "And you? Xiaoyu just got into university this year. She's so young, and I don't want her to stay alone in the capital to study. I want to stay and keep her company." Seeing Wu Haifeng's somewhat disappointed face, Su Miaojuan continued, "Xiao Zhang has his own plans, so no worries. Dechuan is preparing for his 3rd year, and the college entrance exam is next year. Any transfer to a new school should also consider his opinion." Wu Haifeng sighed again as he listened. Then he quietly whispered something to Su Miaojuan, and while she looked surprised, he warned her softly, "Don't tell anyone, including Xiaoyu." Wu Haifeng knew that she and her son shared everything. Su Miaojuan hadn't fully recovered from Wu Haifeng's news, but when he said this, she nodded. "Now you understand why I want Dachuan to join the army," he said. Su Miaojuan continued to nod. She swallowed hard and said, "If that's the case, then next year, you should transfer us all together." Meanwhile, on the path ahead, Su Huayu and Ji Yanxi walked in front, with Ji Yanming and Wu Lichuan following behind like bodyguards. "Xiaoyu, can I sleep with you tonight?"
Su Huayu asked Yanxi.
Ji Yanxi replied, "My parents are always arguing. I don't want to go home." Recently, they argued sometimes even in the middle of the night. Each time, Ji Yanxi was scared and couldn't sleep afterward. Su Huayu and Ji Yanxi had a good relationship after spending a few years together, but sleeping apart didn't matter much. Wu Lichang, smiling, patted Ji Yanming's shoulder and asked, "Brother Ming, do you want to sleep with us?" "No." Ji Yanming shook his head. If he left, there was a chance his mom might get angry and no one would stop her. Ahead, Ji Yanxi, after Su Huayu agreed, remembered her parents arguing and couldn't help but say, "I really don't understand what's so good about arguing. My cousin just wants to marry someone with a better background, but she doesn't have to marry my brother. Besides, my brother and she are cousins. How can I get married with blood relations?" Ji Yanming instinctively looked at Su Huayu beside her when she said this. "Yanxi, I didn't say anything wrong." Ji Yanxi insisted, feeling she was being stopped. "Brother, you're only 18, just finished high school, and got into the capital university. Why doesn't mom consider you at all?" Although Su Huayu and Wu Lijiang had already discussed this at home earlier, experiencing it firsthand was a different feeling, like eating the gossip directly rather than secretly. But neither of them expected that in the end, this gossip would come back to affect their own family. If she really cared about Sister Jingyi, she could introduce her to someone in our neighborhood. Someone like Dechuan would be good. He's only a year older than you, and Uncle Wu is even older than our dad. Stop talking about me with your stories. Wu Lichuan immediately refused. Your brother has already had his 18th birthday. I haven't even celebrated my 17th yet. I'm still 16. 16? In our hometown, you're already considered 18. Wu Lichuan. Don't count my age by lunar years. He used to like counting by lunar years because it made him feel older. But after hearing Ji Yanxi just now, Wu Lichuan couldn't accept any kind of lunar age. Don't bring me into your family matters, and I already like someone. After Wu Lichuan said this, Ji Yanxi suddenly turned around, squinting at him and asking, "Who do you like? Someone in our neighborhood? Someone in our class? Someone in our school?" Wu Lichuan. He wanted to slap his own face. "Why aren't you talking? Do you like me?" Ji Yanxi suddenly looked at Wu Lichuan in shock. "Wu Lichuan, you're overthinking. I don't like you. Why don't you like me? Am I not good enough? Or am I not pretty?" Wu Lichuan looked silently at Ji Yanxi, who was questioning him, and took a step back, saying, "You're very nice, but the person I like is even better." Wu Lichuan. Ji Yanming stepped forward and grabbed his sister, saying, "Enough, go your own way." But Wu Lichuan still said, "But Wu Lichuan hasn't said who he likes yet." Turning to Su Huayu, he asked, "Do you know who Dechuan likes?" Su Huayu smiled but didn't say anything. Of course, she knew. Some things Wu Lichuan didn't want to say, and she didn't want to interfere. Wu Lichuan looked at Su Huayu, who understood everything, then at his older brother. How come the three siblings didn't know who Dechuan liked? Wu Lichuan saw Wu Lijiang getting close to his face, so he reached out and pushed his face away.
So annoying, really.
If he could go back 10 minutes, he would definitely keep his mouth shut tight. That night, Ji Yanxi couldn't sleep with Su Huayu because her mother had committed suicide. When the two of them returned home, they saw blood in the main hall. After asking Su Miaojuan, who had gone to help, they also rushed to the hospital. Don't go there. Stay at home and rest. Su Miaojuan exhaled deeply after speaking. She had just finished talking with Wu Haifeng when suddenly they heard Ji Shan shouting loudly. When Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng rushed over, Song Wanru was already on the ground, bleeding from her forehead. Ji Shan carried her to get help, and Wu Haifeng went with him to call a car. Su Miaojuan looked at the bloodstains on the pillar and stood there for a long time, feeling more determined to leave with Wu Haifeng next year. But she didn't know how to tell her daughter, who had just been accepted into her dream university. When Wu Lijiang and his brother went back to their room to sleep, Su Miaojuan followed her daughter to her room. Wu Haifeng didn't know when he would return, so Su Miaojuan wanted to stay with her daughter. After seeing her daughter lie down and quietly comfort herself, Su Miaojuan smiled and said, "It's okay. Mom isn't that timid. Mom, do you have something you want to tell me?" Su Miaojuan looked at her sharp-minded daughter and gently touched her little face. Wu Haifeng only told Su Miaojuan not to tell Su Huayu the reason for leaving, but he didn't say she couldn't talk about leaving. Your dad might be transferred next year. Hearing this, Su Huayu immediately sat up and looked at her mother. Transferred? Yes, it's possible. After all, the day hasn't come yet. I know you're worried about school. I'm not worried. Su Huayu, knowing classes might be suspended next year, smiled at Su Miaojuan. There's nothing to worry about. I can just take a break from school. I'm still young, right? Su Miaojuan looked at her daughter, who accepted it so easily, and silently swallowed all her unspoken words of advice. You're right. Wu Haifeng returned late at night. When Su Miaojuan heard the noise at the door, she looked at her sleeping daughter, got up quietly from the bed, and tiptoed out. You're not asleep? Wu Haifeng pushed the door open and saw Su Miaojuan coming out of her daughter's room, speaking softly. Already asleep. She glanced at the time. It's already 2 a.m. How is Wanru doing? Wu Haifeng sat at the table, took a glass of water, and said to Su Miaojuan, she was saved, but she has a concussion and needs to stay in the hospital for a while. Song Wanru is really tough, Wu Haifeng thought, recalling how she woke up in the middle of the night, clutching Ji Shan's collar and saying she wanted to bring her niece here. He thought she was a very fierce person. Old Ji agreed to bring Song Wanru's niece to the capital. Su Miaojuan was surprised and asked, did he really agree to let Wanru's niece marry Yanming? Wu Haifeng shook his head and said, Old Ji and Song Wanru made a compromise. Old Ji agreed to bring Wanru's niece here, and Wanru agreed to find a good match for her niece in the capital. As long as he didn't focus on his son, Ji Shan reluctantly agreed. This should have happened a long time ago. Now this matter can finally be settled. The neighbors fought and argued every day. Living so close was awkward and stressful. It even affected their normal life. Everyone wanted to go home and relax, but the Ji family's constant fighting and noise made it impossible to have peace. If something serious had happened, or if they kept causing trouble like this, Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng as neighbors wouldn't be able to live peacefully. Although some words spoken were unkind, during the time Song Wanru was in the hospital, Su Huayu's family finally enjoyed the peaceful days they used to have. Song Wanru's niece, Yu Jingyi, arrived in the capital on the 5th day of her aunt's hospitalization. Since she came to the Ji family, she had been busy taking care of her aunt early in the morning and late at night. Su Huayu and his family only met her after Song Wanru was discharged. That day, Wu Lijiang and his brother, as usual, picked up Su Huayu and his sister from the opera troupe. As they entered the small vegetable garden, they saw 4 people pushing a wheelchair with Song Wanru, preparing to go home. When Song Wanru saw Su Huayu and his siblings, she smiled and said, Xiao Yu just finished rehearsing at the opera troupe. Yes, Aunt Song. Are you feeling better now? A hint of awkwardness flashed in Song Wanru's eyes, but she still smiled and nodded. Then she pulled her niece standing beside her and introduced her to Su Huayu and his siblings, This is my niece, Yu Jingyi. She's a few years older than you. Hello. Jingyi was a typical girl from the water town in the south. She was gentle, quiet, and petite. If it weren't for Ji Yanxi mentioning earlier that their older cousin is already 21, she really looks like a 16 or 17-year-old high school student. Hello, sister. My name is Su Huayu. After introducing herself, Su Huayu and the others took turns to introduce themselves. The supply and marketing cooperative brought watermelons. We're planning to buy some. Do you want to go? Wu Lijiang asked Ji Yanmeng. When Song Wanru heard this, she patted her son and said, "Your older cousin hasn't had watermelon yet. You should go buy some." Ji Yanmeng then said to Wu Lijiang, "I'll go home and get the money. We'll go too." Ji Yanmeng turned around, pushed his mother, and they left. Su Huayu and the others picked 4 long eggplants from the vegetable garden and went home. When Wu Lijiang and the others went out to buy watermelons, Su Huayu didn't follow. The eggplants in the garden had a big harvest, and today she was cooking. She made fish-flavored eggplant, cold eggplant salad, and eggplant with diced meat buns. Maybe Su Huayu also thought there were too many eggplants, so she also made a cold spinach and vermicelli dish. When Wu Lijiang and his friend brought back the watermelons and chilled them in a jar, they helped Su Huayu knead the dough. "Isn't this diced meat sauce waiting to be mixed with noodles?" Wu Lijiang looked eagerly at the bowl of diced meat. "It's better wrapped inside buns." Wu Lijiang looked at Su Huayu, who insisted on wrapping eggplants into buns. "Xiaoyu, don't you think that after cooking, eggplants become soft and might not be suitable for buns? Just wait until you try it after it's made. The taste is good. Have you tasted it? I think it's good." And it turned out that the eggplant and minced meat buns Su Huayu made were really delicious. The big buns with oily skin were torn open, revealing a shiny, moist filling. Because she added green peppers, they weren't too greasy, and each bite burst with juice. At first, Wu Lijiang was the most dismissive, but he ended up eating happily. He didn't expect eggplant buns to be so tasty. Next to him, Wu Haifeng was eating buns 3 at a time. "Sure enough, you can put anything in a bun." "Exactly. Even the beans from the vegetable garden are made into buns by Xiaoyu. No wonder, since beans are the most abundant crop. Even though resources are scarce now, eating beans every day in summer still makes people feel a bit hopeless. By the way, when I just got back, Wanru called me to the back. She said she wanted me to help find a good match for her niece at the distillery. Su Miaojuan doesn't like to introduce people for marriage. If a young man has feelings for a girl and she has intentions, she's okay with helping to connect them. But for someone like Song Wanru, who already listed over 10 requirements before even finding a partner, Su Miaojuan felt she couldn't handle it. However, thinking about how impulsive Song Wanru was when she hit the pillar, Su Miaojuan only promised to keep an eye out but couldn't guarantee to find a suitable person. After hearing this, Song Wanru just smiled and said, "I'm not in a hurry. As long as I find someone suitable before the new year, that's fine." Su Miaojuan nodded, relieved that she didn't say she had to find a match for Yu Jingyi before school started. Wu Haifeng, after hearing Su Miaojuan, said, "Just look around. She also told me to check with the bureau and contact some comrades to see if anyone suitable can be introduced to her niece." In short, Song Wanru is trying to settle her niece's marriage before the new year by asking everyone she can for help. She just wants to find a good match for her niece. Honestly, Song Wanru is a really good aunt. The next morning, after sending her daughter to the singing and dancing troupe, Su Miaojuan went to the factory. As soon as she entered the factory gate, she heard Xiang Qianfei greeting her. "Hello, Aunt Su." Seeing Xiang Qianfei, Su Miaojuan smiled and asked, "Why are you here so early today?" Xiang Qianfei replied, "It's because my mom and grandma keep nagging me about finding a partner. I couldn't take it anymore, so I grabbed 2 buns and ran off." Hearing this, Su Miaojuan realized that the young boy who was 12 years old back then is now a young man in his 20s. It's understandable that Wang Fingji and Qianing are anxious. The eldest, Xiang Qianfei, hasn't looked for a partner yet, and he's only 2 years younger than him. Now that he's in his 20s, he's even less eager. Seeing the 3 grown-up boys standing around at home, how could their mother Wang Fingji and grandmother Qianing not be worried? If I could find someone, I would. The main problem is that there's no place to live now. Our house is so small. I want to wait until the factory gives me a separate apartment, then I'll think about getting married. Forward planning went very well for himself. After moving out, life for the young couple became more convenient. When they have children in the future, they will also live comfortably. He doesn't dislike living with his family, as he thinks his mother and grandmother are kind people. However, in the big courtyard, there are many conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, as well as among sisters-in-law. Following the idea that out of sight, out of mind, he believes that moving out after marriage will reduce conflicts. Moreover, he thinks marriage should mean independence. This way, both his future wife and his mother and grandmother can have an easier life. Have you talked to your mom about it? If you tell her, she will definitely agree, said Su Miaojuan. Over the years, she has had a good relationship with Wang Fingji. Wang Fingji is one of the few friends Su Miaojuan has in the capital. My mom said I can move out, but I should first find a partner and settle down. She said there's a difference between getting a house when you marry, having a house when you have a child, and being single. Every day, Su Qianfei is nagged by her own mother, and she's getting tired of it. Seeing Su Qianfei suddenly thinking of Song Wanru asking her for help, Su Miaojuan considered her options. Song Wanru has good family background, is about the same age as Yu Jingyi, has a good personality, a good job, a bright future, and good in-laws. In Su Miaojuan's eyes, Su Qianfei fits Song Wanru's criteria well. However, whether Yu Jingyi meets the family standards is uncertain. Su Miaojuan just had this thought but didn't say anything. She planned to ask Wang Fingji about it after work. Currently, Yu Jingyi seems to be doing well in all aspects, but her background might be a big issue. The Su family might care a lot about it. Su Qianfei is now a master brewer at the winery. She only left her master's side last year to work independently. Su Miaojuan believes Su Qianfei has a bright future, especially since she is ambitious and hardworking. On her way to the office, Su Miaojuan ran into Ding Yiqiu, who was also heading to work. Ding Yiqiu now looks very different from her previous arrogant and dismissive attitude. She is wearing a navy blue short-sleeve shirt, black pants, and cloth shoes, simple and modest. Her hair, which used to be long, is now cut just below her ears. When she saw Su Miaojuan, Ding Yiqiu nodded politely and then headed toward the logistics department. Now, Ding Yiqiu has been married for 9 years. She transferred from the finance department to the logistics department less than a year ago and then married the youngest son of the logistics director. In the first 3 years, neither of them accepted the other, and they fought every day. Even at the alcohol factory, their fights were well known. But later, as things got worse, Ding Yiqiu calmed down, especially after her father was arrested. These details were only known to Su Miaojuan after hearing from others. Although Ding Yiqiu's father was released later, the family moved back to their hometown shortly after, leaving Ding Yiqiu alone in the capital. Now, Ding Yiqiu has 3 children, all looked after by her mother-in-law. She doesn't stay at home to care for the children because her work is hard to come by. The Feng family wants Ding Yiqiu to stay in her job, so that when her children grow up, she can give up her position. In short, Ding Yiqiu is just holding on to her job for her children. Her father-in-law directly takes her monthly salary and benefits, so she never has a chance to handle the money herself. Most ordinary people would feel sorry for her or pity her. But because Ding Yiqiu offended many people when she was young, and because of her background and what her father-in-law said outside, most people think she spends her money recklessly after getting it, unable to give up her small bourgeois lifestyle. That's why her salary is kept by her father-in-law. It's all for her own good. Su Miaojuan used to dislike Ding Yiqiu, but she also didn't think that Feng Gang, who always took her daughter-in-law's salary, was a good person. After work, Su Miaojuan rode her bicycle straight to the department store. Now, Wang Fingji is also a fairly important manager in the department store. Thanks to her, Su Miaojuan often manages to buy things without needing a ticket. When Wang Fingji saw Su Miaojuan arrive, she smiled and said, "Did you hear me calling you in my mind?"
Ha ha ha, yes.
So I ran over right after work. Wang Fingji came closer and whispered, "We have a batch of defective cotton threads in the store. Do you want some? Things without tickets are always something Su Miaojun doesn't refuse, especially since the so-called defects Wang Fengji mentioned are actually minor problems. Okay, wait for me half an hour. I'll come with you later. Su Miaojun bought 2 bottles of cold soda from a nearby shop before Wang Fengji came out of the mall. When Wang Fengji carried a big bag and came out, Su Miaojun looked at the bag she handed over and also gave her the drink she was holding. We haven't seen each other for half a month. Let's find a place to chat. You don't know, but a lot has happened in our neighborhood recently. No woman dislikes gossip, and Wang Fengji was no exception. The two rode their bikes to a nearby park, sat on a bench, and drank soda while chatting. Su Miaojun briefly told Wang Fengji about what had happened to Song Wanru's family recently. She also mentioned that Song Wanru asked her to help find a match for Yu Jingyi. Your neighbor's request isn't small. Yeah, Su Miaojun sighed. I didn't want to take it, but... Oh well, that girl is nice, gentle, and hardworking. Maybe because of her family background, she doesn't talk much, but she's polite. Don't worry too much. Maybe your old Wu can find a good match for her. When Wang Fengji said this, Su Miaojun knew she didn't mean it seriously. Otherwise, given how anxious she was about her son's marriage, she would have asked more about Yu Jingyi.
Hope so.
Once things at home settle down, we can rest properly. Su Miaojun and Wang Fengji talked in the park for half an hour before riding their bikes back home. When Su Miaojun returned to the neighborhood and reached their vegetable garden, she saw Yu Jingyi tidying up the Ji family's garden. Yu Jingyi saw Su Miaojun and greeted her actively, then continued working. In short, she was quiet but capable. After meeting Su Huayu and Zhong Jiao in the neighborhood, they started walking together towards Su Huayu's house. Are you sure you want to go to the northern wilderness as a youth? Su Huayu was stunned when he heard Zhong Jiao's idea, because Zhong Jiao had never mentioned wanting to go to the countryside before. Yes, don't you think it's good? I heard that the state-run farms there are built very well. In spring, the grass is lush. In summer, trees are everywhere. In autumn, there are many fruits. And in winter, it's like a kingdom of ice and snow. Sunrise to work, sunset to rest. Everyone works together to build the northern wilderness, which sounds very inspiring. Su Huayu looked at Zhong Jiao with confusion and asked, Who told you that? It's my older cousin, Zhong Jiao said excitedly. She just went there this spring. She said there are very few young people going to the northern wilderness now, so they really need more people. I was thinking about whether I should go with her and contribute to the country's development. After finishing her passionate speech, Zhong Jiao suddenly looked a bit discouraged and said, Honestly, I know I can't get into college, and I don't want to work in a factory. My parents keep talking about it at home, so I think it's better to go somewhere far away. Su Huayu was speechless after hearing Zhong Jiao's words. Her understanding of the northern wilderness mostly came from a TV drama she watched in her previous life. The northern wilderness indeed has fertile land and rich resources, but the environment is simple and conditions are tough. If Zhong Jiao learns more and still decides to go, Su Huayu would support her. Everyone has their own dreams, and fighting for those dreams doesn't feel hard. But from what Zhong Jiao just said, it sounds like her cousin convinced her impulsively. Once she goes, she will definitely regret it. If she really goes, there will be no way to undo her decision. I think if you really want to go, you need to do thorough research and preparation. When we visited the zoo and botanical garden before, we had to plan carefully. This concerns your future, so you must be cautious, but my cousin said it's very good. She probably wouldn't lie to me. Su Huayu looked at her with some helplessness and asked, Do you trust your cousin, or do you trust the information you found yourself? Zhong Jiao hesitated for a moment and said, Then I will check again. Yes, this is your future, not your cousin's. I advise you to be more careful with yourself. They had known each other for many years and grew up together. Su Huayu understood Zhong Jiao's personality well. Sometimes she was too trusting and carefree, which isn't always a good thing. Got it. The two crossed the moon gate and saw Yu Jingyi working in the small vegetable garden. Su Huayu took the initiative to greet her. Jingyi's sister. Xiaoyu is back. Zhong Jiao followed Su Huayu and greeted Yu Jingyi, then went to her home with her. Usually, the two would chat in the pavilion, but since there were people and unfamiliar faces in the small vegetable garden, it was better to talk at her house. Zhong Jiao stayed at Su Huayu's house for an hour before leaving. After Zhong Jiao left, Su Miaojuan asked Su Huayu, "Has Yao Yao's older cousin left? Seems like she still has a few days off. Stay away from her. She's only thinking about her own siblings now," Su Miaojuan said. If she really thought North Dahuang was good, she wouldn't be crying and begging her parents to bring her back from there. But since you already went and took up a spot, how could they just send you back easily? Is the system just for show? I've advised her to be more careful, she added. Wu Lichuan and Wu Lijiang, dressed in old-fashioned clothes and rolling up their pant legs, came in from outside. As soon as they entered, they overheard Su Huayu's last words. Su Huayu briefly explained Zhong Jiao's thoughts, and unsurprisingly, she saw Wu Lichuan's face turn a bit unhappy. Earlier, Wu Lichuan had said he was serious about liking a girl, and that girl was Zhong Jiao. Wu Lichuan had probably liked Zhong Jiao since middle school, but back then, he wasn't sure. It wasn't until high school, when he heard someone confess to Zhong Jiao, that he realized he truly liked her. After hearing Su Huayu speak, Wu Lichuan put the bucket on the ground and said, "I need to go out for a bit." Then, he hurriedly ran outside. Wu Lijiang watched his older brother's anxious reaction and, a bit slow to realize, said, "Didn't he say he liked someone before? Could it be Yao Yao?" Su Huayu smiled but didn't reply. Her silence was a kind of agreement. I guessed it right. Wu Lijiang had never thought Zhong Jiao was the person Wu Lichuan liked. They had grown up together, so how could someone like someone they've known since childhood? Sitting nearby, Su Miaojuan looked at her daughter, and then at the surprised Wu Lijiang. Unknowingly, the three children in the family were reaching the age of first crushes. Wu Lichuan rushed out of his house and went to Zhong Jiao's home. After calling her out, he gasped and asked, "I heard from Xiaoyu that you want to go to Beidawang." At first, I wanted to go, but now I'm a bit hesitant. Wu Lichuan felt relieved and sat down heavily on a nearby chair. Zhong Jiao sat on the other side of Wu Lichuan and said confusedly, "How does Xiaoyu have such a clear plan for her life? I don't even know what I want to do in the future. You have many options. We can continue studying at university, join the army, go to the countryside, or work as a laborer." Zhong Jiao sighed and said, "I want to go far away." "Why? Isn't the capital city good?" "It's fine, but..." Sigh. Zhong Jiao took a long breath and said, "My parents have already started looking for a match for me." Hearing this, Wu Lichuan frowned and asked sharply, "Why? You're only 18. Why are they in such a hurry to marry you off?" Zhong Jiao looked at Wu Lichuan seriously but with a sense of helplessness and said, "Because I have 3 older brothers." "I know. Your brothers treat you well." Wu Lichuan thought Zhong Jiao's family was similar to his own, but Zhong Jiao had 3 brothers, while Xiaoyu only had 2. "They're pretty good to me," Zhong Jiao sighed. "But my family is only half the size of yours. My eldest sister-in-law is pregnant. My second brother is about to get married. My third brother is also going on dates recently. My second sister-in-law hasn't even married in yet, and they've already chosen a room for her." Actually, Zhong Jiao's room wasn't very big. It was partitioned off. But even so, when the new sister-in-law moves in, she will have to give up this small space. After hearing Zhong Jiao say this, Wu Lichuan didn't know what to say for a moment. He looked at Zhong Jiao, who was silent, and asked, "Does your older brother's workplace not provide housing?" "Not yet." Zhong Jiao tried to sound optimistic and said, "Actually, my parents and brothers are really good to me. They haven't told me to leave. They just say I'm about the right age to get married. Your family is so big. When you get married in the future, don't be so harsh to Xiaoyu." Zhong Jiang spoke, and her straightened back suddenly sank again. "Actually, I think going to Beidawang is a good idea. My parents and brothers might feel sad if I go so far away to work hard." "Yao Yao, don't do that," Wu Lichuan said, feeling that Zhong Jiang's thoughts and actions were not right. "If you think you can't get into college, you can find a job or join an art troupe. You don't have to go to Beidawang. You've never done farm work before. If you really go to Beidawang, you won't be able to handle it." Zhong Jiang looked at Wu Lichuan, who was thinking for her, and pursed her lips. "Wu Lichuan, Do you have anything else you want to say to me? Wu Lichuan first looked at Zhong Jiang with confusion, then seemed to realize something and said to her, "Yes." Zhong Jiang showed a shy smile, then lifted her chin proudly and said, "You never know, I might agree." "Really?" Wu Lichuan said happily. "Actually, I think not getting into college is okay.
There are technical schools too.
As long as I learn a skill in the future." "Hey, Yao Yao, where are you going?" Halfway through, Zhong Jiang's smile disappeared, and she turned around and left. "Don't call me, I'm annoyed." Zhong Jiang thought Wu Lichuan was just a fool. She had thought Wu Lichuan was about to confess to her just now. Wu Lichuan watched her back, feeling confused. But it seemed she didn't want to go to Beidawang as much as before. Thinking of this, Wu Lichuan patted his and went home. Then he asked Xiaoyu to come and persuade her, believing Zhong Jiang would give up on going to Beidawang. After Wu Lichuan left, Wu Lijiang squatted at the kitchen door, handling the small shrimp they brought back. It was really troublesome to clean, but after finishing, seeing his mother make chive, shrimp, egg, and mushroom-stuffed pan-fried dumplings, he felt all the effort was worth it. "First, let's give these to our great hero, Xiao Jiang," Su Miaojuan said. After the first batch of dumplings was cooked, she took 5 and placed them on a small plate, handing them to Wu Lijiang, who was watching eagerly in the kitchen. Wu Lijiang quickly took them and smiled, saying, "Thank you, my beautiful, generous, and lovely mom." Su Miaojuan was so happy with Wu Lijiang's sweet words that she couldn't stop smiling. Then she shared 5 with Su Huayu next to her. "What do you think of the taste?" Wu Lijiang happily ate the food, giving a thumbs up. Su Huayu said, "It tastes good. That's good. Later, when Dad and Achuan come back, we'll cook another batch. Otherwise, it won't be crispy." When Wu Lichuan returned, Wu Lijiang immediately went over. "Brother, do you like Zhong Jiao?" Su Huayu watched Wu Lijiang, who was leaning close to Wu Lichuan's face and looking excitedly at the kitchen window. Wu Lichuan quickly pushed away Wu Lijiang's face. "No, that's not true. Absolutely. Your ears are red," Wu Lijiang confidently guessed, then happily took a step back. Hearing Wu Lijiang's certainty, Wu Lichuan instinctively looked at his busy mother in the kitchen, then made eye contact with Su Huayu, who was watching with interest. These two really knew they liked someone, but how could they let their parents find out? It felt like sneaking around and getting caught by parents. "Brother, go find Yao Yao." "What did she say?" Wu Lichuan told Su Huayu what Zhong Jiao had said. After speaking, Wu Lichuan clearly stated his stance. "I won't be like Yao Yao's brothers. This is our home. Even if I get married in the future, I should bring my wife and live independently. Letting my sister go out. What's that about?" Wu Lijiang immediately agreed. "That's right, I agree. And when I join the army in the future, my wife will definitely come with me." Wu Lichuan looked at Wu Lijiang, who had already planned his future, and said, "Joining the army also requires qualifications, you know? I know that. Don't look down on me. Maybe in 2 years, I can become a company commander," Wu Lijiang boasted shamelessly. Wu Lichuan was speechless and said, "Becoming a company commander in 2 years? I think you're dreaming too fast." Su Miaojuan listened to the kids and sighed softly. She didn't expect Zhong Jiao wanted to go to the North Wilderness as a youth because of this reason. Thinking of this, Su Miaojuan looked again at her daughter, who was leaning against the window. She was still young. Some things didn't need to be rushed. Since Song Wanru and Jishan asked people around to introduce a match for Yu Jingyi, Su Huayu often saw her dress neatly, attending various matchmaking events or social gatherings. After 4 days with no news from the matchmaking, the Ji family started arguing again. This time, Song Wanru was the one arguing. She complained that whether it was the people she asked for help or Jishan's contacts, no one could find a good match for her niece after so long. It was strange. So many talented young men before, but once it was her niece, they all seemed unsuitable. Yu Jingyi in the Ji family was becoming more and more silent. Several times, Su Huayu saw her looking down and quickly slipping away, as if afraid to stay outside for long. "Xiaoyu phone call." "Got it, Andy." Su Huayu looked away from Yu Jingyi and took the call. It was Lu Zhongbai calling from Shanghai. He was about to leave Shanghai, so he called his grandmother and grandfather to talk to Su Huayu. In recent years, Su Huayu and Bai Hui had been exchanging letters. Hearing Bai Hui's strong voice this time made Su Huayu think her grandparents were in good health. Actually, Bai Hui and her husband weren't as healthy as Su Huayu thought. When Lu Zhongbai visited his grandparents' home, he saw that they had grayed more and was silent for a long time. At that time, Bai Hui comforted Lu Zhongbai, saying, "We look old, but we're in good health. Look at our small vegetable garden. It's doing well." Bai Hui and Qi Xuan were people who kept their homes very tidy and neat, no matter where they were. Lu Zhongbai also noticed that besides having more gray hair and looking a bit older, his grandparents seemed otherwise healthy, so he didn't say much. However, during his stay at his grandparents' house, he often went out. It wasn't for anything special. Lu Zhongbai just wanted to let the people around know that his grandparents weren't lonely or helpless. When he had the chance, he would visit them to show they had support. He also brought gifts to visit local officials and neighbors of his grandparents, hoping they would take better care of his grandparents in daily life. When Su Huayu heard that Bai Hui and Qi Xuan were in good health, she felt relieved. She talked with Bai Hui for about 15 minutes, then the phone was handed to Lu Zhongbai. "I went straight back to the unit from Shanghai." Huayu Su heard Lu Zhongbai's voice and nodded, saying, "Okay, safe travels." After she finished speaking, Lu Zhongbai paused silently. He only said one word, then heard a boy calling Huayu Su's name on the other end of the phone. He silently swallowed the rest of his words and then heard Huayu Su say, "Tell my grandparents goodbye for me. I have something at home, so I'll hang up now." Lu Zhongbai, goodbye. As soon as she finished, the call was disconnected. He looked at his phone for a long time until his grandmother called his name. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huayu Su watched Wu Lijiang waving wildly at her from afar. She said helplessly, "What's wrong?" This was just her good eyesight. If she didn't have good eyesight, she might have thought some monkey from the zoo had run into their courtyard. "Wow, Aunt Song is really going crazy," Huayu Su frowned when she heard Wu Lijiang's voice. "What's wrong? Can you believe it? She actually wants to change the marriage. Change the marriage. Yes, she wants Yu Jingyi to marry Zhong Jiang's third brother, and then have Zhong Jiang marry Ji Yanming. Do you think she's crazy?" Huayu Su was surprised by this. She hadn't expected such a plan from Song Wanru. How did she come up with this idea? She shook her head and said, "Aunt Song isn't crazy. She's very clever. Although Zhong Jiang's father doesn't hold a high position, they are a dual-income family, and all three sons have decent jobs. That's quite rare. Plus, their family lives in the police compound. If Yu Jingyi married into their family, she would be under Song Wanru's watch and could be looked after easily. Marrying her daughter to Zhong Jiang isn't a bad deal either. As the saying goes, a high bride price for a daughter, a modest one for a wife. Zhong Jiang grew up watching Song Wanru, has a good personality, and gets along well with her daughter. In Song Wanru's eyes, Yu Jingyi marrying into the Zhong family and Zhong Jiang marrying into her family would be perfect. It's a win-win situation. If she hadn't found out that Zhong's third son and youngest daughter were planning to find spouses, she wouldn't have thought of such a good plan. It seemed tailor-made for her. She just didn't know if Ji Shan and Ji Yanming knew about this plan. The two of them obviously didn't know, because that evening, Wu Lijiang was cooking in the kitchen, while Su Huayu was setting the table when they heard another argument from behind. Hearing the noise from the neighbor's house, Su Huayu sighed helplessly. When Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng returned, they frowned at the commotion in the backyard. Since Song Wanru received her sister's letter, their family hasn't had a moment of peace. After the leaders at the bureau heard about the Ji family situation, they visited Ji Shan twice and subtly hinted that if he couldn't handle his own family matters, his chances for promotion might be uncertain. Listening to Song Wanru's hysterical voice behind him, Wu Haifeng silently thought, "Now I understand what it means to marry a virtuous wife." Su Miaojuan didn't say anything when she heard Wu Haifeng's words. Because if someone tried to scheme against her daughter, she would also show them what a crazy woman looks like. That evening, Wu Lijiang was making cold noodles by hand. When the family was about to eat, they realized Wu Lichuan hadn't come home yet. "Where did Dechuan go?" Su Miaojuan asked, looking at Wu Lijiang. during summer and winter breaks. The brothers were inseparable, so Wu Lijiang should have known where Wu Lichuan went. But Wu Lijiang shook his head and said, I don't know. I found out later. Wu Lijiang suddenly changed his story. After hearing that Song Wanru wanted to exchange marriage with the Zhong family, Wu Lichuan ran off. Wu Lijiang guessed that Wu Lichuan might have gone to find Zhong Jiang, but he couldn't find her. He waited until dinner time, but Zhong Jiang didn't come back. In the end, Wu Lichuan had no choice but to go home first. When he entered the small vegetable garden, he saw Wu Lijiang preparing to go out looking for him. Why do you look like that? Wu Lijiang said, seeing his brother looking so dejected. Aunt Song just has this plan. If you really like Zhong Jiang, go tell her. If she's willing, you can get engaged first, and then marry when you're older. It's such a simple thing. I didn't wait for her. Wu Lichuan thought they were still young, and talking about marriage was too early. But who knew so many people would be interested in Zhong Jiang? Maybe you should talk to mom and dad about it, and let them discuss with Zhong Jiang's parents. They haven't even finished high school yet. If Wu Lichuan dared to talk to his father about dating or even getting married, his father would definitely think he's not serious about his studies and would scold him for being irresponsible. Alright, then you can just communicate with Zhong Jiao directly. If you don't tell her anything, how will she know she still has you as an option? Wu Lijiang was really tired of his own brother's indecisive personality. Wu Lichuan ate dinner feeling very nervous, worried that while he was eating, the Ji family and Zhong family might have already made their decision. After dinner, Wu Lichuan cleaned up the table and wanted to go to Zhong's house to find Zhong Jiao. Before he could leave his own door, Song Wanru blocked him. Annie Song, is there something you need? Wu Lichuan looked at Song Wanru and felt a little scared. Dechuan, how old are you this year? Seeing Song Wanru's smile and her recent actions, Wu Lichuan really wanted to tell her he's only 15 this year. Actually, he usually told people he's 18 outside. 17 and 18 seem just a year apart, but in reality, it's a big difference between being a minor and an adult. But his 18th birthday is only 2 months away. Before his birthday, he's still 17. Nonsense. You're about to be a senior in high school, so you're 18, right? That makes you 20 in age. Wu Lichuan. Andy, I'm 17 and I'm not an adult yet. From now on, he wouldn't say his age in virtual years anymore. She had already exaggerated his age to 20. Getting to adulthood is just a blink of an eye. Do you like any girl? Wu Lichuan was about to speak when Song Wanru asked with a smile, what do you think of Jingyi from our family? Our family's Yanming and your family's Xiuyu. Auntie. Wu Lichuan looked seriously and loudly at Song Wanru. I like a girl, but I only see Jingyi as a sister. Our Xiaoyu and your family's Yanming are just classmates. I'm 17 this year, and my sister is only 13. Our family doesn't do marriage exchanges. Wu Lichuan didn't know if he was being too sensitive, but after learning about Song Wanru's plan to exchange marriages with the Zhong family, and hearing her ask about himself and Su Huayu, he couldn't help but think of the siblings Zhong Zhiyao and Zhong Zhihao being swapped. Usually, this child is easy to talk to, but today he seems upset, as if someone stepped on his tail. Perhaps they heard the argument outside the door, and Su Miaojuan and others also came over. Song Wanru touched her head and said, your older brother, De Chuan, doesn't know what's wrong.
I just came to ask about something.
His loud voice gives me a headache. Wu Lichuan was stunned by Song Wanru's sudden criticism. He wanted to turn around and explain to his parents that he wasn't being rude, but then he saw his mother step forward, hold his arm, smile at Song Wanru and say, Comrade Song.
Our De Chuan has always spoken like that.
Maybe you bumped your head earlier and didn't recover? Should you go to the hospital again to check? It might be nothing serious. Seeing Su Miaojuan's concerned expression directed at her made Song Wanru feel angry and frustrated. She had never felt Su Miaojuan so annoying before. Auntie, your face doesn't look good. Let me call Uncle Ji to come pick you up, Su Huayu said. Song Wanru's face was indeed not looking good, but it wasn't because of her health. She was just angry at the Wu family. No, thank you, she said, suppressing her anger and turning to leave. After Song Wanru left, Wu Lichuan told his family what had just happened. When Su Miaojuan heard Wu Lichuan's words, her eyes suddenly turned cold. Next to her, Wu Lijiang said, "Aren't they trying to arrange a marriage with the Zhong family? Why are they suddenly asking about you and Xiaoyu? How would I know? They are not suitable matches for the Zhong family either." "Maybe because our family is better than the Zhong family," Su Miaojuan said coldly, then looked at her daughter and added, "But that's their business. Our family believes in free love. We absolutely don't follow the old customs of arranged marriages or marriage exchanges." After saying this, Wu Haifeng, standing behind them, also said, "Your mother is right." Su Huayu sensed her mother was angry, so she held her hand and gently shook it. "Dad, Mom, Wu Lichuan thought about what Song Wanru had just said. He closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and decided to be brave, saying to his parents, "I like Zhong Jiao. I want to marry her in the future." Among the 5 family members, only Wu Haifeng didn't know his son's feelings. Wu Lichuan was ready to face his father's scolding, knowing that in his dad's eyes, he always seemed to be less than his younger siblings. "Are you serious?" Wu Lichuan was a bit surprised that his father didn't scold him and looked at him carefully. He nodded firmly. "Yes, I'm serious. I've liked Zhong Jiang since middle school, but I've never let that affect my grades." Although Zhong Jiang's grades were getting worse, Wu Lichuan's grades had always been among the top. Zhong Jiang might not get into a good university, but Wu Lichuan was capable of trying for one. He had never let his feelings affect his studies and even wanted to improve together with Zhong Jiang. But Zhong Jiang's mind was never on studying, no matter how much Wu Lichuan tried to help. "Have you asked Jiang what she thinks?" Wu Lichuan looked at his father, who didn't seem angry, and shook his head. "No. We're about to start senior high school. I thought I'd wait until graduation. But now, they were already arranging blind dates for Zhong Jiang. Can't they wait until high school is over? Ask Jiang what she wants. If she's willing, I'll talk to her parents with your mother about you too." After saying this, Wu Haifeng immediately looked at his son with bright eyes and asked loudly, "Really, Dad?" His father not only didn't scold him for this, but also agreed that they could be together. "Yes, as long as it doesn't affect your grades," Wu Haifeng said. Even if Wu Lichuan didn't join the army in the end, getting into college and finding a decent job was fine. "I won't let it affect me. I'll ask Jiang right now," Wu Lichuan said, grinning widely before running off. After Wu Lichuan left, Wu Haifeng looked at Wu Lijiang and Su Huayu and asked, "You two don't have someone you like, right?" "No," they answered in unison. They looked at each other and smiled, in agreement. "We don't have anything. Yes, it's better not to fall in love early. But if you like someone, your parents hope you'll tell us honestly, just like your brother," Wu Haifeng said, especially addressing Su Huayu. "Xiaoyu, especially you know? Our parents will keep an eye on you," Su Huayu nodded. "Got it." On the other side, Wu Lichuan hurriedly ran to Zhong Jiao's house again. Fortunately, this time Wu Lichuan didn't run empty-handed and successfully called Zhong Jiao, who had just finished dinner, outside. At this moment, Zhong Jiao looked much better emotionally. She saw Wu Lichuan, who was sweating profusely, and smiled, asking, "What's the rush? Is something the matter? Do you know I'm going to get engaged to Ji Yanmeng, so you came here to congratulate me?" Wu Lichuan looked at Zhong Jiao, who was happily jumping with joy, but his smile suddenly froze on his face. "You're getting engaged to Ji Yanmeng?" Zhong Jiao's eyes sparkled. She looked at Wu Lichuan and said with a smile, "Actually, I liked Ji Yanmeng the first time I saw him. I never thought that one day we would actually get engaged." Wu Lichuan's excitement and happiness from before slowly faded away. "Congratulations." Thank you." Zhong Jiao patted Wu Lichuan on the shoulder and said, "Actually, if it weren't for Ji Yanmeng, if you had confessed to me, I would have said yes. After all, we are good friends." Compared to dating others, she knew Wu Lichuan well. Wu Lichuan struggled to force a smile and said, "You also said we are good friends. How could I confess to you? But still, congratulations. I hope you will be happy and joyful in the future." "Thank you." Zhong Jiao smiled and said, "If I marry Ji Yanmeng, we will be neighbors. We can still play together then." "Okay." Wu Lichuan nodded. "My parents are waiting for me at home for dinner. I'll go first." "All right, bye." As Wu Lichuan turned around, the stiff smile on his face disappeared. But Zhong Jiao hummed a little tune as she happily ran back home, her voice clearly reaching his ears. Wu Lichuan left happily, but returned feeling very disappointed. Su Huayu and others could tell what the result was without asking. However, Wu Lichuan thought about his family's support and told them after returning, Zhong Jiao likes Ji Yanmeng. She's very happy to be engaged to him. Wu Lichuan didn't know what expression to show. In the end, he just said, congratulations to her. Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng exchanged glances. Neither of them expected this outcome. Su Huayu looked at Wu Lichuan, who seemed disappointed, and said, my brother is really generous. Wu Lijong quickly added, my brother is very honest. The generous and honest Wu Lichuan took only one night to accept the idea of the marriage exchange between the Ji family and the Zhong family. The next day, Wu Lichuan and his brother still took turns to send Su Huayu to the singing and dancing troupe. As Su Huayu grew older, Su Miaojuan and Wu Haifeng paid more attention to her safety. Since Wu Lichuan and his brother had free time during holidays, they always took the responsibility of escorting Su Huayu. Before, they would run all over the capital city and even rest at the courtyard in between, but today Wu Lichuan waited outside the singing and dancing troupe until Su Huayu finished. When Su Huayu and her dance partner came out, they smiled and said, Xiaoyu, your brothers are really good to you. Of course. My brothers are the best. In front of others, Su Huayu never hesitated to praise her brothers. She looked at the sweat on Wu Lichuan and his brothers' foreheads and wondered, you two haven't been standing here all this time, right? Yeah, I wanted to buy an ice lolly, but my brother wouldn't let me. As for the reason, Wu Lichuan thought they might run into Zhong Jiao while buying the ice lolly, especially since summer had arrived and she loved eating ice treats. Wu Lijong was really speechless when he heard this reason. Yesterday, he didn't confess his feelings and he couldn't understand why Wu Lichuan was avoiding Zhong Jiao. Meanwhile, Wu Lichuan, who had been quietly hiding all day, still hadn't escaped when they returned to the courtyard. The three of them pushed their bicycles toward the courtyard, while Zhong Jiao cried as she walked outside the courtyard. Su Huayu saw Zhong Jiao like this and quickly stopped her, saying, Yao Yao, what's wrong? When Zhong Jiao saw Su Huayu and the others, she immediately burst into tears and hugged Su Huayu tightly. Sniff sniff, Xiaoyu, they are really too much, sniff sniff. Su Huayu gently patted Zhong Jiao's back and asked, what happened? Did something happen? Today, the Zhong family and the Ji family were supposed to discuss marriage arrangements. Uncle Ji said that Aunt Song's words don't count. Their family doesn't want to marry into ours, and they don't want to exchange marriages either. Sniff sniff. Zhong Jiao felt she had no face left to see anyone. Yesterday, Song Wanru went to their house and after talking, her parents agreed. They were just waiting to discuss the marriage plans between the two families today. However, Ji Shanzhen refused to admit that Song Wanru had made any promises to their family and said that such feudal customs were outdated. But yesterday, Zhong Jiao was very happy to tell several people that she would marry Ji Yanming. If they didn't get married, she would become the joke of the entire police compound. She really felt she couldn't stay in the compound anymore. It was too embarrassing. Su Huayu and the two others looked at each other after hearing this news. They thought the marriage was already settled between the two families, but it turned out only Song Wanru and the Zhong family had agreed. Ji Shanzhen completely disagreed. It seemed that heaven thought the situation wasn't chaotic enough. Ji Yanming rode his bike back from outside with Ji Yanxi and saw Zhong Jiao hugging Su Huayu. At first, the group was on good terms, but because of this marriage change, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Ji Yanming stopped his bike, and Ji Yanxi also got off. Yao Yao, are you okay? Ji Yanxi asked, seeing Zhong Jiao leaning on Su Huayu. Zhong Jiao looked up at Ji Yanming and his sister, then continued to hold Su Huayu and said flatly, I'm fine. Why are you crying? Ji Yanxi asked. When she said this, it was like poking a hornet's nest. Zhong Jiao felt that Ji Yanxi was asking knowingly. Didn't she know what her parents had done? She suddenly stood up straight from Su Huayu and looked at Ji Yanxi, saying, What do you think? Ji Yanxi frowned at Zhong Jiao, who was shouting at her. How should I know? She felt confused. You don't know? Zhong Jiao almost laughed in anger. Her family had done such a back-and-forth thing, and she was telling herself she didn't know. Should I know? Ji Yanxi was also annoyed by Zhong Jiao's attitude. Your mother said she wanted to exchange marriages with our family. You didn't know about this? Zhong Jiao questioned. While Zhong Jiao was questioning, Su Huayu, pulled by Wu Lijiang, quietly moved to stand between her and her two brothers. In this situation, none of the three could help anyone.
It was better to stay quietly and watch.
I know, isn't this just adults joking around? Ji Yanxi looked at Zhong Jiao with suspicion. You don't really believe it, do you? But your mom even came to our house to talk to my parents, and she said they would finalize everything today. Yet, after my parents prepared everything, your dad came and said that what your mom said yesterday doesn't count. Ji Yanxi thought about what her mom had said and felt a bit guilty. Suddenly, Zhong Jiao looked at Ji Yanming, who was standing silently nearby and, fighting back tears, asked, Ji Yanming, is it because you don't like me or don't want to marry me that you don't want to change the marriage?